Yo.
Thieves are looking to continue the momentum after stage one and a top 4 finish out of Masters Shanghai. But their first stop is a team that has nothing to lose and everything to gain with a new pickup and a potential revitalized attitude. It's going to be FURIA versus 100 Thieves to start things off here at day 2.
And I really think that there's a lot of opportunity for both teams to do something right away. For me, I need to see 100 Thieves have a less reliance on that one map that carried them all the way through playoffs, Bind, and that over-reliance leading into Shanghai. And for FURIA, I think Shanji's addition is perfect for this meta. They have 2 people who could run it down on Duelist and absolutely destroy if they find the right way to do it.
And listen, yesterday we saw from all of the teams.
Bind went out first.
Oh yeah,
and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's exactly the thing to do. Yesterday though, we saw from all of the teams except for Lev, who are at Shanghai, new agents, new comps, new approach to the meta. Similarly to Lev, 100 Thieves have not had time to try anything out. Are they just going to come in with the same stuff they had at Shanghai? Probably, right?
Yeah, I feel like you don't have that much time to cook in the off season, or at least in between international events. Like the amount of scrims that you have to play in order to be able to play those new metas is a little bit scary. But with the confidence that they've been showing, if they had played some sort of double duelist comp, I would not be surprised to see 100 Thieves just run away with it. But that being said, FURIA, I have no clue what they're cooking up at this point.
Yeah, and I do have to point out as well, Bind was taken away, but 100 Thieves instantly went for Haven, the new map. Haven't seen it yet in Americas. We'll get a chance to see it today.
My VNR.gg doesn't work, so...
As well. They were very good in prior years when this map was in the pool, so we'll see if that can bring back up with a completely different core here.
Yeah, that's right. We'll see, of course, what those
I'm gonna check Twitter for my pick'ems.
Hints on screen out of the gate here, but yeah, you know, and it's going to be Icebox to start things off, so I'm not really expecting the world to change here. You know, I think we'll probably stick to
apparently
the
it
standard
doesn't.
that has worked on this map for a while here. But it would be nice to see
But,
FURIA maybe try and throw a spanner into the mix.
I have
try to innovate, catch 100 Thieves off guard like we've seen MIBR do yesterday, for example.
I have 100 Thieves winning and I have Loud winning. I don't believe in EG, and FURIA is probably the worst team in Americas.
This year and had a tumultuous stage 1. A lot of people thought that if they were going to make a replacement,
They are like the koi of Americas.
But that wasn't the case. So he definitely has something to prove here in stage 2.
That's right. Seeing more of the agents starting to get locked in here once again. Shouldn't be expecting too many wild things. But you know, to that point, I am very curious to see what Shandy ends up picking here and how he's going to be slotting into this team. But I also think that in this instance, it really does. I mean, 100 Thieves, with the way things are playing out, can just play their game. But Double Sentinel, though. I
mean, I'm liking the Sage. Low-key, I think the Battle Sage goes crazy on Icebox. I feel like for both sides, being able to use your wall, kind of take that verticality pick, and then also being able to kind of cycle the operator through between Sage and Jet could go a lot of ways here for FURIA. So I'm actually excited about that one.
Yeah, I mean, overall, though, pretty standard. I think 100 Thieves has been filling into this kind of double initiator idea on Icebox quite well. And Asuna has been getting better and better on Gecko. I mean, one of the highest performers over back in playoffs as well, paired with Cryo. So this one, I'm not seeing too much exciting in the compositions. It's going to be all in the server.
Yeah, that's right. Well, speaking of the server, let's jump into it and send it over to your casters. It's my fellow boomers in crime. It's Vansili and Rivington. Love you guys. Have fun.
Thank you so much, GB and look, Riv. I don't think we need to sugarcoat this. This is going to be a very tough game for FURIA today against 100 Thieves. They're a team that hasn't even won a series yet on this stage in the VCTs in 2024, and they're about to play against 100 Thieves that actually won stage 1. So all the stacks once again against the Brazilian teams.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have been bringing the spice lately. The change just here for FURIA, I don't know if it's going to be enough. We do see Shanji on the Sage.
Yeah.
A lot of duelist play in his past, so knowing how to get aggressive, knowing how to play in situations, but will he be able to be just that slow, the utility for the team and playing in the protocols that they need? We'll have to see. 100 Thieves is going to come swinging.
Does bring in an interesting point, though, because of the duelist plays that you see coming out, the experience that Shanji brings, he's playing that Sage and maybe it goes into that structure that Bala mentioned, Nabskir was in this roster for that.
Yeah.
So that it could hopefully have something, some results against now 100 Thieves as we're starting things off on Icebox. FURIA on the attack as the Thieves on the defense, already in an early rotation off the early sound of the Owl drone on B main. So 100 Thieves now have 4 players leading towards this B side, and they're looking to push the fight.
Still pretty aggressive over towards A. Seeing if they can pull something, maybe some util and that info before B activates on this one. 100 Thieves is ready on that defensive side. Cryo incredibly strong in Shanghai here, looking to start off with the first blood and just puts a bit of damage down on the Shanji. That'll be a heal though. And they back off. Good movement onto A. This is what FURIA wanted, create the distraction at B. And they actually called this off site, so they should have a bit of ground here, but full retake for 100 Thieves is going to be tough to deny.
It's a great start to sell a fake. An opportunity to move in for a plan, and Shanji's moving across first to get the wall to prevent the push from coming through. Utility's now flooding in though for 100 Thieves as they're dropping down from the heavens. That's a 1-for-1, but now the advantage back for the Thieves. Forfeit! As now Crowd's trying to fight behind the wall. It's back and forth, but the protocols are too good for the Thieves as they score first in the series.
That was everybody shot that piece of the wall so fast. Nobody really in sight knew that there was a small opening in the wall. 100 Thieves just continued to pick up the kills from that small area that they were able to fire through. Nicely done. A lot of pressure from the screen too. Usually you have a few more fall off the top side and waterfall into the site. But that was just Boostio. Sorry, yeah. One goal
Wait,
in.
so Ko is not playing this week.
And they're done. That was a sooner end.
There's not some money in,
Still
right?
the get-go. Yeah, yeah. So 100 Thieves, get it. Outlaw up. They're going to be able
Because
to easily play Cryo almost by himself.
we have
and
FURIA
just keep the
100
map pretty
Thieves.
safe here to not have
We
anything
have
too
tomorrow,
tricky happen. FURIA's Sheriffs.
After that, sorry. We have
We'll
Loud
see them start
G.
towards B
Tomorrow
again,
we have
just to
G2
watch.
Cloud
Looks
9.
like FURIA's idea of controlling the map here.
And then we have
Just to still keep an idea on
EG
extremities.
again.
Fortunately, just some pot shots coming through from Bang
Yep.
through the Viper wall, and actually does connect.
FURIA,
onto
but
Kappa.
it's next week.
So he gets a second one before he falls from the hands of Sean, but you just
So tomorrow we
mentioned
only
Cryo.
have one best of
This position with the
play.
Outlaw, they knew he
It's
was
G2
there.
Cloud 9.
He did get damaged a little bit.
Oh.
He's looking for that aggressive angle. Here's the
Ah,
footsteps.
Bieler is
Now
working
Lucio's there
back.
for the support. But they're not afraid
Um,
here of FURIA and what they have in store. 3 players just waiting for that overextension on the Brazilian side.
Yeah.
And now full
How's
deny.
G2 winning over
Shots
Cloud
at
9?
least coming out from Nabskir. We know he's good in his positions where he
I
potentially
still have to
climbs,
check my
picks up the spike,
UP
but no,
game.
cannot spot EU, who swings out for the kill, avenges his teammates, and that's a round converted for 100 Thieves after the pistol.
Nice. A little juggle of the weapons too. Throws the Guardian back, so they're able to get kind of max return on that as they foil out of the round. Shots? Oh, that's where it comes from. Right through the wall. That's the feeling too. You're the last in line. You're the caboose of the play. You're the first one to go down. I think we all know what that feels like. All right, here we go though. Bonus round. It's still pretty good. I mean, you got an op on your bonus round here for Cryo. And that's going to be full armor too. What a start for him to be able to start shutting down this aggressive one from FURIA if they try to go off the rip here. That op's pushing already, Vansily through mid.
The other one has an outlaw, and that's Boostio holding towards the A side. So long range distance, pop shots, it's going to be big for 100 Thieves. FURIA's advantage now is if they can close the gap on the rifles, might give them a chance here to get their first round of this map. Shanchi's just waiting for the right timing to get the Slorbs in, but as it flies across, his teammates are also getting dropped from those long range rifles that we just mentioned.
They're just afraid. They're waiting for somebody to peek. FURIA is. They don't want to cross these angles that might have an outlaw or an operator sitting on them high-low here.
Yeah, and especially with Shanji down, they can't really wall towards the spawn. So
Right.
how are you going to try
It's
to cross
tough.
over? You're waiting for the recon dart for Nabskir to get that out and can start swinging out.
But they're gonna.
Dez gets the ping. Now they'll move in, but there's those players on the rafter. Too good for EU.
Yeah.
Spike down A.
Havoc's the last player standing. And he's getting swarmed from different angles on both left and right. Could maybe retreat and try to save his weapon for the next. But he's looking to fight. At least got one. But a bonus converted, 400 Thieves.
Just the way
Yeah, it's gonna be a
100 Thieves
storm.
is moving around and playing against FURIA right now. It's like they have a top-down view of what's going on. So sure of the angles they're holding, not moving. And as soon as FURIA did want to make a move, the answer was there. Double from the top rafter and the cleanup for the rest of the site with the utility. Yeah. Really clean from 100 Thieves right now. Exactly what we would expect as they hop back in here on stage 2. And we're going to keep this operator rolling. What's the
Wait,
answer
so
for Furia, though?
if they're
Trying
playing
to
on
maybe
Heaven,
get picked
that
off
means
before they're able to
Abyss
exit.
is open.
Out into the site, getting through maze just a little bit towards pipes, and they get hit by 100 Thieves.
They are
Maybe
able
it
to
hasn't
play on
really worked
Abyss
too much
because
yet,
they're on
but on the save round, we'll go back towards B for
8.11.
Furia.
Yellow Drone got the tag onto Bang, so it gives a chance for Cryo to score first blood. That's MW0 down.
I'm curious to
Trying
see
get a
who
trade
banned
forward as
Abyss.
Shanji went for a blind spray through the poison cloud of Bang and couldn't get a contact. An early great advantage coming out for 100 Thieves as you have this lower buy from Furia. Grouped up together towards the long B, and looks like they want to reassess how they want to hit the sites.
It's crazy too. So you hear Cryo's operator and you hesitate on almost every move. It changes the way that Furia plays or even wants to peek. 4 of them just behind this, and Cryo, you do peek and you go
You
down.
should have
Full
them
confidence.
on fucking
Just waiting for the poison
Wikipedia or
round to
some
drop, but
shit.
while he has to dash up, he's okay to fight this. As he dashes away, contacts onto Havoc. And there's that push forward. At least we do some damage once again. Nosler with the Sheriff. Still good with it. A 1 versus 2, and this time makes sure that there's nobody yellow. Recon Dart comes out towards the area. Small upgrade as it picks up a Stinger. Does have the Hunter's Sphere to work with as well.
30 seconds left.
Possibility here.
Especially with the op.
Yep. Not even
trying
gonna, not enough time for the bolt to come up though.
All he needs to do here is hope in that there's an off angle here from 100 Thieves that's overcommitted, but Asuna had the better angle at the top of the bridge. And now you have 4 unanswered rounds for 100 Thieves, and Furia yet to find a real answer of how they can work the map here on Icebox.
Trying to get behind each other, get into position. This round, obviously not much to worry about with the low buy, but I think if we see next round go down, we get that Furia timeout. If they can't make a dent in the team of 100 Thieves, at this point, we're not even seeing 100 Thieves really go down in these rounds, right? Bang's gone down the most, and that's only 3 times here, so yeah, it's going to be tough if you're not even working on the economy of 100 Thieves, let alone the players.
Yeah.
Spikes down for this round as Furia go for a bit of a default. They finally have a bit of a mid work.
Okay, so Furia ban binds.
That's pressured as they feel out the map here.
Furia ban
You almost have to
bind,
figure out where the operator is and go away
and
from
that
it
is
this
ban
point.
Sunset.
Oh, he's pushing up
Furia
too.
pick Icebox,
And this
and that is
actually a
pick
perfect
Heaven.
angle. Actually overcommitted now.
Yeah.
The L drone came out and saw the turret. There was an opportunity for Cryo to
Furia
push
ban
forward where
Lotus.
he could lock in
And then
hold attack.
100 Thieves
That
ban
pivots the
Split.
Furia attack on the B side.
Wait, so we don't have
Contact first kill.
Abyss
Dinosaur coming out, swarm from behind.
in pro play.
As Nosler has
right
41
now.
HP after he picks up the kill. Wall then comes up.
We still have
denied.
Split.
As they walled up, they let the
We have
spike
Heaven
towards the
instead
spawn
of
for Furia.
Breeze, but we don't have Abyss
It shows
instead
how
of
much they have
Split.
to and want to activate on these plays. They hear the
You
op
will
shot,
not
they can get away from where the operator is, and that was B to make the play. Bang in his tried and true spot, trying to hold down the site, goes down, but yeah, on the way out, as they get the spike, they do lose one more, rezzed up and taken down again.
And you just heard the rotate. ADS denied by Noswer. And 2 other
30
players of
seconds
Furia
left.
have already committed towards the A site. They have forward position, and that is going to be Havoc as well as Khalil. Trying to make sure that 100 Thieves cannot get any value
Starting
on the
from
rotate, especially with
playoffs.
Recon Dart to hold them back.
Okay.
Give me a chance now for Furia
Yeah.
to set up on the
So we
post
don't
flank.
have Abyss
This is
until the
Furia's pistol round
playoffs.
strat, basically. Run with guns now. It seems to be working here against 100 Thieves. It's going to be the retake, though.
And Noswer staying inside the site, so they can't use the Hunter's Fury here. But the shots are ringing true for Furia at least, and also the Blade Storm for Cryo. But gets pushed out. by
So we
Noswer.
will have a
Beautiful
split
trades coming through as finally Furia
for
get
all
a
of
point.
Ghost Sage and Abyss coming in for playoffs.
See who
Interesting.
gets to use this. I think it would go to MWZ if Nosfer weren't to keep it. And we'll see if they can put that into action right away, because it's going to be dueling ops now to find out where this fight comes in. So 100 Thieves actually, do the first time they alerted Furia of where the operator was, and it was not a player they were shooting at. As soon as they heard that shot from Cryo and mid on the turret, they activated into B. Like Furia instantly. So they're playing very reactive right now and trying to get into the proactive mode to be one step ahead of 100 Thieves. Now they got a round in their favor. Good orb grab. Cryo starts it though. Cryo starts it again with a first blood.
That's been a pain point right now for Furia. Trying to get contact and trying to lurk the map, but as soon as you come into contact with Cryo cells with the op, you're not winning that fight. You're playing single initiator. He was already working towards his B side on middle. Wasn't there to support here to try to find the information towards the A site where Havoc just got punished.
Wall left side. That actually opens the back side of the site, so they have to be careful and still clear what they can. Looks like 100 Thieves is going to give them a little bit of space as the ultimate comes through.
Oswald though does have contact. Hunter's Fury coming out from the spawn on both ends. But it's definitely FURIA that takes the upper hand for now. That's 2 kills for them.
Dizzy in, waiting for the drone. They're trying to give multiple bits of util to break the crosshairs. But is it going to be enough?
Whoa, does get the
up.
pick onto Bang though. Asuna answers back. Advantage still out for FURIA. EU and Asuna trying to work together. At least we're aggressive on these peaks.
Okay.
That's how you want to fight back here against a strong team.
Really nicely done. FURIA to convert the 4v5 there after losing what would be the flank watch from that Killjoy turret. So they had even more work to do on that round to make sure they recovered all around the A site, plus take it and hit. A little more confidence on these site hits. They got that wall down from Shanji, and everybody flowed into the site, got to position. Khalil with a nice little step and creep forward there as they kept quiet. And yeah, fans are going to get behind them now in this one. Get these rounds going, and FURIA's got a bit of momentum now. As 100 Thieves have the broken economy. They push up once again, though. They're not going to stop.
Despite low econ, not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Jump spot from Asuna, but a little bit too wide. MW0 is ready for that. Early advantage for FURIA on the attack. Al Jones going to force EU potentially to fall back. The cryo cell still on the top of pipes. Could do some damage. Dash now activated. Havoc just around the corner. Jumping up now and spotted. He'll give the information for the Thieves, though, that there's players towards the jail. But numbers are falling down for 100 Thieves. No opportunities to capitalize yet until you swings out. But nice reaction coming through from the 2 players outside of 410 and pipes to trade it right back. Leaving out Bang alone. 1 versus 3 in the back of the site. Here's the footsteps. Dodging the recon. Here's the plant. So that's 2 players that he's aware of.
Spike planted.
We get the backstab on the first. Lands for the second, but could not.
Nazar has been cleaning up some kills in these past few rounds too, to grab 3, grab 2, and make sure the team is able to hit the angles they need and stay confident.
Good shit.
Operator
Good
still
fight back
available
from
here.
FURIA.
Pick up another round, and it comes from A. It's definitely confidence that's coming into their favor here too, and no timeout needed so far, even after going down about 4-0. So let's see what they have next. 100 oh, that's us. 100 Thieves is going to start figuring out what these pushes are, and they're going to be the first to call a timeout. Is it hemorrhaging rounds a little bit here without a stop, and really quite a few members alive from FURIA at the end of these rounds.
Yep. Actually, it's very surprising that it's the Thieves that's calling out the timeout. Things are looking pretty well for them at the beginning here on the defensive side, with the win con being Cryo getting so many of these first bloods. But FURIA always finds a way here to answer back. At least in the last few rounds when you finally broke the economy here, as you were losing rounds against 100 Thieves, but still doing good damage on your sheriff rounds. Noswar was doing a lot of impact. It will grind into the economy of 100 Thieves, where eventually it may break and give you a chance to come back very early, which is the case that we see right now. So you want to now stop the bleeding on 100 Thieves' side and make sure here that you can capitalize on winning this first map, a map picked by FURIA to start.
And it's going to be tough to keep the operator game going for 100 Thieves here. You're going to see another one possibly if you need it. From that side of FURIA, Havoc actually grabs it. They just dropped it to Havoc for a moment here. I don't know if that's going to stay, but yeah, the way 100 Thieves wants to play and defend this is going to be expensive. So this is going to be a big round for them coming back in with this bye. Ultimates are ready here. I think that was a big discussion going into that timeout and how they're going to use these lockdown to lockdown. As we're looking back at A site here, and a really fast forward step from MW0 right to the tuba mid. Dashes out, looking for that early fight on the boiler, and does not get what he wants.
Makes sense here.
Yeah.
That Havoc has that operator. If they try to move forward and use the lockdown, they'll need MW0 and everybody else to move forward and take control of that site. Cryo, though, just spotted one. Barely misses that shot. As you hear the Thrash coming out, trying to find information. Back and picked up by Asuna.
Back in 10.
You should run.
There's one lockdown coming out, Vans. Still a hold by Bang, so they're not sure that this is the real call by FURIA. 100 Thieves is waiting, but beautiful mosh there. Just going to be a little late. Off the damage of the center of the mosh.
Yeah, missing a little bit of that extra util to make sure that it went down, so it detains some players. So that gives a chance now for FURIA to move in and go for a plant. It'll be a 5 versus 5 post-plant scenario. As the pit comes out too, just try to smother up towards the site, giving No information here for 100 Thieves when they'll try to come back in. Wall yet to get broken here, as you do have Shanji holding just behind. Crowd has an inkling. Out with the shorty, close range, but Shanji breaks him. But it gets traded out. Boostio from the top. 4-on-4 now as Snakebite is about to ring down. Nosworth gets the pick on to Boostio as well, and the hold is so far so good for FURIA. Leaving Austin alone, you see him pick up the lands it onto MW0, but the protocols are really good for FURIA since it started coming back in this game.
Great job there getting the ult down. That was the Viper's Pit that gives you that ability to hide just off site, and it creates so much trouble for 100 Thieves to have to find that fight in the pit and really not be able to even spray down the Viper. You see hiding back there, Khalil, not even participating yet in the fight. Just really, really tough. And again, an A site hit for FURIA that comes in strong. They're able to pierce through the site no matter this operator, which probably means another low buy. Yeah, the Sheriffs for 100 Thieves. And we got rounds for FURIA. The timeout for 100 Thieves does not matter. It fizzles out. And now we are going to have a bit of that A pressure, but it's a slower round here. FURIA is kind of playing off that precedent. They've been going to A, and now they're making 100 Thieves think a bit. Towards B, drone out. And they'll know that they're safe for now. They just got to gain the ground at this point.
And also realizing here for the Thieves that it's only shock darts that's really coming out towards the orb at the very beginning. So they want to add more players to help out to pick up the orb. Try to fight with the Sheriffs towards the A main if there were more people. They're going to follow behind that shock dart from FURIA on the attack. But now in the late round, all of FURIA. Oh, looks like a gun just got spotted. That's an easy kill.
Cryo with the hero.
Dashes away though after gets the headshot onto Nosworth. There's the Blade Storm from NW0 trying to clear out the site. The second one connects as well to add the third to the round. Swings forward and dashes forward to try to get the kill. But at least Boostio's potentially going to make this available and doable for Bang. Sheriff on a 1 versus 2. Spike now planted for them to retreat. It's planted on top of the A site.
Toxins going up.
And what he'll pick up here is going to be an operator, actually. The Bulldog left behind by Cryo just earlier on. Now with the Slorb, he knows that Shanji is holding on to top of pipes. There's that swing out from Khalil. Beautiful
man.
As FURIA takes the lead in this game.
What is this vibe from FURIA right now? Coming out strong there. And the confidence that they're hitting the site with is pretty wild. Even the shoulder peaks that 100 Thieves is trying to take, FURIA is taking their head off. Instant. Right there. That was supposed to be a fake so that Bulldog buy from Cryo could have a bit more effect as they crossed looking for Boostio, but it wasn't. They take that out, the threat's gone, and they have the chance to look for Boostio for Cryo right away. Holy FURIA right now. They're exactly bringing that to the table, and they're going to be going towards B mid this round. 100 Thieves have not been active since those first 4 rounds. They were getting themselves into first bloods, pushing up, making sure FURIA had trouble taking or even early portions of the map. And here, it seems like they own quite a bit. Back towards B site, Bang Shanghai was absolutely crazy around yellow, being able to protect and take 2 or 3 around. And here they'll be tested again.
And this time has to give it up right away.
Yeah.
Snakebite pushes him back as he's looking to not let the pressure come forward here from FURIA. But they're just walking up. This is going to be a wall for a spawn, a plant on the left side. Hunter's Fury on the attack as well. But the advantage still actually now with the Hunter's Fury back from Nosworth evens up the tally for the round.
Spike's in danger.
Literally.
Yeah.
Out in the open. Just dropped here towards danger. Gives a chance now for 100 Thieves to let FURIA come towards them. A 1-for-1 won by Havoc.
Nice double step.
Mentioned at the desk earlier on that he's had a slow start on the stage 1, but that's an important duel to win. Asana's doing the same thing, trying to keep the dream alive for 100 Thieves in this round, but these duels are not hitting in favor of 100 Thieves. Crowd down to 5 HP. Another battle against Havoc in the front. Back at the site now. It's a 1-for-1. ADS coming through, but there's 20 seconds left. That forces now Havoc the ports to fall back and pick up the spike and try to go for a plant, but he does have full KJ util. Turret to watch, safe plant. But Asana finds the timing! Gets the kill, but it took a bit of bullets.
He was so sure he was coming from orange there, just straight up. The turret maybe back 5 more feet would have covered all those. Just pointed to the left a little bit more. Unfortunate, but you can see how tight and tense these situations are right now. Holy moly, Asuna with the shot there. And man, Havoc had some movement inside. I think the only thing that takes him down there is he's planting the spike on that round. Really nice job by 100 Thieves to bring it back. They get that. No operator's going to be on the map for first time in quite a while. And now we do have Hunter's Fury for the side at EU. Quiet on his end as well, seeing tons of clutches come from him. Hasn't really had the chance in this chaos in the 5v5.
They already knew. He's going back towards the jail, and Havoc takes him down to dash forward from W0, trying to catch Asuna off guard. But Asuna manages to fall back to safety. There comes the Thrash to try to clear him back. Gets popped out towards the front as Busio swings out. That's a 1-for-1 though. Asuna still waiting for this wall to drop to try to get info. Trying to pick up the Thrash at the same time. But he's left there alone, so he can't really commit to try to pick up the orb.
Right.
Can't get the flank either as Bang is just holding the angle down. That's what you wanted from Krausel's earlier on with the op, and now he's just going to wait and hopefully here for the other two players, 100 Thieves, they could actually force FURIA to push back.
Work.
Oh, he dodges under it. Oh, this is big.
Toxins going up.
Timmy can't look down.
And EU has the Hunter's Fury to be able to delay just in case, so the timing is actually really good for the Thieves right now, even if Asuna falls. But Asuna will get two before victory!
That's right, you tell him. He didn't even move either. That was a known location to Furia from the last few shots, and he said, you know what? I got cement shoes. This is a fine spot for me. Absolute 4K. And headshots to Boo. Oh my gosh. Didn't need to pick up Thrash, I guess. Holy moly. Yeah, that gets everybody going here. Peter, what? And calm. He's like, yeah, another day at the office. This is what we do. And yeah, this is what we got a lot of out of 100 Thieves, right? In their recent showing internationally, is that these explosive rounds that come out, and we're only getting a few smattered in here and there, and Fury is able to find the opening, get some rounds, and we got a pretty close first half here as 100 Thieves take the lead back.
Yeah, that's a timeout being called now by FURIA for this last round. They do have a res to work with once we get back in the server. That's available for Shanji. And you're looking back at it, though, with the question marks of what this roster could look like, it definitely looks a lot more structured on how they've been able to figure out 100 Thieves on the defensive side for a bit. So it does give me a little bit of hope. You remember, maybe they haven't won really much series or any series at all for FURIA in the VCTs, but they did take a map out of Cloud9. And remember that game where it was a 12-0 half on a set on their attack side. Yeah. So they have moments where they could actually show some brilliance, exactly. But now with the structure on top of that, and with extra firepower from Shanji, they could maybe finally make some heads turn.
We finally got Cryo back at B with the operator here. It had been 100 Thieves focusing A, figuring that Fury was going to keep hitting that, and that's where they needed the numbers. Another tube play coming in from Furia right away to distract, give that utility down mid, and now open up the map. Spike's down for this fan, so they're looking for a peek. They want info here more than anything. The kill would be fantastic, though.
Just a big fight towards middle. There'll be a lot of members, a lot of players. The wall is actually used very early. And that's going to be no wall for the A site when they're going to try to cross over, if they try to cross over towards A. A great opportunity now for the players towards the A site to even anchor their positions and play this a little bit more aggressively.
Nas, we're getting an opening Guardian from up here. Very nice close drone. Should be able to clear quite a bit. Only looks left. A little bit on that right clear. They'll be safe for it, though.
You will not
Glove just got dropped towards jail, so that forces even an early res out of Shanji. So big advantage. Just the ping came out, though, and W0 just got the pick. Sacrifices himself to at least give the advantage as they try to chase him down. Nazor is there for the assist, so that will save MW0 on that push. Numbers, once again, dwindle down to only one player. It's Bang alone against 4.
That, just playing outside the box a little bit, right? We see Cryo running in, and I don't think he expected to see MW0 just standing right there, kind of distracting. That was a lot of just forward play from Furia to put themselves in a different spot that 100 Thieves was expecting. Bang to peek. Just to the right of Khalil there, and that's going to be the 6-6 first half. As Furia, they had to stop the 4-0 bleed. Came back, got it in their favor. And then it just goes back and forth until we get a 6-6. Unexpected, Vancilli. Unexpected.
Definitely not. We mentioned it just before we started this series that we didn't want to sugarcoat this. This was going to be a very hard game for FURIA to play against 100 Thieves, but they are looking really good as finally the rounds went through here on this first half. And it's a great start so far, at least for Shanji. Shanji now his debut going into the game, and let's have a quick word actually from QCK when we want to talk about Shanji and why he wanted to face off against 100 Thieves for the start of Stage 2.
Então, para mim a estreia contra a 100 Thieves é algo muito bom. Eu acredito que é o jogo ideal pra gente. Muita gente talvez não deve entender, mas eu acho que é um time que joga mais simples que outros times. Claramente a confiança deles e tudo que eles demonstraram é algo muito perigoso, mas pra gente que não tem nada a perder, pra eles que são os atuais campeões do primeiro stage e eles querem ir pro Champions, então eles vão estar dando a vida, eles vão estar com pressão, eles têm a obrigação de ganhar da gente. E tudo que eu citei, a gente não tem obrigação nenhuma, a gente não tem pressão, a gente só quer fazer um bom trabalho, mostrar realmente nosso jogo, viver o sonho. Então acho que é a partida ideal assim para se estrear. Não escolheria nenhum outro time do grupo a não ser eles para começar o campeonato. E caso a gente vença, com certeza nossa confiança e tudo aumenta muito e pode ser uma crise. Acho que nenhum time aí que foi campeão gostaria de perder pro 0-5.
Apologies, Caster Brain made me think about QCK from back in the day with FURIA to talk about here, Shanji, but at least we did have word from Shanji on how and why he wanted to play against 100 Thieves at the start, making his return here on a stage of VCT.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of people screaming. They're screaming here, that's for sure, especially when 100 Thieves pull these rounds back in their favor, because again, unexpected. The FURIA comes out firing so hard. A was a big proponent of why they were winning 4v5 conversion, even after they lost Havoc on a few rounds, where they're still able to get in and be confident in the site takes. I think ultimately good utility usage, knowing that they may not be winning all the firefights straight up, getting into site, having the perfect Viper's Pits, being able to sage wall well. They are making up for any of those, downfalls they may have in areas where 100 Thieves would be able to attack them. So really nice job of FURIA to shore up any of those problems. We get back into the second half here, and we're going to see what 100 Thieves now has from the attack side as they sink their teeth in. It's going to be a Sheriff for Boostio, Ghosts around the board for 100 Thieves there. And Shandy's just going to focus on that utility with the classic, as we would expect. Wall up quick, just to give him some trouble and make him have to shoot through it. And they're not going to right away, so this will delay just a little bit. You won't get the rush.
That's just a solo wall here to start things off on B and a 4-player stack on the defensive side towards A. And the dash was activated very early, so they were expecting some sort of quick pivot potentially towards the A side when the wall wasn't being shot. It's actually really nice here for 100 Thieves to play very patiently and force some early utility out from other players of FURIA, where NW0 now doesn't have a dash to use later on.
Still haven't gained ground at A. It is an open map right now as they wait for FURIA to show a little bit more. Mid's gonna see a turret real quick, but yeah, 100 Thieves are gonna bring this down to 30 seconds. It is gonna go all the way down, and the pressure play is gonna be right into the hands of FURIA. Vancilli, this is gonna get messy fast.
Messy for FURIA though with that pick from Cryo. Goes long range, and that's the upper hand from the Jet against her doppelganger. Advantage for 100 Thieves as they're looking to pivot back towards this B side because of this lurk. This lurk from Bang towards the B side.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gonna have the lurk too. They insert one. Boostio with that Sheriff to find anybody in mid as they rotate back across. And nicely done here by 100 Thieves to play the round. All right, curse that one.
Nice shot.
Havoc comes up with a nice shot, and they move themselves over to B site now, knowing it's a fake.
And everybody from FURIA was still stacked up here towards this A side. Now that it's committed, there's forward position from 100 Thieves. They will be able to hear the footsteps on the rotate, so they know that Havoc is close, already on the top of the bridge. There's 3 players there from 100 Thieves, looking to go for some instant trades, all looking towards the same area as well.
Oh, man.
There's that first contact though, and Shanji wins that first one against Bang. They do not expect the other 2 players just under the tower, but it goes 1-for-1 one more time. And EU finally comes in for the support. Back to a 1v1. Kalila is low on HP, only with the ghost shock darts. Puts him down to 5 somehow. The second one does land as well.
There's the EU we remember. It's coming up with the util kills. Really cheeky play under Nest with 3. You show 1, obviously there might be 1 more there, but 2 more there. Nobody expects that. 100 Thieves playing some games here in the beginning of the pistol round second half, and a nice start off too. 5v4 conversion, working the map. Even though they lose 1, they still find it here with EU on the clutch once again. See where they go here for second round. Shoddy for MW0. Looks like he'll push up in the garage real quick on B. Big positioning there. And they'll be able to hold 4 onto A for the rest of this round.
And all they wanted to do was to try to get a punishment up towards Belt. But 100 Thieves are using the low ground instead, and the Aldron's going to see a lot. That forces players to swing out. And as they swing out, getting dropped by 100 Thieves.
Good shit.
An easy push coming out from the attack side. And with the turret, give me information on where that last player is. Finally, it's EU that's going to pick up the orb and the plant. They want to cycle this Hunter's Fury as soon as possible.
Just kind of hit him so fast, they don't know what's coming right now for 100 Thieves. That's the way, right when they get to the front of the site. Now it's going to be MW0 just to clean this one up. Thieves will have great economy, good money for the next round as they see the bonus. And I expect them to really go just as quick. They won't have that money yet for an operator at the moment. No, I was gonna say no ultimates, but EU could easily have one here, and they can start playing off Hunter's Fury to make sure bonus has a little bit of an advantage. It's one option. Penguin. See it again.
Too easy. At this point, that Aldron did a lot here. Even if it looks here on the screen that it only picked 1 player, it definitely did see that he could communicate for the rest, and there was no opportunity for FURIA to go for a surprise attack. And this time, though, the weapons are out on the defensive side. You mentioned it, no operator available for FURIA, but they do have weapons and Vandals to work with. Shanji trying to push forward as they're trying to surprise players at the same time, but the lineups pushed them back. Aldron did spot 1, but I'm not sure if it saw Asuna. He might have an opportunity here. Throwing out the Mosh. Potentially now 100 Thieves trying to follow behind it, but a nice little slow orb will not allow for them to really push forward yet.
Insta wall breaks. Looking for a delay, but FURIA is not getting what they want. They just have to backpedal here. So they're giving up sight. It's just when 100 Thieves has this wall go down, they start moving up. Pretty textbook so far, but Shanji could mix things up.
You want to stay as a group now because you have these Bulldogs only in rifles, but it's looking pretty good for the fights on both ends. Advantage now for the 100 Thieves as he makes it a 1 versus 1. That's Boostio trading it back against Havoc. Alarm bot to watch his right side, and it was too far away from the alarm bot, so he doesn't know if there's going to be a flank coming through. Wall comes down, but Khalil wins the fight.
He's been snappy, Vans. Khalil has been snappy in these final situations of a round. Pulls another one out, so that's going to be a big bonus round here for FURIA. Able to shut down there. Crowd should have a bit of cash. The most in hands of Asuna right now is they might transfer over an operator if they want it, but I think fast play is benefiting them at this point, and they may just forego it. Let's see this play once again. Nice backup at screens there. There's going to be a tough decision, like indecisive shooting when you see that many people peek you from a box in a corner. But good backup, good teamwork coming in. And they're feeling good. I think they're in kind of realizing that this wasn't a result they'd be achieving right away. And here on the low buy, they're going to have to do a little more work to get that result again.
And that's the thing. They won the round here, but they don't have too much money to work with on this round. For 100 Thieves, that was a lot of damage that they did on their bonus. Got a plant. Now also that 100's Fury that you mentioned before that they were trying to get really quickly for EU. They have a lot in their arsenal now to potentially slowly start walking away here with the lead. But a forward position for Khalil. Barrel of a gun sticking out, gets the instant wall bang. Now it's going to be forced to fight.
Take flight.
No opportunities to get a second one.
They're re-spreading here. Just trying to get one person on every majority, or every big defense position, rather. And this is going to be, I think this is going to be another one of those 100 Thieves. Just you insert one, go to the other side of the map. And then as the round goes down, it's going to be a rotate back over here. Actually, they commit.
Yeah, Boostio seems to be pulling back from the A side and even calling in the mid-round for everybody to group up.
It's a great call, too. They've absolutely switched up FURIA on what side they have the hard hold on. Not too much utility even on this site, just the alarm bot mid. So
30
a lot
seconds
up
left.
to Havoc here if he's not just going to play his life.
There's not going to be any delays either. Only the Sheriff trying to swing for a fight. Launch pushes him away towards the back of the site, and Cryo's pushing forward to try to get that kill. As he stays hidden, though, it baits out the other players. He does get the kill. Nice little shot from Havoc, but there's players back for 100 Thieves to try to assist and avenge. Finally, he gets pinched by EU. No time, not enough delay for the players of FURIA to rotate over to get some instant trades. It's only Nosware alone on a 1 versus 2, but he has done some damage before with the Sheriff. There's that first contact on Nabskir, and yes, the recon dart did ping the second player of EU. And it go for the high-low.
The highest of lows. That was, again, a little offset. That's crazy. All right, EU pick it up once again. Nice kills by FURIA there on a low buy round. Coming out. They're definitely giving each other a hard time here as they make their way to the site. It's like, damn it. It's so unfortunate when you saw that Vandal go down and it just bounced away from the kill. You're like, why can't the Vandal just fall into my hands? That would have been such a different situation, but plays into the hands of 100 Thieves. Mosh, Hunter's Fury ready. Looks like they might get a bit more kitchen control here with a bit too push by Havoc. 100 Thieves are going to leave Bang on the lurk for now as they make their way towards A.
Nice little ping there onto Shanji. There's a 100 Fury to hit the first. Crow's getting damage at the same time, and there's pings on 2 players.
Yeah.
At least, thankfully, for FURIA, they have the heal to come up for one of the players. Khalil have to fight towards the B side once again. Khalil lands 2 shots. Oh my God! Just before he got dizzy.
Down B.
And that's the spike down.
Phew, Snappy's now an understatement for this guy. Oh my gosh. All right, okay. FURIA are feeling these rounds right now. And honestly, the firepower, it's from teamwork, and they're getting a little bit of solo play. I think that's something that we saw FURIA lacking in throughout the season, whereas they wouldn't be getting these 2Ks. A site would instantly be dropped here, but for one to take down 3 and be receiving the initiator's utility, Khalil is just absolutely slaughtering kids today. All across the board. All right. Let's get into the next round. We just want action from these guys. Flawless for FURIA. That brings their money back into favor here. And now it's going to be a hero gun again for the side of 100 Thieves. This B push gets pretty intense, but Khalil goes to push it every time.
Or at least doing a buddy system here for 100 Thieves to try to take down Khalil on this B side. Aljon does spot a few from the Thieves on the A side, so you're hoping that this forces a swing out from Khalil, and it does.
He's so calm.
Always on point with the crosshair placement. And now the ponytail of the Jet. Kraus just got spotted and now denied by Shanji. No opportunities to get real value with the Blade Storm.
Enemy remaining.
And snappies from a lot of these players so far.
Yeah.
On the defensive side of FURIA.
To be honest, fans, I thought 100 Thieves attack side was going to be much more wild here, and FURIA is taming it.
Standing ahead.
Push from EU. Still has those shots. Just has to backpedal before he can go forward again.
Yeah. At least he has a Phantom. And he does have the time in his favor as well. Committed towards the A site. There's 2 players from FURIA. Both being
30
Nosware
seconds left.
and Havoc, but there's no recon dart 2 to try to throw to get any type of information. So this gives an opportunity now for EU to try to walk in. There's that first contact. And that swing from behind to rotate from Nosware. Crosshair placement was there until he looks up. And unfortunate timing for EU. But FURIA is able to tie the game once more.
Whew. And they sit very nice on 3 ultimates here. Operator finally back out. Here coming in from the defensive side of FURIA. And Khalil, just the double steps we've been seeing from FURIA, the way they're taking these fights and not be the early commit to the spray of the Phantom or Vandal. Yeah. And Asuna taking a headshot in the nest there. Well, Cryo got shot in the head. That's not going to help 100 Thieves. So that round really just not going in their favor overall. It's going to be a timeout, slow things down, get the comms back in order, and figure out how they can stop maybe 3 ults that would be defending this round for the side of FURIA. You see Zix on screen, chatting it up.
Yeah, and FURIA's been doing really good here on the defensive side with Khalil anchoring on B.
Khalil's been nasty.
Yeah, different
That is
ways
something else.
of holding this B side. Doing a great job with the rifle win for 100 Thieves. On their side, it was just having Cryo with the op, rotating that around, and FURIA to never really need to have NW0 forced up with an op or rotate that around because they've been just holding both extremities quite well.
And a little quietly along the board, we've seen 3Ks, 2Ks, but Noswer's 20 and 12, right? It's been separated where those kills are coming in, but top in the scoreboard for FURIA right now. So they're definitely putting up numbers enough here to be taking down 100 Thieves. As Cryo sitting at 16-15 on the other side. That early op on the defensive side, a big reason they were able to shut down FURIA, but great adaptation from FURIA as they figured out how to continue to get around things, route the defense, and now on attack side for 100 Thieves, they're trying to figure that out. How can they get past FURIA? Attack, maybe in mid? What is this?
Walking down here for FURIA. Turret will
gosh.
potentially have these two players just get ready to fight, and they were ready for it. There's that wall that comes up, trying to get that res right away, but that's going to have to be on hold as the wall gets instantly broken. Beautifully done to start things off here for Bang and for Boostio.
What a disgusting call. Literally in the mind of your opponent on this one. Spikes planted here, and a lot of work to be done by FURIA as they got completely rattled on this.
And EU's playing right here to try to deny the lockdown from Havoc, who clears it, but does a fake check. So that they will not give the opportunity from FURIA to have such a strong retake until these shots happen. That forces out a pit. Cryo left alone because of that pit. No one there to trade with him. Counter pit then coming back here for the defensive side of FURIA. Advantage on their side as well as Asuna does have
No time.
Forced to use out. That's going to be great delay. And that will then give a chance finally for 100 Thieves to convert in the round.
Oh, does that get him? Wait a minute.
Damn.
On 2 more kills. Wow. That was... I'm kind of mind blown on that call out of timeout from Zix and the team. To just absolutely read FURIA like a book to a T. Just a long double hold towards mid, instant, really kind of a collat there. And yeah, you saw the pressure it caused on the side of FURIA to run in. Shanji just trying to do a W take there as they get back into sight, but 100 Thieves already take that round, and they have a really big timeout to switch the game up. Lockdown's there, Van Silly. Operator's still available here, but I'm sure they want to try and use that and get this round back in their favor to break the econ.
Jump spot that comes out first, and into MW0 positions to look towards the garage. Dizzy does hit him though.
Okay.
But Khalil still forward. He's been good at this spot. Remember, going back and forth here with the Vandal.
They can't get Dizzy back. I think Khalil will make that call too, so they're not going to have that flash again for the site. The lockdown going in, that's just to break the site a little bit. This will still give a defensive position for FURIA here.
Trying to see if we're going to answer back with Havoc on his own lockdown, but looks like they're going to try to use that instead for the retake. Shanji, meanwhile, though, does get the kill from Snowman all the way to Bang as the wall was up, and that denies now the plant opportunity. EU trying to fight back with the Hunter's Fury. Does get that second kill off the Noswer. Back to a 3 versus 3 as Havoc's trying to push forward. Snapping with those kills, and MW0 with the last one to once again tie up the game for FURIA.
Oof. That was so strong from FURIA to come back in. I think they played it perfectly on the lockdown. It was a little bit of delay. The spam from Shanji was pivotal in making sure that didn't happen. An angle you can always take from Snowman when that wall goes up. But yeah, this retake coming from mid, only being pushed back ever so slightly by the lockdown in that area, is still a spot for Havoc to wreak just that and bring the round into FURIA's favor. Noswer, double fist bumps all around, and they're getting ready to pop back into this next round here. Push up to just a little bit again to get that early info and aggression. Khalil, he lives here, setting up shop at the end of that box every time here.
Even for FURIA, they were able to win that last round without having to use the lockdown. So that's a lot of ults for the last few rounds remaining of Icebox.
I should realize this is still our first map. Let's go. It's like, man, it feels like it's been quite a time here. Already 2 or 3. Let's go. Going into sight. Are they going to be able to push off one from yellow, though? Khalil trying to hold from a different spot. The operator over the shoulder.
Just saw him.
Oh, they are stuck, but not. We'll see how they get out of this sticky situation.
Khalil inside the orb. That's 2 kills, chasing for the 3rd, and he is not missing with this rifle today. And as I say that, he at least looked at it with the classic.
check that man's armor. Oh my gosh. Khalil dancing on people right now. Literally dancing on people as he brings out the classic with cheese there just to end it out. And they're staying confident. They know that this is still taking work. The upper hand that they have is because they're reading 100 Thieves. They're playing it strong and they're attacking. They're going for 100 Thieves throat on these low buys too. Really no hesitation to retake a site there when you know your opponent's a bit down on the buy. Here we go, back into both buys though. 11 to 10 is FURIA. Try to put this map on game point. They're gonna play a 2-3 split from the side of 100 Thieves as we'll focus on this attack side now to see what they can do to get through FURIA's defense. And patience. I think they're trying to figure out where the op is. A lot like we saw FURIA doing in that position when Cryo had the op.
So they're still trying to stick towards a push and pull strategy on the default for 100 Thieves and even placing an alarm bot towards the garage just to see if there's going to be any aggressive pushes out from FURIA yet.
It's a great call.
You're
see how worried.
Banking a lot on Boostio's utility here to try to make that right call in the mid-round. With these 5-player hits though towards 100 Thieves' side, it's always these retake scenarios that goes back and forth. FURIA, you got to give them credit on how good they've been on fighting toe-to-toe against 100 Thieves in these situations.
Nazar's playing so far back with Hunter's Fury here. He hasn't even really shown himself other than way back on the defensive side to look to rip this off once the sight hit goes in. And they are denied by the lockdown at first, and now the ultimate probably to follow in from Nazar as well, with the operator ready here on A site. 100 Thieves are trying to break through.
That's right, they got players, and there's that Hunter's Fury to support on top of that. Dizzy, Sean gets 2 kills. As Asana's finally able to trade it back. Hunter's Fury is not getting any kill inside of FURIA. 13 seconds left on the clock. Wingman trying to get a plant. Havoc trying to push forward and try to fight. Denies the plant to come down. And Bang left alone. And this will be map point now coming out for FURIA.
2 seconds. Ooh, another hold from FURIA, and super patience on that one. 100 Thieves was going on a fact-finding mission for the entire round, right? Even you said it. Instead of pushing, it was an alarm bot to come out, thinking that might be MW Zera coming up. Nope, where's the op? Trying to find that. And once they do get a site, they're instantly delayed after taking the time on their fact-finding by a lockdown. Then they get into a Hunter's Fury that splits the team. FURIA is literally just throwing everything on the floor. But 100 Thieves can't get through.
In the right moment, exactly.
In the right moment.
They're using it greatly here. Cycling perfectly the ults to deny 100 Thieves the opportunity to get the plant down towards the A side. Now backs against the wall. 100 Thieves trailing behind by 2. And the only scenario that they have here is to try to push this into extra innings on the map of Icebox. If not, FURIA will win their map pick, of course. And 100 Thieves looking to fight together towards this B side, a 4-1 setup.
You can feel the intensity, right? Last round was slow. This round they said, slow's not working, push. Instantly into this area belong. Nothing showing though still. A very patient FURIA waiting to absorb the aggression. This Dizzy has kind of confirmed a lot of what 100 Thieves does, if you think about it. So if they're not seeing Dizzy, and Dizzy, you know, Dizzy fetched by Asuna, it's going to be somewhere, and all they have to do is wait for that. It's really the only blind they have going into the site. So FURIA is just playing patient off that initiator utility.
Busto just went for some pings too, because from where he was playing, he didn't know if the players from FURIA were pushed all the way up towards the orb, so that forces even the Alonso to come out a little bit too early. Wow. Not clearing too much, so back to the site, giving an opportunity for MW0 to land the first kill onto Cryo Cells. Back and forth we go once again, but on the side of 100 Thieves this time around. Plant will also be successful, but it's planet safe.
Bit of util to get back in here.
Noswar just trying to delay so that Khalil can rotate back towards the screens. All 3 members of 100 Thieves playing inside the site with the crossfire set up in the front. Bang at high ground. Busia with the first pick. The trade right after to keep 100 Thieves in the game on the first map.
Sweating a little bit, but we're still in there. Noswar, it's about 7,100 credit, so you know FURIA is still in the buy zone. And 100 Thieves is still going to be scrapping through for a bit of armor here, as these rounds have not been going in their favor. This one, like you said, they stay alive, and great opening shots once they got into the site. The 1v1s that we were not seeing 100 Thieves win before. coming into their favor and a big reason they were able to get through on that one. Gonna be a timeout. Just to slow this one down at the end. 100 Thieves momentum for Furia as we get another discussion. Ultimates, they have Shanji's ult to come back up with the res. And Asuna does have Thrash. I think Thrash gets a little bit more potential if you're clearing towards A, but you can always do a yellow clear and bring it back to long, get it back in your hands and make sure that's safe too. So decent amount of options here. We've only had a few mid fights, and man, did they get bloody quick. But yeah, it's been AB, and pretty back and forth here.
Yeah, I don't know if FURIA after this timeout want to try to go for another aggressive push down towards middle, but what again has been working for them is the anchor play from Khalil on one end and NW0 on the other. But now the situation is that you have less money for FURIA in round number 24. So you have to maximize this positioning of this operator in the hands now of MW0, and for the rest potentially to just stick as a group. Quite important here to try to keep Shanji alive as well. Maybe still trying to figure out what he wants to buy going into this. Will be a small shield and Vandal too.
Yeah, but look at this Nasr. Okay, so Nasr has so much money. Are they actually saving for another round to make sure they have full weapons? But yeah, they buy through. Nasr's gonna go down. Let's focus on the strategy. A push up here for MW0. You're gonna have to get that dizzy.
When you fetch after MW0, move forward to capitalize on the first blood. And you saw the other two were just holding towards the rafter just to make sure that the angle, the back was being launched here from NW0 to allow him to push the way that he did. A great start for FURIA in this round.
Yeah, take out all the initiator utility. You got the darts, but easy to dodge that, easy to hide from it, and still fight while it's happening. So there's the drone going out.
The Hail Mary. Trying to sell a fake at least with this owl drone, but unfortunately it's not going to work. MW0 connects with a second shot as they rotate him from A to B. Second kill then. So you pivot once more. Avoid the op for the third time, but there's that push forward from Havoc. Here's the rotate. We'll call that for the team. NW0 getting ready. Cryo gets the first kill. But now the lane has been blocked by NW0. Dash across though. And that gives a chance here for Cryo to meet up with his teammates so they can try to get this plant towards the A site.
Just a slow shock bolt. Nasr's dart should be coming up here in a few seconds as they play this one safe. Plant's going down, they hear it. Chip onto Bang, just about half.
We've been waiting to watch this flank the whole time here from Cryocells. They do have utility to try to delay. 2 shock darts, 1 snake bite for EU and for Bang respectively. And looks like they want to try to leverage that. FURIA now slowly walking inside. NW0 almost ready to get that pick and almost punish EU right there. There's that first snake bite for the delay. There's a shock dart to swing by. And the second one with shock. Crowd swings out. That's a 2 for 1. Now the tap one is by. Oh! Gets the ace to get the extra innings for the Thieves!
What an amazing showing. And from who else? From who else than Cryo? Stepping up to put 5 in his pocket and bring us into overtime here on Icebox when it looked like it may not be happening for 100 Thieves. So cold. So cold. 100 Thieves, little back and forth, delaying the map slightly. Wearing away just enough. Even losing 2 members down that round almost right away. How does Boostio make these calls just to get the team into position? And then it's up to Cryo, obviously. The clicks. Oh my gosh. Operator here on this last round, or this first, I should say, OT.
Glass cannon for Cryocells. And FURIA does not want to give that momentum back in favor of 100 Thieves, especially after that ace, because you saw that the camp for 100 Thieves, the vibes are back. So they break the alarm bot, they break the turret very early in the round. Now they try and settle in that paranoia here onto 100 Thieves to try to figure out where the hits could be coming from. You see them moving around the map too, trying to find this information.
Trying something very different on the side of FURIA. We've seen MWZ there a few times, but backtracking just to help the team as they actually try with 3 there. And 100 Thieves is gonna say, leave Cryo to shoot on B. We're playing this retake style A with Molly delays. Actually, they're gonna push here. Down to a minute, they're actually gonna look to anchor deeper in the site and get in the face here of FURIA.
Few just painted with the dizzy, almost got that pick. And that was going to be on Nabskir all the way towards L. A late lurk coming out of the B side, but the wall and the execution is committed for FURIA towards the A side.
Utility delay gone.
30 seconds left.
There's a push forward. There's only one stuck in the front. That's MW0 with the pick, and look at them all fall back with 24 seconds left. Trying to just keep NW0 towards the site, and the shark darts in. With 18 seconds left now, rotating across, and you also insert players towards middle. What a call here by FURIA in the late round.
It's going to be huge here for Havoc. Like you said, going up 2. They haven't gotten any forward space towards Snowman yet onto the site, but this is going to be the move.
And the communication isn't there. The Jets once again, and everybody that's pushing forward. All the rotations have been cut across, and Bustio has no avenue to go, as he has to play against 4 players on the post plant.
What a commitment towards A. What a sell from FURIA here. Making 100 Thieves think the round was all but over just at A site, but it was really happening at B. And there's the shot from Nabskir onto Bustio. First overtime round from the attack side here onto FURIA, and it really advanced. It hasn't been attack or defensive side for either team here. We've seen both teams fire off from attack or defense, so this is going to be a big one for 100 Thieves to go hard again.
But you were right on the call here for what we were trying to expect for 100 Thieves on the amount of times that we're defaulting on 3-2s on the B side and A side. They're trying to play that push and pull, but you're also not committing to a lot of utility that doesn't force these rotates to come across, so you're just doing a 5-player hit and it becomes wins potentially for FURIA. And on that side, you saw this is what FURIA is doing, that 100 Thieves is trying to do.
Right, and if we think about all the rounds where on 100 Thieves was on defense and there were 4 towards A, Bang holds that anchor on B for so long. This was a different setup in the way that they played that. They didn't have that anchor on B for so long. There was a commitment towards A for everyone to go A, so a different style of defense there allowed that lurking from Khalil, what would usually be Bang, continuously anchoring the site. So 100 Thieves switching up there, and FURIA find the window. Now we get the timeout in overtime here from Zix. This is from 100 Thieves here as we see him on your screen.
But again, the extra move that was good from FURIA is that they committed utility for a site hit.
So big.
To be able to pull those rotates out on the other side. Because yes, it wasn't Bang that was there, but there was still Cryo that was watching that angle. So using that util to force that rotate in the late round to give that opening for FURIA was very, very nice to watch. And now once again, 100 Thieves are at a position where they could potentially lose this first map.
Zoom in.
Of MW0.
Zoom in. Oh, I thought that actually was going to take his head off for a second. Super close. 100 Thieves is made to sweat right away, but they're falling into Khalil. This has been the kingpin here on B site.
There's 2 players at least. It's not a 1-for-1 to play back and forth.
Yeah.
So the high-low when the wall came down, that's how you punish. That's how you wanted to fight against that anchor player on that B side. And that was probably that conversation at the timeout.
Just noting Dizzy did go down today, so not going to have that. MW0 opens up on 1, Vans.
And Havoc 2. They only need 3 more kills and a defuse now for FURIA to win their map. NW0 does have this glass cannon once again. And 100 Thieves knows this. They don't want to swing out, but there's that mass utility coming out from FURIA. The wall to move forward to. Nanoswarms towards the back. The util is beautiful. Up drop from Cryo. Drops back down.
Cryo
but we do
again.
have Shanji sticking onto that spike. It's more than halfway. No more.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. The kill. The defuse comes across. And FURIA, against all odds, will take the map of Icebox.
And Sanji,
Damn.
people coming in,
Insane.
wanting this to be the game he played against 100 Thieves, and his wall, his defuse to be the hit as the team firing over his shoulder to make sure he stays alive, just an arm's reach away from 2 members of 100 Thieves. Absolute, just brutal first game here of a back and forth. 100 Thieves, we saw the rounds that would give them the openings for the wins, the 4Ks, the 3Ks, that glimmer of absolute star power, but it seems like how FURIA adapted, was able to continuously shut that down and find their light at the end of the tunnel here for a first map win. on Icebox.
And if there's anything Bala was actually questioning here on the desk is that structure. Nalzor joining this roster, and they're in a build mode, in a system where they're trying to come back here in this second stage, and that structure looked very good. Great utility being used. It looks great utility for the retakes. And when it comes down to these individual moments, it now shows here for FURIA. You definitely just saw it. They do have the firepower to make this happen. And will they close the series on the upset? We'll find out after the break, as Haven is coming up.
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals. Like that iPhone 15 on them.
Switching all the time, it wasn't easy.
35.
You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Here's your wireless contract.
Do I need a lawyer for this? Those were hard days.
Representative switch!
Now that I got a huge storage and battery upgrade, I'm officially done switching.
New and existing customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Red Bull gives you wings.
BR de novo, mas a troca acontece. MWZera vai sobrevivendo, vai trazendo os abates.
Are they going to clear Asuna here? Asuna's weak. It's Asuna who gets all three.
Smick standing here with Coach Koi as Furia takes down the Stage 1 champions in map number 1. First and foremost, amazing performance on that first map. It was really cool to see what Shanji is already bringing to the team. I noticed in one of the timeouts, he was actually the one that was talking to his teammates. Can you tell us a little bit more about the role that he has on the team outside of what he's doing on the server in terms of frags? How much does he help with advising the team on what to do?
Cara, é muito bom ter o Shanji no time. Acho que a energia que ele traz pra gente é muito positiva. Assim, chega a ser engraçado porque ele matando ou não, a energia dele é a mesma. Ele é muito hypado, sabe? Ele sempre tenta levar o nível do nosso time, cara. É excelente ter ele no time. A qual que ele passou ali era pra gente jogar um pouco mais agressivo, pra poder puxar um pouco mais de recurso dos caras. E deu certo, a gente confiou e é isso.
It's great having him on the team. It doesn't matter if he's killing or not. He's always hyped. He's always bringing a lot of confidence. Also, that call, it was him just trying to bring the team together, and so he has the freedom to make some calls.
It's amazing to hear, and it's so great to see the team coming together like this. Best of luck on map number 2.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Busio may not have known who he was playing today, but now he gonna learn today because Furia is up 1-0 over this Stage 1 champs in 100 Thieves. Absolutely incredible performance that we see from them. What a turnaround for this lineup here. I mean, it's just so impressive. Why?
We were talking a lot pre-game about Shanji's impact coming in terms of the firepower in the team and rounding that out a bit more, it not just being the MW show. I mean, here, obviously, you had Naswar stepping up, Khalil stepping up, Havoc playing a really good game, which he needs to do more of, the rookie in this squad. But for me, it's really the chemistry on the team that is significantly better than it was during the first stage. It was crazy.
Yeah, like last stage, you would see a team that oftentimes felt like they were not sure how they wanted to approach each round. This time around, there was so much confidence, there was so much assuredness across the field there. And on top of that, too, you didn't just have guys like Shandi who were contributing effectively, but you had guys who were popping off. You had the likes of, Naswar, you had Khalil as well. I mean, looking at this is the first half of Naswar's stats, and he popped off ball. It had such massive impact. And then even though it wasn't following up with like crazy amounts of kills in the second half, it was still being done by other members of the team.
Yeah, I think in the first half, he was insane, finding kills with the Sheriff while 100 Thieves was trying to go on a run. But then the second half was the opposite, right? It was Khalil finding form from like last year, the week 2 type thing, like way back when it felt like he could do no wrong, could miss no shot. It was the same sort of thing here. Look at these rounds from Naswar. This is very early when 100 Thieves is finding momentum, and he is just getting Sheriff kill after Sheriff kill, no matter what. Finally, he's able to actually work his way in, and I think he had a key factor in actually figuring out how to counter that defense from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and I feel like to a certain extent, we can kind of analyze as much as we want, but when you're watching these players play and kind of just have this insane fragging potential, there's only so much you can say. I mean, to a certain extent, Kilo just kind of standing long beat, getting kills. The Sova just kind of peeking, taking those picks, taking those fights. Even the util was being used phenomenally. I felt like I was watching all these players kind of evolve into a new set of who they were before.
Yeah, I mean, this is impressive. We are excited because, look, it goes without saying, we want to see everyone succeed. We want to see these players do well, but specifically, teams like Furia, teams like MIBR, Wyatt, that are struggling right now, these are massive wins for them.
We wanted to see them turn things around, obviously, when they had the downtime in the off season. We don't want to just see these teams go out with a whimper that haven't been able to get a win yet. I'm excited to watch more. And going to Haven next, which we haven't seen yet. They've had time in the off season. They could come in with some crazy ass comps. So we'll see.
I like where your head's at. We'll talk about that in a second, though. For now, though, let's actually send it over to Coach Zix, find out what's going on over at the 100 Thieves camp at Smix.
Smick standing here with Coach Zix after the loss on map number 1. I'm sure that wasn't the result that you would have predicted before the match. Furia definitely playing their hearts out. I know you called 3 different timeouts, a lot of communication happening with your players. What are the biggest lessons learned from map number 1, and what's the game plan going to be heading into Haven?
I would definitely say our general like fundamental play was not nearly where it needs to be. And that was what some of the timeouts were about, just like tweaking little things about how people are communicating with each other. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that was a game where we definitely lost to ourselves 100% because we just played it pretty bad. But I think we got a pretty good reset coming in. Obviously, that was their map pick as well. So going into our map pick, we're obviously very confident. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully things change for the better and that we improve our team play.
Sounds good. We'll look forward to your performance on Haven.
Well, of course, there you heard the fundamentals being a potential issue there for 100 Thieves, something that they're certainly going to want to correct as they go into a map that we haven't seen in a while in Haven.
And you would not have thought going into this that they would be lacking in fundamentals compared to the FURIA team, but I think it's also a testament on FURIA's side to the inherent chemistry that some of the players have, this pre-developed chemistry, because a few of these guys have played on FURIA together a long time ago, including Shanji with Noswer, with Khalil. Those guys had played for FURIA Champions before. They're experienced with each other, and it showed in that map.
Yeah, and to go back to something you said. Oh,
okay.
Hold on, let's cancel
all
that.
Hold up.
There's what we were talking about.
I knew it. I called it.
You said Neon Breach.
Now the viewers have no idea what I called.
Yeah, what did you call?
I'm just trying to gas myself up. No, I could feel it in my bones. I could sense one of the teams was going to come in with the Neon Breach on Haven. The first time we're seeing Haven.
What are they going to go?
Stage 2.
Boring.
Oh my God! They were innovating on this on Haven last year.
Yes, they were playing the Gecko before.
They were playing Gecko before he was buffed, and now that Gecko is buffed, they're playing this boring old comp.
And this is very strange to me, given the fact that this is 100 Thieves' pick, right?
Yeah.
This isn't even a meta comp from Haven before. This is weird.
Yeah, this is very, very fascinating. We'll find out if the spice from FURIA might be enough for a 2-0 over 100 Thieves force that map 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, Vansili and Riv for map 2.
This is looking to be very exciting for the second map of Haven, and that tweet that they put up at the desk here that Boostio did, that kind of gave me a little bit of like this artist energy versus Billy vibe.
Okay.
And now that I see this composition coming up from FURIA, I think they have an opportunity to do the funniest thing today in this game.
Yeah, get someone to retire. That's not funny. Not funny, but Boostio is going to step up. The 100 Thieves are going to step up here. I think we get a third map, and I think that's what everybody wants too. 100 Thieves fans are going to be behind them cheering on this one as we get Haven back in the VCT. We are getting here on to the chess match. I cannot wait to see what teams have brought in. We already get the Neon coming out. Was MW0 going to freak out here off of the breach utility right away? When FURIA is on defense, is Noswer the insta-breach util user? Are they holding it? So many questions we're going to find out throughout the game here as the first pressure towards long. A beautiful KO knife to start off from Asuna here as they figure it out. And Bang has already gone on an adventure towards Cubby here.
Two nice little trades, and indeed, Bang's going to be pretty much on a one and done if this doesn't get cleared, especially now that the Dizzy has not been refreshed yet, and there's the peak. Forward position, though, from Cryo, was able to trade it back against Shanji. Now towards the back, Aftershock pushes him out of Zero, catches two off guard and picks him off. Now continuing to push forward. He knows that there's one around the corner and decides to play back with his teammates. An advantage coming out on 2 versus 4. As that one's all up to Austin. And it's once again Noswer and NW0 doing a lot of work for FURIA this time to give him the pistol.
Man was moving so fast, he became a blur to the members of 100 Thieves. Just literally in the face. I think it was a Cryo there for a moment as they took C site in an instant KO knife detecting forward A. They hightailed it to C. Just MW0 shaking hands right there as he gets into sight. Cleans it up. Nas was feeling good as they are pumped to win the first round of Haven here in the second map. So a few buys, sticking with 2 ghosts actually here on the side of FURIA as we get into this next round. Cool.
There'll be an open site.
Not even 10 seconds and they're in C.
There's only Boostio inside the smoke with a shorty. He's hoping that somebody's going to walk inside of that so he can get one at least. But unfortunately, it's the Bulldog bullets of Khalil. Bites him in the knee and drops Boostio. That's going to make it very difficult for 100 Thieves to retake, but you see the idea of these knives on a retake that could potentially take away a lot of the utility of the players playing within the site.
Dizzy delay. Not seeing anybody just yet. And yeah, it's going to be 100 Thieves, I think, waiting out here for the spike to get close enough. A little bit easier on Haven, but that's also easier for FURIA to search here.
And a flash to slide through and bang, nice little flick with the classic. Lieber kills, but it'll work out. Austin will fall towards the window. They do not want to let 100 Thieves die to the spike. They're pushing down and hunting for the kills. And that's why they had the smaller pistols too, to try to have them push forward.
Yes.
That's Nas. We're now past halfway into the Rolling Thunder after round 2.
But you see the speed, right? We were at 135 on the clock, and that was MW Zera entering C with the rest of the team in tow. A little shot to the thigh, a Boostio there hiding in. And yeah, the absolute push through here. So FURIA feeling good to start off this one. A little bit different than last map. 100 Thieves ran away with about 4 rounds before we had that comeback in action. As we are going to have another bonus round operator. Seems to be a focus here for 100 Thieves to get that on the map as soon as possible here. Both Icebox and Haven. Again, 4. And they're going to push this time, not run away.
There's always going to be this trade of util between both initiators. A Dizzy to get information, but a knife to counter out. Does not allow for FURIA to flood too much util until they execute towards the site.
Oh my.
There's so much util that forces now 100 Thieves to play further towards the back, but Asuna does score the first kill. A push forward from Noswer, trying to surprise Asuna, and no support coming through. Bushu just got dinked. Now NW0 answers back as EU drop here from heaven. Op shot missed. NW0 continues to push forward. They are not afraid to fight towards the spawn here for FURIA. Finally, he escapes here and puts the wall up. And just delays that clock down as the spike is planted at the default spot. Paranoia though, there is that scope in to get the pick, but Cryo's now alone. Picks up the Vandal to swing out for Khalil, and a bonus round converted for FURIA.
All right, FURIA's fast. They got the zoomies right now, and they are using it accordingly. I think MW Zera is flexing so much forward that even in those small corners, right, he pushes towards A and that link towards BA, and you have to respect Relay Bolt. You almost can't be ready to fight him there, because he's obviously not going to dash through all the way, and Relay Bolt is just going to wreak havoc if you get in that small area. So even MW Zera being so far up in the site is causing so much hesitation for 100 Thieves here. Great finish off on that round. 2 we're still alive. Operator going to be down now as 100 Thieves not really finding a return on investment there. And we see 0 point always going to the A garden area to start off.
And that smoke also thrown here towards this A long on the attack side from Khalil. It really doesn't give a chance now for 100 Thieves to stay aggressive on this long corridor of A. Although that might be something they could try to utilize later on once they have the weaponry. But at least these off angles, corners not being cleared, Asuna is able to at least get one. Till finally, Aftershock pushes him out. There was a gap in the smoke, and Noswer gets the pick.
Like the re-hide by EU, fill that position again. And timing might go away though, and they'll be checking it once more. So no lurk coming in, but they do have that protection from Havoc to watch the backside. As 100 Thieves here picking up some weapons. This is just going to be an all-out battle. I think FURIA are okay to take it too, knowing there's a bit of an upgrade in the site.
At least there's no flashes right now to initiate and engage FURIA's entry, so it's waiting off the fault line. Wingman to push forward. Ooh, off shot. Stinger shots missing, and Shanji and Noswer gets these picks.
That crouch, little bit of movement there. The dance, FURIA stay alive, and man, a little bit of luck on their side too for that one. With how they entered the site, it seemed like they could have got capitalized, guns picked up, but they're adapting well. And they're like, okay, there's problems we've created for ourselves in this situation. They're doing a great job of repairing them. That was interesting too. MW Zera diving in. Whenever you have somebody jumping behind that box, 90% of the time there is someone watching for you to enter. They're just a looker. There is someone else guarding that person jumping, making noise in sight. And that fell to the wayside for FURIA, but the round did not, fans. They continue with 4 now, but Cryo has it up again.
And a good read to start when they had the op on one side of A. They have the knife now from Asuna throwing down towards long C. That did actually spot NW0. So they'll have an inkling here that you're going to go for a lot of ults towards the C side, and indeed it will. Looks like the corner's not clear. Once again, Busio is just trying to stay alive. NW0 gets denied towards the back as this won't get cleared. It's 2 free easy kills for Busio.
Okay, that's the second corner we haven't checked. We need to start checking corners. 100 Thieves complete that round in deja vu from Icebox here. At the 4th round, we see 100 Thieves get their first. A little bit of switch of the script here. 100 Thieves are going to start feeling good now as that operator comes online. Boostio, I love the way he played this. It was only to make the call. Him trying to shoot under stun would have just given away his position, and not shooting, full trigger discipline actually collects him 2 in the end of the play with just his teammate off the comms too. So really smart stuff there by the IGL 100 Thieves, and they pull one back in their favor. Looks like they're waiting for the 0 point this round.
Not really.
There it is.
100 Thieves are really not trying to do the recon dart towards the A cubby. They just want to go for shock dart damage.
Oof.
There's a relay bolt towards the back of the site. Boostio being pushed forward, and MW0 will be able to get the kill. Back on the train, Asuna towards the A link. Shanji inside that smoke just behind it towards that B site. And the positions are quite good here for FURIA on the first fight on B.
And just one more. First B strat is an absolute banger here from MW0. We remember when we used to see Neon on Lotus, you can sometimes have those relay bolts you throw off the ceiling as you enter over towards A rubble. Getting the same thing there in B, throw a high relay bolt and it connects to the ground. There's no way Boostio is going to really see that coming and get stunned right in the backside of B. Really neat way to enter the site and make that theirs for this round. So they just search out Bang, trying to save this Phantom in spawn.
So far is going to be okay.
Yeah.
From the looks of it, but definitely you're seeing the beginning of these rounds with this double initiator play from 100 Thieves, really trying to deny the amount of util and the conditioning that FURIA has been doing here towards this A side. And because of that, they don't play with too much information towards the B and C side, and it allows for you, just as you saw, these type of pop hits and surprising them in these positions here towards the B site when FURIA now has control of how they want to work the map of Haven on their attack side.
Really neat how they're working MW0 with these relay bolts. Even that last round was cool, but the other rounds too. 100 Thieves is kind of figuring out where it's safe for them to stand, because MW0 has such an upgrade now on this slide and accuracy while sliding. And right back to B again, but this is a fake. Our first garage hit, they're going to be walking into the util.
Follow behind a thrash as well. Trying to clear towards the back of C, trying to dodge it. Cryle's there for the support though with the dropout! And a dropout from Boostio to be able to get one. And that's a spike down that will slow down the clock here and give a chance for 100 Thieves to start moving in together and work in tandem. There's the wall bag and a spray to get the pickup onto Noswer. The updraft to get the information onto Havoc, stuck towards the C cubby. And Khalil's trying to fight on his own on the other end. And it's the right click classic from Asuna. And the last kill from Cryocell to allow 100 Thieves to finally score a good defensive round.
Whoa, I think FURIA learned a lot on that round of how Boostio will actually adapt and react to the plays. They did not all think they needed to go B. That was what the wall, the relay bolt, and a few other bits of util to B to hit, but 100 Thieves held their position, was able to get back to garage. Really nice control of what FURIA was trying to do on this round. And quite a few members alive too to get out of that one. And take the 100 Thieves timeout too? Yeah. So they actually like the flow they're getting. Maybe just want a little bit more out of it to stop what this Neon's going to do.
Yeah, potentially for the last 2 rounds here where they haven't been doing the following up the conditioning on the A site and finding the success for the A site on these FURIA hits on A. They might revert back to that. So how do you maximize defending that area, especially now that Cryo doesn't have that op that they tried to utilize a couple of rounds ago initially to deny that push towards that A side.
I was trying to see who's talking here on the side of 100 Thieves, because I did not see Zix talking. I think they were listening and just getting things in order on the side. So this was more of like a reset, let's go forward. This idea, I think, from the whole team is an idea. Very interesting here. Did see Noswer with some words of wisdom for the team there on the screen, though. No one who was chatting from FURIA, but we're back in 5-2. We get our weapons in. Definitely discussion of how this lockdown's going to be used as they retake a site. And FURIA are going to flex towards mid again.
So they're still trying to put Cryocell towards the A side to support the initiators, but this time taking control of sewers. So locking that area, keeping B open for information utility with Boostio's util. The wall comes up towards the B site once again, and it seems to be a garage split. TP towards the spawn, and that's going to catch some players off guard.
That's sick. Yeah. Actually sick protocol to run right after the timeout too.
But Khalil's now pinned between players to jump across here. It took a while. And Asuna Should have stayed alive in that moment.
Lustio.
On the top of the logs. There's that action on the first. Traded back by Nabskir on a 2 versus 2. Spike plan about to go down, and it's not going to be in the hands of Havoc. Nabskir is the one planning it.
Full util for Cry to go crazy here. A little bit of assistance from the drone. Is it going to be enough?
He's just going to push down.
Ring around the rosy.
They're playing with so much confidence, but there's an extra step here from that breach. They heard it as they're trying to fight back towards the garage. Swing out from Cryo. Disadvantage now as Zach is going to ping out Havoc, and that allows the wall bang from EU to get the kill.
Waiting patiently on that. That was actually huge for EU to stay alive, and the timing he had to get out of there as the dart was just coming back up for them to join together for the power move. Huge stuff. And that was an incredible start here. We have to remember, this is still the round where we had the TP. We had the push through in from MW0 through B. Yeah, but 100 Thieves are still able to collect themselves and come back into the site for the 2v2 retake.
Nice! Good round, boys. Good round. Me and Matt both have the same place.
Yeah, getting themselves pumped up. That lockdown's still available too. Havoc getting out the Guardian here as there's a few drops in weapons going to the team.
Cover going out. FURIA seems to want to try to tempo back, making a lot of noise here and potentially just having the Neon fall back so they could slowly move up here behind the smoke.
Oh, there's one shoulder. Havoc knows 2 or B. They're still going to work towards A here. They've avoided that early 0 point for once on this time.
He's just waiting here with the ADS, and that smoke, though, is going to allow for FURIA to cross over. Maybe no choice now for you to fall back towards the spawn so they can play the retake, and he knows this already.
Yeah, especially with the breach utility that you can get out of sewers here, it's almost just dead to rights if you try to play in sight. Great move by EU to get out, but it is going to be the retake here from 100 Thieves. They have the flank watch. And EU is going to prepare from the top side here.
There's got to be a strategy around FURIA here. They should know that Boostio has this lockdown to work with, and they'll use it towards the A site for the retake. Already, the Aftershock's ready for it, trying to get position. It's not going to use it. They're trying to potentially fight back towards the spawn. That's MW0 trying to find a timing through it. As it swings out, manages to get one. That's not enough. 100 Thieves able to move inside the site right now, and the Recon Dart does get the ping. Shock Darts to do some damage, but Khalil's there for the save for the first kill. But it's traded out. Advantage back continues on for 100 Thieves. Shanji is stuck in the corner. That's 2 in his name. And now it's defused at halfway. And as he swings outside of the smoke, Shanji once again waiting for him and gets a 3K in a round for FURIA to score 6.
The way they actually played that was kind of wild. Like you said, you thought the Aftershock was going to be going in for the lockdown, but he played almost inside the lockdown and used the Aftershock for the entry point that they would use to deny the entry. It still created a hell of a fight here at long, and it just took a bit of scrap for FURIA to find the kills they needed, and Shand really staying alive in that situation to help them out in that corner. FURIA squeak another one through on that round as 100 Thieves looked like they were bearing down for a W. We get a push in, and just to look, I like that play by MW0. Look to get past the 0 point for no detection and get a quick shot on a long. Let the smokes go out, cover everything, and make it safe as we rotate back to C here.
And see Havoc trying to lurk. Do have a lockdown on the side of FURIA. 4 players leading out towards long C. First contact coming in from Bang, forced to fall back for a bit. Despite 100 Thieves winning the round, their economy's not the best. Boostio's taking the front, couldn't deny here the wingman to come through. There's that 100 Sphere to come out on the defense, though. And it's a 1-for-1 in a trade of utility. Wingman does get the plan, and Havoc does get the lurk.
Boostio down to Aftershock there.
He's going to hear the rotate potentially from the spawn. If not, gets the timing towards the back. There's that first, but he misses the shot at least. Gets that contact, turns around to get the pick onto Asuna. Now Bang trying to trade it right back, and finally does so with the Guardian.
Yo, FURIA just... I feel like 100 Thieves right now is just pulling their hair out. Every time they turn a corner, there's a member of FURIA between them and their teammates.
Just too good. They have perfect reads across. And the last one standing inside the smoke is bang once again denied by Khalil, and you're definitely seeing here. You have positions where you could potentially get an op shot from cryocells, but nope, a one-way comes up here on the C boxes. The util is looking really good for FURIA on this map here of Haven.
I think one thing FURIA is doing really well in the moment is, see, on the C hit, when they came up, you saw the wall go up and Bucio stepped in the wall. A lot like we used to see on Fracture. They're going to come up that lane, just stay inside the wall, take down Neon. But then MW0 hesitates. The wall actually wasn't used for the take. So that first bit of reaction from 100 Thieves fizzles out and FURIA hit again. And they're actually all over at that point. It is absurd how they are everywhere on the map right now. And 100 Thieves are actually ready for the C play this time.
Left and right. Oh gosh, once again, too good of a util. At least we get some sheriff shots, some damage being done. And Asuna is able to pick up a weapon and just, you see the TP now from Khalil though.
Yeah.
Safe plan on the A side, turret to watch the flank. Asuna though has upgraded into a Phantom.
Oh, lockdown's ready for next round 2 here. FURIA just setting themselves up in these rounds. But Asuna could easily make this happen.
Just gotta hurry up though. There's 2 nanoswarms onto that spike, so they could run the clock in their favor. And Havoc doesn't even need any help from Khalil, winning the duel against Asuna. And FURIA are now 5 rounds ahead.
I mean, Vans, what, if we think about it, kind of what can 100 Thieves work off of right now? What precedents are they seeing? Because it's kind of absurd the different ways MW0 is getting into the site, what sites they're hitting, how much they're hitting it, the ways they've hit it. It's a new look almost every time. And yeah, you're going to get the same util, but the timings they're switching up, the positions they're coming from on these hits, it's crazy. Like I said before, I think the best way to put it is 100 Thieves is coming around the corner and seeing FURIA members between them and their teammates. That's just, you're not expecting that. You're not. This time they play the 4-1, a little bit of a different look here. With the Noswer towards the right side. Rolling Thunder is ready. They're just so set up to be able to tear down a site and make this tough for 100 Thieves.
That was MW0 with the op trying to get a pick here towards Long C. It almost looked like it was going to be an honest C take, but with the breach not there to help with the initial util, they decide to group together towards the A site hit. Pharrell forced to dash away. So you heard the op shot coming out once again from NW0. Rolling Thunder and the overdrive to commit towards the side, and a Dizzy will allow for FURIA to clear the corner. Players now falling down for 100 Thieves towards the A site. Knife being thrown towards the spawn, and we're trying to push back very quickly for 100 Thieves. Not giving a chance here for FURIA to set up. Advantage coming back here as players are suppressed. They cannot get the lockdown available. Finally, you place it down for Havoc. Here's the aftershock to try to delay though, and a Paranoid game pushed forward. Khalil on the other side of Long, but now it's diffused at halfway, trying to stick it, pushing forward though. Bucio gets the pick, but Havoc trades it back on a 1v1, and FURIA wins the post plan.
Damn.
9-3 first half. I mean, the attack
And that
site
is
should be
fucking
your
suck.
side. You have a site to choose. You can put your numbers there, and you should have the advantage. FURIA take it, and they run with it here.
Insane.
The Neon Breach composition just stunning one after the other. Relay bolts into Rolling Thunders, into fault lines.
Hello.
It's incredibly tough
Okay.
to play against, but 100 Thieves are going to have their chance to choose the site, to choose
Yeah.
where they're going.
Fucking
Avoid
Andrew
this
suck.
util, create a little bit of their own problems.
Definitely. Usually here on the Mackay Haven, it's a 3-site map. There's still an opportunity to work here on the attack side to come back for 100 Thieves. But FURIA so far definitely looks really good. Don't you agree, Analyst Desk?
I do agree, Vantilli. Thank you so much. Yeah. I agree. Oh, man. But yes, you know what, though? They were looking so good. And part of it is just the fact that they're doing new things. They're trying to experiment, have a little bit more fun out there. Neon playing a big role in that.
Which is why going into this, it's crazy that 100 Thieves picked Haven. They've had less time to play on the map than a team like FURIA who weren't at Shanghai and had a chance to develop a game plan around the Neon, around the new buffed agents.
I just love this.
I mean, MW's going
Look
crazy.
where we're watching
It's
him.
ridiculous.
He's going into smoke.
He's just
not
flying.
checking his corners.
Yeah, absolute madness there. I gotta say, like, very impressive. Whoa, 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 whoa! we didn't need to show this.
That's not me. See, I'm Athena with an X.
Yeah.
That wasn't me.
Yeah, that's definitely not me. I have less hair, so you know. Yeah, what?
You guys all retweeted that. Like, it's on Twitter.
Joke's on you. I deleted the app. So that being said, we were caught off guard there, but it looks like Furia's in a good spot. Thing is, we are flipping sides here. I'm curious to see what we're going to be getting in this next half. Right?
A Neon running at the other team. Is what we're gonna
Do you think that's it? You think it's going to be straight up just running?
I mean, fighting for A main is going to be a nightmare for 100 Thieves early. When you're going up against the Breach and the Neon, the stuns there, that's going to be super tough.
I think there's so much potential for that defense side on this comp as well. I mean, this is rough, and the scoreline is already so drastic that I don't see a chance.
I mean, I'm gonna play a little bit of devil's advocate here because 100 Thieves, they picked Haven. Surely they have a really good.
Did you watch that defense?
No, hear me out.
Let her cook.
Surely they have good protocols against an aggressive team that can only be so 2D on paper because all they can do is be aggressive.
Well,
right?
let's see if that works out. Athena got the final word. Ball is fuming. Let's send it back over to the casters.
Thank you, GB, and indeed, we'll have to see how FURIA are going to play their defensive side, and I do agree with Watt. There's a potential here that it's a Neon and Breach just trying to run it down against you when you have fault lines and relay bolts to try to really stun that A choke. But at least when you start this pistol round for FURIA, it's a full KJ setup on A site. Only a classic for Havoc, so it could use the alarm bot and 2 nanoswarms to anchor up that side. And the rest now pivoting more towards B and C for fast rotates and support.
All right, a lot is on Cryo here. Kind of create the same problems for the side of Furia. Beautiful dart, but it's not going to work more than one.
Recon got so much info. MW0's on the reload. It's going back and forth, but it's Havoc alone. And he was all the way out towards the A side, as we mentioned before. Bang is low, but Boostio and Austin are still quite healthy, and they're set up for the crossfire. Should be simple after the first contact until I say that. It's traded back. The first shot was nice, but at least Boostio was there for the trade.
You know he's getting those kills. Man's 4 ways away from possible retirement.
True.
All right. To get it going here for 100 Thieves, a much-needed pistol round on the second half of their pick a Haven. Turret up towards B as we see this replay. Little jump around. And nice, the dart they shot towards backside has revealed so much info. Might not have gotten that many kills, but allowed them to take the site a bit more confident. We start off the second round. Turrets are gonna fight mid. Just a few Timmies as they make their way over towards A. There are 3 here ready. This fault line over their shoulder.
Dizzy, flash. Fights are still good though for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Better weaponry. And a trap play denied. Marshall available for MW0. Fault line does come into contact, but there's those protocols from 100 Thieves at least. Something that Zix mentioned. Gonna be fighting with each other, training with each other, and swinging with each other. You're seeing a great hold here while one was stunned to allow 100 Thieves to convert their pistol.
It's a great point. Zix saying that is kind of odd because usually when we talk in between games or even after a game and kind of the winner's seat, he's saying, you know, we're identifying the teams we play against aren't using their util too well. They're not doing this and we can attack this. And it seems like they've had trouble doing that to Furia this game, this series. But that's starting to come into action here after we did switch now into Haven from Icebox. Shaking that rust off. Over towards A once again, and we are getting the insta fault lines. We wondered if Noswar would hold them. Oof.
And the old school GP towards the A choke. Now fully blinded on players. It's back and forth, but at least, again, power numbers for 100 Thieves allows for them to take the advantage in this round. So trap plays, fault lines, relay bolts, and catching at least one off guard, but it wasn't enough here for FURIA to really get full control of the A site.
Like Wyatt said, it's going to be a party here for a lot of the rounds. Basic bounce house as it comes to it. And it's going to be the full rotato around here for Furia. They're going to both try to come from that flank side and at least get a bit of the timing. The thing is, timing goes away so much once that spike is planted.
I wonder if they're going to smoke this year. Khalil does have a smoke available, and Havoc should be close enough.
Boom.
The turret's being recalled.
Yeah, just out of range of it at this point.
Oh, there's that smoke. But they're having the wrong read. They're thinking it's back towards the C site. The plant's now coming towards A.
The turret pull, I think, kind of sold that for them. Not that they meant to. Boostio just wants it, and he's out of range there. But yeah, they think it might have gone the other way due to not having a flank watch, and now EU's going to be first contact.
We'll stay in the corner, though, so that cryo cells can now rotate from the A site, from the default. Cloud burst to allow for him to push back. And that will nullify the paranoia, the opportunity of Khalil to get a pick following that util. And now it's up to the discipline. Oh no! Whoa! These shots are hitting. 1 versus 2. Boostio now has to stay alive. Gets the first one.
Oh, the turret.
The turret is fighting against Havoc. Tap on that spike.
And damn.
Have enough time, he will not.
Oh my gosh. The fact that Boostio pulled the turret back comes into play. He gets the high shot there, causes Havoc just a few more seconds of distraction, and 100 Thieves do get that round. 6-9, the bonus in their favor, and is exactly what they need to be doing. I feel like they're gonna start getting a lot of confidence here in these rounds. It's been a lot of 3v2 wins or even 3v3 right off the bat because of these fights, and 100 Thieves has been able to persevere with the numbers, whether or not they have initiator or the right util to make it happen. And I think that's where Boostio shines, is in those tight moments where you have to make the call that'll work. So you sometimes see 100 Thieves creeping around their opponents and being behind them on the defensive side. This is a fast one though.
And Shanji, rare moments here when he has positional advantage. Cannot land that shot. Meanwhile, you have seen the overdrive being picked up by NW0 at the beginning here towards Long C. As 100 Thieves are committed towards SA site. Won't have a chance to use the overdrive, as I say that, he pulls it out only for 1 kill.
There's a low drive. Just trying to get in there. And just like that, they're 2 rounds away from tying this one up. And that's going to be a FURIA timeout. Not as much success in the rounds mean not as much ultimates. FURIA was, like I said, was doing a very good job off of, having those rounds from Nabskir and Khalil on Icebox. But the way they were able to cycle the ults, fake out 100 Thieves, kept them guessing. 100 Thieves is really putting a stop to that here on Haven on their attack side. And it doesn't seem like FURIA has an answer yet. So the timeout is going to try to formulate that, as they have been 4 rounds in a row to 100 Thieves here on the second half.
Yeah, and 100 Thieves also at the beginning of these rounds haven't really been waiting for where the util is coming from, of where NW0 could be pushing towards. So they're still playing their own game here on the attack side, and it's working quite well.
See if we get a switch up too from Nabskir, how they've been using the Neon and the Breach utility. It's always nice to know you're stopping your opponent if they are at A. Whether or not they're there, the util's going to be effective because they can't get in that position. It's just, do they change it? Do they want to? Is there something more important to stop on the side of 100 Thieves? 3 ultimates ready there. This will surely be a tough one, as they're going to collect or use those in unison here, as it looks like they want A again, but with a little bit of mid-touch.
This is what I was wondering too after the timeout. Will they try to take advantage of B a little bit more? Because 100 Thieves haven't been committing too many players at the very beginning here to get information.
Yeah.
So NW0 is already there. The fault line's about to come out towards sewers to indicate potentially that same type of conditioning on that side, but we're walking down here to try to get the contact.
Util kill denied.
And NW0 will be able to score that first kill. Khalil to try to support, but he overextends instead of falling back to give the numbers advantage for FURIA. We're tied up evenly on a 4 versus 4. Asuna already pivoting forward, gets the headshot into NW0 as he activates null command. Shanji, denied, stops, bang, cutting to rotate, wall bang onto Havoc 2. And all these duels coming back in favor of the Thieves.
That's what we're used to seeing. The Asuna swings, just the confidence there. Heading into garage, right towards B, or right towards C as well. And yeah, 100 Thieves just taking out anybody that stands in their way on those rounds. There's a good push down mid, and that caused the adaptation here from 100 Thieves to change up the way they were receiving the round. Bladestorm not even used. Bang still has all 2 if they need to switch up the map. We're going to go even harder for FURIA down towards sewers and towards A with 4 this time.
Especially we got a judge here for NW0. You're trying to dance across, but you're denied right away. But there's the push up from sewers, and the kills are coming out from Khalil somehow from sewers as well. Players are dropping. Spike is down. Bang could flip the map if he wants to, but they need to get kills first. Wingman to push out within the smoke. He does get contact, and they both fall. Wow.
And that shows you just how much power Furia can have. They chose the right spot, and the Killjoy, the Gecko util, MW0's Neon, and the Breach, it's almost unstoppable, as we see. And that Furia timeout is going to ring true as they come into this round. And this was a fight 100 Thieves wanted to take, right? They saw the smokes come out. They teleported through the smoke to give assistance to Cryo to not be the only one peeking. So 100 Thieves had a protocol for that. And Furia just coming in a little stronger. Towards A again. And yeah, this fault line just continues to disrupt the fast hit and allows a little bit of reset for Furia.
Shadows traveling. 100 Thieves giving a little bit of that respect, working a little bit more slowly here instead of trying to fight back with those early TPs and the pushes here from the A choke. Gonna try to move the Owl drone, and it spots Nosworth, forcing him to fall back and giving a chance here for 100 Thieves to maybe work inside A. But instead, the call is to hold back and see if Boostio can hear any rotates or punish anybody that's moving forward here on the defensive side.
Never seeing Nosworth and MW0 apart here. Going towards A.
Nicely done. Gun sticking out though. There's an attempt of a wall bang, and MW0 rotates back towards Sewers. And that piece of util that was thrown by Boostio, that was the move that forced Furia to push forward for information, and they are now getting denied. Punished here on the over-aggression. The flash is nice. Out from Asuna for the assist. Boostio here's to rotate up to 2 players. And he's going to go.
That was spicy. Playing the shots through the wall to protect, and then played again off of the shots that Shan had on just a little sliver there. Nicely done. And one round there, it seems like Furia already had a pretty good economy, so it's not going to break too much. But I thought a lot more was going to happen in that long area. 100 Thieves are doing a really good job of adapting, absorbing that Breach and Neon utility when it comes time. And being able to still make a play. Yeah, that Furia feeling that was a bit of an error. Locked in. And no push on that. 100 Thieves thinking they're still going to get a lot of aggression from short and from long in these early part of the rounds as they make their way towards C with just the lurk rather on Boostio.
A decent buy for Furia. They do have 2 Vandals, but lots of ults to work with. Ooh. This might allow for them to play a pretty clean retake with the Thrash and the Rolling Thunder. And on top of that, if NW0, from the way that he's playing, can get any type of first blood once again, he might pivot back here in favor of Furia in these post-plant scenarios. But early in this round, 100 Thieves are just staying back towards that spawn, playing more patiently this time around, and at the minute mark, using the initiator utility to try to find any type of aggression. They see nobody out towards A. The knife sees nobody towards Sewers and also the A link.
I like the double cell there. Droning and then knifing towards Sewers, especially since you're figuring that Furia heard that drone. And they're gonna go for a re-hit. Boostio special. Just keep touch and go on the map. They're finally gonna choose the one they started at.
It's the fake TP to allow now 100 Thieves to move back towards the A site. But the Rolling Thunder still available with 20 seconds left. There's the initiation, the util, but unfortunately there for Nosworth. Riley gets the opener. Another nice flash from Asuna. They get the pick up to Khalil. Boostio with the lurk, and 100 Thieves tie up the game.
You can see a little lost on that one for Furia as they were run ragged across the map on that one. Great util use on A. Like I said, you're expecting people to hear that. Then they patiently play off it for the re-hit again. We saw it a bunch on Icebox. Boostio loves to make those late re-hit calls with a little bit of protection already towards that site. And it works for them again.
I couldn't even plan. I know. If they let you...
They are hyped, ready, and looking to close this one out and bring it to a third map. We're now 10-10 after that 9-3 first half. As 100 Thieves bring it all the way back with really just one round for Furia in there that stalled them out for a second.
Yeah. And you just mentioned the word stall. I felt that was something that Noswork could have done with that Rolling Thunder on that previous round. If that was engaged and initiated with 20 seconds left on that clock, it would have created chaos, havoc towards the A site, where FURIA has been pretty good in this situation so far in this series. But they'll just have to regroup. The timeout for them to calm down and to figure out here how they could leverage these ults that they currently have for the last few rounds of the half. On the side of 100 Thieves, they still have some pretty good ults for their aggression as well.
Yeah, and the true, I'd say the true counter, if you will, to the lockdown in the Hunter's Fury is on the side of the Thieves. You still have the Aftershock if you can get in a position, or util if you find the right spot. But if 100 Thieves can put that lockdown in a good spot, it is much more of an advantage here for them to be using. They're only going to get denied with another lockdown, so they can easily get that out if they want, just by the pressure. A big push and pressure here from FURIA is the name of the game, as they insert MW0 immediately along. First B here from 100 Thieves.
To tap here to waste out the util, and they were hoping to waste out an ultimate at the same time, but FURIA decides to hold on to them for now. So a stalemate, but less util towards the B side, at least with the Nanostorm. The alarm bot's still there for info, though.
Still giving them something to think about here lower as he peeks for another ping. And we did see 100 Thieves throwing a bit of util to front of B quite a few rounds ago just to make sure they could kill that. So the way that they're trying to play with B and make FURIA think that the strat's different has been interesting here. And do they go back, you think? Maybe again? Just one more alarm bot's going to let FURIA know.
At least for FURIA, you'll start rotating out here, especially with the Dizzy being thrown to try to find information towards the A side that sees nothing. So they're going to get ready for this. The commitment now towards this B side. Rolling Thunder hits a lot of them. Fault line, those does hit NW0. Cell still wins that fight. But the rotate comes across here from the ceiling. A ping out from the Hunter's Fury. Atop is Khalil with the kill, and a second one onto Busio. 3 in the round. With the lockdown going out, it does attain 1, giving a chance for EU. A window of an opportunity to try to fight a 3 versus 1. Does spot the first one, trying to clear out towards the site. 12 seconds left. Spike is out of reach. Khalil is there.
Oh my gosh.
Swinging out for the 4K.
Khalil's movement. A B playground for him that round. Really well played and just catching the back of so many people to cause distractions and chaos. And that, Vance, I'm eating crow. I said that was the 100 Thieves with the Hunter's Fury, with the lockdown themselves. Able to counter, but they choose the smallest site, one that the other lockdown will have a lot of effect on, and these guys flying into the site with all that Gecko, Breach, and Neon utility. That's kind of tough to guard.
And you mentioned that, and it's not even used.
Didn't even get used, yeah.
Exactly for FURIA, so they have a lot now, and they want to run with that high, that momentum here for FURIA to aggress once again. Shanji walking up towards the sewers for the first big.
What?
Swing across a dash and a slide from NW0, and the sprays across, and still EU was alive for a bit, but couldn't punish any of the players. So he falls, the advantage stays back for FURIA.
They want to fight so bad on the side of FURIA, and it's actually throwing 100 Thieves for a loop here on each time. They'll hit A sometimes, then they leave it open. We've seen a full round where FURIA doesn't even touch it, and then these rounds where they attack seem to be the ones that 100 Thieves also call to go A. It's absolutely such a read here from FURIA. And now we're back to them in the lead. Numbers up on this round, and that means FURIA most likely doesn't peak until they hear the plant here.
And even the turret's going to delay even more.
Yeah, easy detection. Or they could skirt this. They're not gonna though. A little too much to worry about.
Just trying to make sure that he can't get pushed towards the spawn and he can watch the angles. The spikes will still get planted. 400 Thieves, and they're forced to play the long range. Smoke still available for Khalil, which could be good here for the defuse. And it's being used all the way towards the choke of C. Busio on the most important lurk. 1v1 against Havoc. Loses it.
Now they're shooting through the smoke. We've been here before.
There's that tap first. There's the sprays. That smoke's about to dissipate. But there's so many players for FURIA on the post plan. It's now at halfway.
They got their own
with the first kill.
They smoked it.
And there's Khalil with the second. On fire so far in the last few rounds, and FURIA also on fire to potentially close the series.
And MW0 has ult coming into this round as well. We'll see the replay back on that. No one for 100 Thieves is near an ult. 3 orbs away for each. We're going to get the timeout coming in, I believe, here. And the pressure that FURIA has been putting on, the way they're playing around each other, and the teamwork that they're bringing to the table. I mean, you saw one go down there, and there was still help from Nasr. Shanji was still ready to fight. He also had more. If Nasr says, yeah, work to do, calm down, but let's keep it going.
That's the thing in the shoes. If you put yourself in the shoes of 100 Thieves in those hectic moments, you're able to dodge all that utility. You're like, when are these guys going to pop through for me to try to get one? And then you see them isolated. And then there's more players for FURIA there on the defensive side for these trains. And it's just one of those days here for 100 Thieves where it doesn't really work in their favor when they're trying to find these timings against the aggression of FURIA this time around.
Khalil and Nasr are topping the charts again for the side of FURIA. Khalil this time 24 and 12 right now. 7 assists on that. That's the Omen. Literally just playing around the map right now, finding a lot of those mid-round kills, not the opening ones. That's during the chaos, during the util usage. And at the end of the round when LMS, that Khalil is stepping up. Nasr right behind those two on Icebox. We're also melting all of 100 Thieves. Let's see if they can keep it going. 2 rounds in the favor of FURIA here after, what, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So many rounds for 100 Thieves this time, but it seems like they've been stalled out as we got buys on both sides for round 23.
A timeout here for 100 Thieves. FURIA takes advantage of that to try to figure out if 100 Thieves will try to aggress once again towards A. They have the stuns and the concuss and the slows on that side. But as they meet no opposition, you see the instant rotate, an early rotate from NW0 out towards the C site. Another hit coming out from 100 Thieves. Well, you'll see the paranoia come out from Khalil. So they still have great utility to stall.
Waiting. Haven't even left the attacker side yet. I think this is where Musio loves to do the re-hits. Again, drone clears out towards A. It's where they've been fighting so much.
You see those re-clears here. EU just went for the drone back towards the A side. Remember, there's an eligible nerf. You don't get too much distance on what you could clear. And they're going to have to go into the site blind it once again. Because EU so far to try to get a recon into the site. There's finally the recon coming through. There's a flash also. And there's the overdrive from NW0 on the top of logs. Oh, counter util coming back from the defensive side. But 100 Thieves are fighting forward. Shanji alive still towards the logs. Cannot get that second kill. As Havoc is now alone. An opportunity now for 100 Thieves to once again
spike planted.
Stay alive in the game.
Wow.
And to potentially see some more extra innings as Havoc is falling back to save his weapon.
And looking at that too, 100 Thieves smashing through. We've seen a lot of this back and forth on what they want to do on the rounds as they take site. With MW0 using the overdrive and going up on the box, actually kind of a mistake there, as you're going to only have a sliver of someone to shoot. I think overdrive, you need to be flying in the open trying to hit things, not a sliver of somebody. Yeah, that was punished by the side 100 Thieves. And they're going to try to punish for more of these rounds. Seems like they take it a little bit more serious each time that game point's on the line. And they have these 4 alive rounds where it's just cryo going down because of the aggression. And we see that 100 Thieves that we're used to as they keep it here and now bring us to round 24. What can they do on this one, though, is the question, right? The ultimates are still pretty far away from coming up. Asuna could have the null command, but a clean site take as they all were ready to fight on the front side. FURIA feeling the pressure. They do not want to go to a map 3.
And that was a very important weapon to save here for Havoc, because this allows a buy out for FURIA and also for an op to come out that's purchased from Shanji onto NW0. It all ends down in this round here. FURIA could actually surprise the players out towards the A site. The op is currently holding towards C, as it's cryo on the opposite end of the scope of NW0.
The big aggression, that 0 point's going to let them know that FURIA was going for the A aggression again.
They're
so they have a chance.
Misses the shot though, dashes away. Null command now coming out, and he's just going to try to play the one and done, but there's a lot of util coming out for 100 Thieves to force him to fall back. FURIA now has no choice but to play the retake.
It's all up to the shots now. A lot of util for FURIA to come back in with, and everybody is in the forward position, at least 3, I should say, for 100 Thieves.
And they have Flash Dizzy for both of the initiators, switching out weapons as well to give a chance for MW0 to fight back with the Vandal. Sprays are coming back on the attack side though on the post plant as Asuna and EU are holding their grounds. Nice trades coming through, but Nazar is fighting back. A 2 versus 2. Spike still planted and ticking down. Nazar trying to get some util out to allow the players to flood back out towards the site. And now the off angle from Bang. A 2 versus 1. No time moving in for FURIA. Bang gets the last kill. And once again, we are seeing extra innings.
Switching sides.
Let's do it.
Damn. Second fucking overtime.
It has been attack that's taking the rounds. So how much are we going to go back and forth now, Van Silly? The first suppression. So the fact that 100 Thieves can do that every round is just such smart util usage. You get that 0 point to hit on those initiators, and you are going C. You're going to a different site. It's just that bit of info they need to react, and that's how fast things are happening right now. We're going to get OT. We're going to get those extra innings, like you said, and we are going to get the cryo operator again. Of course it's true. Right here from the top of B site, on top of the box, as we start off round 25 now.
That's
different
a great
positioning.
Way. Exactly. The different positioning here from the op. Just trying to fight towards the front, and it will land.
Down mid.
Why try to fight against the util towards the A site when they've been walking out towards the front B? A nice little call and read here from Boostio and 100 Thieves to start off and kick off a good defense.
You gotta expect, how nasty is that of cryo to draw the dizzy shot, but it hits the wall? Of course you're gonna peek that. He takes out Shanji right away.
And you know the hit's coming towards the C site now, especially with the position, but that paranoia is too much. Bang falls on the top of logs, and FURIA has a chance to fight back towards the C site and get the plant. Even with the nanostorm pushing him back, and Boostio's trying to find a timing here. Behind the boxes, lurks around, does get the first, but cannot swing on that second one. A flash coming out from Asuna, but 100 Thieves are pushing back towards the back of C. But Nosworth lands 2 lineups, and the all rolling thunder onto Asuna. Somehow turns it around. What a play by Nosworth!
Nosworth is incredible this series. Starting off stage 2 in another form. That dodge was absurd. Shanji had all the right in the world to peek, thinking Dizzy had hit one. So what a start. And then the 4v5 conversion because of the Rolling Thunder OT usage. And the 4K collector here from Nosworth. He's the one that was calming everybody down, but he's also the one that's pumping everybody up.
The IGL. Recent addition.
Gonna go again.
IGL here too, yeah, indeed. We're gonna go back into the action. Lots of util again, traded towards the A side. But this time a stalemate. No battle happening towards the choke point, and 100 Thieves are falling back to play towards the spawn again.
Yeah. It seems just like the fact-finding mission again we saw them doing on Icebox once they couldn't get the rounds in their favor. They want to know how FURIA is going to react. So it's almost been different every time, even if they see the same agents at that site. So 100 Thieves, work cut out for them here. 4 towards A, with just EU looking for a lurk here. They're going pretty fast, Van Silly, setting up the heaven smoke already.
The knife is going to do a lot, though, so that will nullify 2. They can't get the util to answer back, but this corner is not being checked. The flash, he still stays alive, and somehow it's a 2 for 2. Right inside that smoke, Boostio's trying to keep the dream alive for 100 Thieves. MW0 with the op now, looking back towards the spawn. Spike is about to get planted for 100 Thieves. The smoke dissipates, and you see now EU backing off.
There.
Oh, they're trying to guess where it could be. What a shot. The step up by MW0 hits a quick one.
And now the turret gets broken. A 2 versus 2, clearing out towards the graffiti with the nanoswarm. Boostio does not want to overpeak, but stays around the angle and does get the headshot to Havoc. And as they're trying to pick up weapon, EU swings out to take down MW0, and we are going into another overtime.
Switching sides. Overtime.
100 Thieves just creeping in there with 4. And what an indecisive start to that round, seeing one but not wanting to pull the trigger, giving 100 Thieves a bit of the sight. And then EU with the final shot, as it did come down to the last drop there. We're back in it.
Right there.
They're gonna fault line back and try to stop any of this aggression from 100 Thieves right off the bat themselves.
And no op this time around, and avoiding the knife too. They're trying to surprise the players out from 100 Thieves. Owl drone from inside that smoke. Paranoia to answer back in a flash too. Cryo now does get a blinded kill onto Khalil. Aftershock to try to push them away as well from the sewer so they can focus towards Elong as FURIA. And now 100 Thieves realizing that they had the player advantage, they fall back and play to that numbers advantage.
These are some awesome battles at the beginning of the round that these teams are trying to adjust to each time here at A main. Love that we're getting to see Haven again. It is such a battle between these teams right now, and cannot wait for the rest of the season. Still 4 towards A here for 100 Thieves. They are relying on Boostio to make any of the calls with his utility strewn from CB right now.
And remember here on the 4 versus 5, it was converted back for FURIA last time around, and this jump spot from Bang was punished a long time ago on this map. Shanchi could find a good timing here, but the rest of his teammates, the rest of his team rather, are trying to work towards this A site with the fault line. There's a wingman to push first.
2 tag.
To bait out some shots. Asuna with the first. And Asuna and Bang are trying to hold their ground. Shanchi is now alone as he does spot one on top of Heaven. And that's EU left with 14 HP. Tap on the spike to maybe try to bait out Boostio, but Boostio's still far behind. A ballsy plant towards the spawn. Now has a Thrash to work with.
Ooh.
A shot from the spawn. He's not ready to use it yet.
Thinks about it, but he might get dropped down from Heaven is his thought. Also looking behind, they're both going to go towards the top side here. Wouldn't expect that.
This whole time he thinks that there's somebody inside the site. He thought that there was somebody inside the site the whole time, and it gives a perfect chance here for 100 Thieves to take map point.
With the length of the round and not hearing maybe the utility or second vandal of a person, yeah, kept him guessing so much, so many angles to look at there. And it does go in the favor of 100 Thieves. This hit towards A, I wonder, was that a quick sidestep by Cryo, or was the breach fall line, that gap in the front, actually what he was sitting in just in the corner there? Because I thought that hit Cryo too, but he was free to fire and had big kills in the entrance to that site. Wow. Going to another timeout here as FURIA calls the OT with 100 Thieves 1 round away from next map.
That's what they need 100 Thieves to win that 1 round so we could see map number 3 if non-FURIA defeats
Come on, 100 Thieves.
in this series.
Stop playing around.
A miraculous play for this Brazilian roster.
Yeah, look at that. EU faces, Cryo faces, the Bang fam in the house. Here to support as always, as 100 Thieves looks to capitalize on 1 more round. See, definitely a lot of words going from everybody on the team here, from FURIA as the coach. Now as we're everybody getting that info in Havoc as well.
It's definitely very vocal at this point now, and
yeah,
it's not to calm down the nerves on maybe lack of synergy, because it's looking still pretty good for FURIA. It's probably now to see how they could fight against 100 Thieves in these stop and goes that 100 Thieves have been doing here.
They have
overtime rounds.
I mean, they live basically here in the beginning, right? Just on the backside, hanging out. So we'll see if anything gets them moving a little faster. It seems like pace has been the name of the game and the way to pierce the site. FURIA go for the same defense. They want this brawl every time at A. And 100 Thieves is gonna go ahead and take C for themselves, it seems. The util still spread between C and B here, so you have the Killjoy doing a little extra work, trying to keep tabs on everything.
An open site for a hit. Alarm bot watching towards A-Long, so Boostio knows that there's a push coming through. Bang has slipped through towards the garage.
It's 1
big advantage for 100 Thieves on a pulse plan, and you see them inserting. Oh my gosh! But Boostio gets caught by NW0 dropping down the steps. Back to a 4v4. Nabskir still has 2 flashes, which will make it difficult for 100 Thieves currently playing inside that site. No long-range sprays being played. Flash inside that smoke. Baits out the shot as we go 1 for 1. Nice crossfire set up here as 100 Thieves
Khalil
are trying to keep things alive here. A double push towards the back, but Khalil wraps around. A 1v1 now. Asuna, the tap on the spike from Khalil. The swing out. Wait, what? The flank to come across and the fuse to keep FURIA in the game.
Damn.
He was looking the other way. Khalil is a different beast today. Incredible play coming out of FURIA to make that one count. The stuns started to approach from spawn there in both Neon and Breach, and you wondered how big it would be.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh my gosh, Khalil again. Oh. Wow. This pressure is intense right now, Van Silly. We go again. We go to round 29. No operators are going to be coming out here as the play as we get too fast, and the retakes they're happening 100%. You really don't want to be retaking with an op. So we see the Vandals out. Teamwork towards A for 100 Thieves as Furia look to open up Garage immediately.
Piggies came first for the fault line just to get rid of the alarm bot. Now it's time for FURIA to potentially do a stop and go. It looks like 100 Thieves wants to fight back, so an early paranoia being thrown by Bang, and cannot surprise any of the opposition, but Bang also gets damage down to 38. Not a good start here to try to surprise FURIA on the Garage take.
Havoc calls turret on top of that bookcase, left side B, so they know at least where they can kind of get a free entry and only have to look for an alarm bot here. Patience. Remember, Furia was inside C site 10 seconds into the round before on a previous round. This is a patient one. Wingman, oh, he almost made it.
The ball comes up here to just trying to clear out the site, but not on the top of the platform. So 2 players up there for 100 Thieves. Bang was in a great spot on the top of that platform. EU just catching one on the rotate, back again to a 1v1, this time with the Thrash. And he's going to use it this time around. Trying to find the info, and EU is forced to fall back. Cool, it hits him.
Is it time?
There is definitely time. He's trying to hide around the corner, and there's that kill. Yes. Furia back at series point.
No way, and Shanji the one to do it. To be so sure in the clutch. You can see inside this player's mind, even in a latch clutch, a little tense in that, not knowing what was happening in A. The moment the ideas are there, he acts on them, instantly takes the 1v1 with the ultimate as you should. And no loss of confidence there. And Furia, again, like you said, on match point to shut down 100 Thieves here for their first game of stage 2. A little bit of the body shot. That's got to feel good. And this, again, you heard it in the video. This is the match that Shanji wanted to, that he would have loved to have for the first one back. And they're getting it. Towards C. Here we go.
It's a full hit. The knife also to clear the site. The up drop dash in. Nano swarms to not allow players to swarm outside of the Garage. So it'll be once again a post-plant scenario. This time for Furia to try to retake the site. And it's quick. Aftershock, wall up, Cryo trying to look for a pick, but it's NWZ that scores first. And now the wingman saves Shanji. There's only 2 left alive against 3. 100 Thieves are trying to hold it down. That's silly! Furia comes out with magic.
Holy fuck.
And get the upset against 100 Thieves.
Oh my word. Furia with an incredible showing today. Honestly, there might have been a stall in the momentum that they had, but it wasn't these 3 or 4K rounds only being the reason they won. It was teamwork, it was cooperation, it was clutches. LMSs were no problem in a lot of the situations. You got the whole package today from Furia. It took a bit to get there, but stage 2 is looking a little brighter here as they are able to start off taking down 100 Thieves who put up just as good of a game, but come up slightly short.
You mentioned that it took a bit of time here for Furia, but that should have happened on the side of the 100 Thieves. On paper, and you're seeing how Furia has performed since the beginning of 2024 until now, not winning a single series, and also not putting the best fights against their opponents throughout the stage of VCTs in 2024. This should have been a victory for 100 Thieves all along. But Furia comes out with that firepower. They come out with the fundamentals. They come out with a great macro. They come out with a good game plan that is well executed. And now in those moments, let's talk about Shanji here. No, maybe not the top fragger in the server, but his util is great. What he needed to do now for the team too, when he had to clutch, he will also deliver.
Exactly. Actually, towards the bottom of the scoreboard here, but the pivotal rounds is what matters. That's why you don't look at the scoreboard. You look at the impact, and it was huge from Shanji all around. We actually had the Sage play as well on Icebox. That was for him that brought it in, as well here on Haven. And we get to see Haven again, and man, it was a pleasure to see. And we're gonna get more of these different compositions too from teams. Got a little bit of that breach play again, which I think you love to see from teams coming out here. It's always been a staple, and such an early retirement for Boostio. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
And I love here with Furia standing up here with the upset victory. I saw that Boostio did like, you're still 1-5.
Yeah.
There's still some nice smack talk between these two teams. But overall, though, I have to give an honorable mention to Havoc. Somebody here that we also critiqued when he came onto the stage. Wasn't doing so well. Remember his debut on Breeze?
Got a lot of
not doing
crap
well
from the
at all.
community.
Exactly, and on top of that, he's been a duelist player, had to go into initiator role. This time switches over to a Sentinel and makes that work. So overall, once again, this team is looking very good, and yeah, magic just like on your shirt. But now let's toss it down to the floor where Spix is ready for the Verizon post-match interview with NW0.
Thank you very much, Vansili, and congratulations, MW0, as FURIA take down 100 Thieves 2-0. An amazing accomplishment. So much must be going through your minds. Not only was this your first match with Shanji, but also this is your first win of the whole year after fighting so hard. How much more does that mean to you, taking down the Stage 1 champions in 100 Thieves?
Parabéns pela vitória. Primeira vitória de vocês no ano, né? Depois de um ano difícil, no começo difícil. Primeira vitória com o Xande no time. E vocês ganharam dos campeões do primeiro estágio. O que tá passando na cabeça agora?
Pô, a gente tá muito feliz. O primeiro stage a gente não conseguiu mostrar nada do nosso jogo. A gente entrava muito nervoso. Eu acho que o Xande ajudou muito nisso, né? De deixar a gente mais calmo também, por ele ser experiente, igual eu tinha falado na primeira entrevista. A gente entrou tranquilo, a gente entrou pra mostrar nosso jogo. E, cara, a gente tá muito feliz de ter ganhado a 100 Thieves. É um time excelente. Apesar do trash talk aí, a gente sabe que os moleques são muito bons também. Não é à toa que eles ganharam o último VCT. Então é isso, a gente tá muito feliz e a gente quer mostrar mais ainda o que a gente é capaz de fazer aqui no VCT Américas.
Yeah, we're very happy we finally show our game today. We had a very difficult first stage 1, and against these guys, besides the whole trash talk, we know how they are, we know how good they play. And having Shanji now in the team, it's like he brings a lot to the team, so we're all very happy.
That's amazing to hear, and we absolutely saw it. The vibe with FURIA just looks so strong right now. You talked about it earlier that Shanji is a veteran. He has so much experience playing. When we talked to Coach Koi, he said he does a lot for the morale of the team. Now that you've actually played your match with Shanji on stage, tell us, as a player playing alongside him, what has he brought to the energy of the team?
O Koi comentou sobre como ele levanta a moral, o Xande levanta a moral do time. Você no começo do dia falou de como ele é legal ter ele no time, a comunicação melhorou. Cara, o que isso representa para vocês?
Cara, a gente fica muito feliz. Com certeza a gente precisava um pouco mais disso. Um cara também mais experiente, assim, para ajudar, principalmente os moleques mais novos. Havok e Kalil são muito novos. A gente tá feliz, mano. A gente, com certeza, deu esse step up dentro do palco, assim. E, com certeza, ele tem muito crédito nisso.
No, he's a very experienced player, so it's always good to have someone with that experience. We have two young players like Khalil and Havok, so it's really a step up, and we give a lot of credit for him for the moment we're living now, and we're all very happy with it.
Okay, one last very quick question. We saw you on Neon for the first time. I know that you're also a very good initiator, and we saw Shanji play Neon last year. What was the reason that you're on the Neon and we saw Shanji on the initiator?
A gente viu você de Neon hoje. Qual foi a razão que você jogou de Neon e o Shanji escolheu outro agente?
Eu acho que a Neon tá muito forte. A gente entrou muito pra surpreender, pra jogar rápido mesmo, tipo, principalmente no ataque. A gente só tava apertando o W, jogando rápido pra surpreender. A comp deles ajudou bastante. A comp deles não travava quase nada da gente. E é isso, era muito pra surpreender, jogar rápido, botar nosso estilo de jogo, botar ritmo no jogo, né? Eu acho que isso conta bastante no palco e era mais isso.
Yeah, Neo is a very strong agent. We wanted that. We wanted to play fast, so we were always pressing W to go forward, and their comp helped us with our plan.
Well, it was amazing to witness it live. Congratulations again, taking down 100 Thieves. We are going to be right back, and when we do so, it'll be Loud taking on Evil Geniuses. See you then.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know, we're still in playoff contention, but need to win at the start.
Trying to get cheeky with it. Nature swings. Over the strike, but Demon 1 sticking. It's cleared out of position, 7 bullets. 3 left. Nature! No way!
Eu acredito que o nosso primeiro jogo contra a EG vai ser bem difícil, principalmente porque vai ser estreia, eles não jogam faz muito tempo, a gente não joga faz muito tempo. Vai vir esse novo meta, a gente não tem ideia do que eles vão jogar, porque eles também não sabem o que a gente vai jogar.
Trying to prep for Loud right now, it's a bit of a head scratcher.
You know, some people have said like, oh, is Tui's duelist, is this person duelist? We don't really know.
And with all these new duelist changes, so I don't know what to think at this point.
Sadek has got like 120 games on Neon this act.
He better play Neon. I'm convinced that he's gonna play Neon. A part of me thinks that he's been watching this duelist all split one, and he's just like, you know what, let me do it myself.
The rest of his team, but they've lost it. Track of their round somehow. I mean, Sadaki's just slipped his way into the back line today. It's working so damn well.
Todo mundo quer saber quem é o duelista da Loud, dia 23 contra a Virginians.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match on this very hot Sunday, by the way. It's like 90-something degrees outside.
That's our second block party.
It's the second block party there. Of course, you're joined here once again with the Golden Boy alongside with Myrna. You also have Wyatt. And, of course, we have SIVA Open champion of 2009, Bala, here today.
God. I didn't know he was like that. I didn't know he was nice like that.
Expert analysis.
You want any signatures? What's up? Like,
yeah, he won a 4-team tournament. It was incredible.
Whoa! Come on, man.
Stepped all over.
All right, guys. Well, let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we're going to see. We saw a little bit in that interview there with Potter a bit. There's some question marks here. We don't know what's going on with Loud. But what we do know is that Pancada's back, baby. He's back in the lineup, and I'm excited to see this guy rejoin the Loud organization. He won a world championship with them back in, 2022? Feels like 18 years ago. But, yeah, it's great to see Pancada back on this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this is where he made his name, right? This is the first real organized team that he played on, and they went crazy. They lifted that Champions Trophy, and then the dark time. I mean, it was dark for Pancada last year. Obviously, there were some bright moments, but yeah, I mean, it was
It just didn't work out, you know?
Most of the bright moments came from those cool clips when it was him and Saucy alone in a 2v4. And then they would start calling in Portuguese and kill everyone. So, yeah, it's time for him to just get back to a Brazilian team. And I'm happy to see him back with Loud, 3 of the 5 original players from one of the best teams that we've ever had in this game.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting, and there's a lot of other exciting things as well with this Loud team because Athena, who's the duelist? Is it Sadak? Sadak is out here claiming that he's going to be playing duelist for this lineup. We know him traditionally as the IGL, but he says that he is Loud's new duelist, and I'm laughing because it's like, what the hell?
I mean, literally at this point, no one can tell if he's trolling or telling the truth. And I feel like that's kind of like the secret weapon that they have in their back pocket. Where Sadak, he can just go crazy. He has the fragging potential. He can just IGL and be like, yo, guys, I'm running it down this round. Let's go. Everyone follow me. We got this. I have no clue what to expect. But if he actually is on the duelist, kind of like what Potter said in the interview, too, with that neon, I am so excited.
Listen. I have a theory. They would not be as openly advertising him playing duelist and talking about it this much if there wasn't some kind of bait and switch. There was an article, I can't remember who was interviewed, but they were saying that it was EG and Loud that were doing they were running the craziest comps in the scrims.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't think he's going to be the only duelist. I think that this is all a bait for something. Like, yes, he will play ISO or Neon, but there's going to be another duelist.
I mean,
there's going to be something else going on.
Last year,
I think it's a bait. That's my theory.
Last year, the split comp was Jet Rays. He was playing the Rays when they were messing around with some of the duelist stuff. He was playing the duelist sometimes. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay, he's just saying.
Might be onto something.
That's my theory.
He's just saying. Well, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself. We got Sadak standing by with Smix.
Sadak, it's great to see you as always. You made a big announcement with a role change. You are now going to be the duelist for Loud. What was the biggest reason for this change, and what have you been doing to prepare for this role change?
Biggest reason I think is Pancada coming into our team. We had to move some pieces around. And I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling super confident. I think we can make it to champs. Yeah, I've been preparing as usual, playing a lot of games and studying the game, so yeah.
That's great to hear. We're looking forward to it.
Oh, we know he's been preparing. We know he's been preparing. He's been he's been ready for this moment here. This is insane. I'm so in. But you know what? If he came out to the stage with the wig and all that, I'd be totally down. I'm just saying.
I think the worst part is, like, in the whole interview, I still can't tell if he's, like,
he's got that smirk, man.
Yeah, he's just so... No, I can't tell.
I was fully convinced up until that point. Up until that interview. I just don't believe it anymore.
Wait, which thing?
I thought he's going to be doing this.
He put on the outfit.
I know, man, but this is some Kendrick, like, 200 IQ type stuff, man. I don't know. He's thinking way ahead.
It's going to drop, like, right away. And then drop again. I don't know. This is wild stuff here. All right, well, look, it's no surprise that Loud has had a bumpy 2024. And the thing is, though, you know, to get a little serious for a moment here, right? Sadak has talked about those struggles, right? He has mentioned how they haven't really found the solutions to win. And that is a glaring thing to hear from White, a guy who won a world championship just a few short years ago.
I think a lot of what he was saying during this downtime after failing to qualify for Shanghai is very admirable of a leader, honestly. He was taking a ton of accountability for what went wrong with his team, and even outside of his own performance, taking accountability for where other players may have struggled. It was very humble and honest from him, and I also think that with having some downtime now, I am expecting some big things from Loud, honestly, to really have turned the corner.
I think for me, like what he just said in that interview, he's thinking about champs. This is a team that's always thought about champs. So talking about like what he did in the downtime, talking about QCK and how he thinks he failed him and all that, it kind of is weighing heavy, man. They're 2-3 right now. This is going to be real tough.
I mean, when it comes to a team like this, there are so many factors that go into winning. It's literally not just performance. It goes into the mental. It goes into how each player comes into practice every single day. And I feel like to a certain extent, I just have this pressure of if they lose, it's kind of on them. They feel like it's their fault. But then when you have issues that are beyond the calling, beyond the team, beyond the performance, like what do you do? And I totally understand that, and I feel like that's what Loud is going through right now.
Yeah, and they're going through quite a bit. I mean, we look at the standings here, 2-3 total for their run, and this is going to be difficult for them, right? Like they need to have a near immaculate run, and now with FURIA playing the way that they're playing currently, that also kind of potentially throws a spanner into the mix as well, Wyatt. Like, there are a lot of question marks for Loud of whether or not they can make it to playoffs.
They picked up a couple good wins at the end of last season. They had beat Sentinels, and then they beat G2 in the last game, which is where they actually ruined EG's chances of making it into the playoffs. So maybe a bit of revenge for EG here.
Yeah.
But they did peak a little bit. It was just in the playoffs they got destroyed by 100 Thieves, and that's where then the reset button had to be hit. But they did well enough that they definitely have a shot.
Yeah, they have a shot.
I think always the middle of the season for Loud, they start to struggle. All the way back to when Pankata was on this team in Copenhagen, they bomb out in groups. Then here last year at Tokyo, they bomb out after 2 rounds. And here again, they had this struggle in split one. But they always come back, and they always make champs, and they always go on a run there. So I never doubt Loud is all I got to say.
That's very true. I couldn't agree more with that, but let's go ahead, though, and shift focus to their opponents on the other side of the stage. You got Evil Geniuses, and Potter's returning with the same crew that she had in Stage 1. And this is a team that, they are finding themselves, an organization that is finding themselves in very similar positions of what had happened previously. I guess the question that's on my mind is, and on the mind of a lot of people, is whether or not EG can find success again. Can lightning strike twice the way that it did in 2023? That's the question.
Yeah, I feel like when I watch EG, I'm just such a big fan of rosters that stay together and try to push past these problems that they're having. Whereas for me, I don't feel like EG has big glaring issues. I feel like it's mainly these small little mistakes they're making in their fundamentals, in their
stupid fucking mistakes
that they really need to clean up, because they have the firepower, they have the ability, they have seasoned veterans that have played before in all these situations. So for me, I have faith in EG, but I just need to see them kind of push past whatever obstacle it is that's holding them back.
Man, you're seeing a very, interesting statistic here, right? EG, a slow start team is what you're talking about. Loud in the middle of the season. Well, EG struggles with that at the beginning of the season, and then they start to find that success. And I think to what your point is there, Athena, like them sticking together, them working through these things could very well be that recipe for success for this team.
And we even heard in the interview that they're cooking stuff up. Like, we've heard that they're being like one of the newest, most creative teams. So maybe they finally found the answer to whatever it is.
Yeah, no, that excites me because they were peaking at the end of the season. So it was a bit disappointing that we didn't get to see them in playoffs after beating Sen, beating NRG. But all right, they get this time off. So not only were they reaching that peak, but then they had the opportunity to practice with these new buff duelists, play maybe more of the Deadlock, which is coming more in the meta, play Haven, whereas these other teams that went to Shanghai didn't have the chance. They have a real opportunity to like hit the ground running and have a really strong stage.
Yeah, couldn't agree more there. But let's go ahead and hear from Coach Potter. We got Smick standing by.
Morning, Potter. Great to speak with you. Obviously, there was a patch recently. A lot of big changes with duelists. A lot of people are thinking EG is cooking. What can you share about that?
Well, I mean, I think Valorant is in the most exciting state that it's been in the last at least 2 years or so. I think a lot of personality is going to be coming out with these new duelist changes. So with that being said, it's time. Derek's been asking for it with Reyna. We've been cooking in the lab. So you guys stay tuned. We'll see.
All right, well, we're about to find out. Thank you so much, Potter.
And the mystery continues. We'll find out what happens in just a few short moments there. But if EG, of course, missing out on Stage 1 playoffs. And, you know, you got to kind of look back on it. We were talking real high about what EG was accomplishing toward the end of that stage. One has to wonder, if EG had that opportunity for playoffs, I mean, could they have been the team that was going on the run? Maybe not G2, maybe not 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, comparatively to those two teams, I think those two teams peaked very, very well. I do think EG could have done the same sort of thing, though. I'm not sure if I would say at the same level, maybe at the same highest potential, but I think they had an opportunity to make a run for Shanghai if Loud didn't put them down at that point. Because at the end of the season, those wins that you're talking about, Sentinels, NRG, they looked phenomenal. I mean, you saw some of those rounds a couple moments ago with Giacomo. Guy was playing out of his mind. And now I think they have the opportunity with the meta change and all that to ride that momentum and ride it even further to much more improvement with this roster.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there is certainly going to be a lot of questions that will be answered in just a few short minutes here. But here are the predictions and how things went down. We got a split field here. Looking at it, we got Wyatt and Athena for Loud and Bala and I for EG. A little split desk here. Okay.
Yeah. Listen, I don't doubt Loud.
Yeah, me
personally. me personally would not doubt.
You know what's funny? I had Loud as my dark horse team, yet I predicted against them. I have no consistency whatsoever, man. Absolute
joke. I would say EG's a dark horse team, though, too.
It was either or for me.
Split one, yeah. For Loud in the position that they are, yeah, okay, fine, you could say that. But EG, they could go on a hot streak. That's what I'm saying.
What makes this match really exciting is that you have two teams that really need these wins. They're desperate for these dubs. So this matchup is going to be absolutely pivotal. But
big
the good
opportunity
news
with
is
100 Thieves losing today, too.
That's right. That is right. So let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and see our two teams make their way to the stage.
Riot Games Arena. Chegou a hora do segundo jogo do dia.
Welcome to Brazil.
Estreia eletrizante. Faz barulho pra Loud.
And now, give it up for Loud's opponents. It's Evil Geniuses!
It's a matchup where both teams are in a very interesting position because neither can afford to lose and both need to get these dubs. Playoffs is just around the corner, even though this stage just started. It's only a few short weeks. So for Evil Geniuses and Loud, this matchup could mean everything.
Yeah, and I think for both teams, they feel like they have a chance right now. These teams have played each other once before at kickoff, and it was a very, very close affair. And so now as well, when you're thinking about what happened for EG at the end of last stage, where they had a chance with those 2 wins to make it in, and Loud snuffs it away from them with that G2 win, it's everything for EG to actually come out and beat these guys.
You're talking about that game back at kickoff. That's when Loud were doing all that crazy Breach Phoenix stuff
all the
on
flashes
every map for the entire first part of the year. and it just had such a short shelf life that as soon as it expired, we were already into stage 1, and they just never had time to adjust to anything else. They were so slow to get back into that upper tier of the teams until it was too late in the season, and I can't think of a team outside of maybe Sen that could have benefited as much from this downtime as Loud.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Loud is certainly going to need to put some work in here, and here's the series layout. You got Lotus, Sunset, and Icebox if necessary. Loud going with that Lotus, and then EG picking the Sunset here. What do you guys think of the series layout?
Ooh, I think someone's
I think we're
cooked on
thinking the
Lotus.
same
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Say it.
Oh, Deadlock, Sodhawk, Deadlock. Yeah, that's what I was also thinking, the exact same thing. Basically what we saw from Sen yesterday. John.
Oh, okay. So you think we're going to see some Deadlock in action here? And but wait a minute. Isn't he supposed to be the duelist? Sodhawk?
Yeah, you guys are trolling.
You guys.
All right, well, Les is going to play it. Yeah, someone's playing Deadlock.
Someone's playing Deadlock.
We better not see, like, after all of this hype, if we just see Raze, Fade, all over the 6, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm going home.
To bring it back, because I don't know what these two teams are going to play, but I do think that EG is still the underdogs in this matchup. I still think that based on the roster that they have, you guys saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go!
He's actually doing it.
He's doing it.
This is madness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. Theo Sodhawk's about to go crazy.
I mean, I'm so excited for
I
this.
actually think the Neon is going to go crazy on Sodhawk, because I feel like Sodhawk is one of those people that are super creative with his util.
You guys,
I feel like going.
There it is.
You're going to be excited for EG's comp too. I'm guaranteeing an ISO from Jogamo or something like that for sure.
I don't know.
That guy is built to play.
He really is. I mean, even though I love Jogamo is also impactful on those movement agents as well, so there could be opportunities.
He's been the guy that's been flexing to all sorts of things. He would play the Deadlock on the. Yeah! Let's go!
Oh my! That boy Jog got surprises. Same thing for Loud. Wow. This is exciting. I'm pumped for this game. You know what? Let's send it all 3. Give me OT each and every map. I don't give a crap. Let's do this, baby. Riot Games Arena, make some noise as we get ready for our next matchup. You got these 2 guys on the call. They're genetic freaks. It's Brennan's Sideshow.
Let's get to it then. Yeah, this is a match that is sure to be delivering, man, on every single capacity. You just look at these comps, you look at the agents being played on either side of the stage. You got Sodhawk on Duelist, Pancada's back on the stage, finally playing in a team again.
2E's Initiator for the first time.
Yep, 2E's Initiator. You got Jorgamo to Dorgamo himself playing ISO as well. I mean, you got a lot to look forward to.
I've had to pull up Sodhawk's tracker stats to look at what he's been doing on Neon. He's been winning 70% of the time in Radiant playing Neon.
Okay.
What is going on out there?
Casting with the least range VLR fan.
Yeah. 75% cast as well. I'm scrolling through all of these tracker stats.
You really are, man. You really are. I mean, it's sure to deliver. He's definitely been putting in work.
I'm excited for it. I mean, we've seen him play some duelists before, but it's always been the secondary. To me, it makes very little sense because 2E's used to play Neon, and he hasn't played Initiator before. And Loud are going to take A-Rebel control right off the rip. And Sodhawk, are you going to slide into this trip?
It's a brave angle by A-Boff. Right now, it's going to be swarmed, overwhelmed surely by the util, but he gets out scot-free. Pancada going for the squeeze, along with Kawazine.
It's nice. It's a pistol round that's a little bit similar to what we saw coming out yesterday when NRG were pushing out Mound and B, but this time it's A and B. So just mixing things up. EG smartly going to take some spawn control and attempt to flip the map.
There.
Jorg would love to start some kind of snowball popping with ISO, but he's not going to be given any chances of shots from his position.
Yeah, no player's going to be walking away and right into him. Instead, it's just full mount control jump spot from Derek. Seeing a few players at least knowing that one, but the shot's going through anyway. Damage being done. Major disadvantage right now. EG need a miracle and need a few kills to go their way. In which direction will the round end? Currently filling up the feed with a bit of red still. Everybody will topple in the end. So Loud up for the initial round here on the pistol.
And there's just so much to choose from that you could talk about in this map. We literally couldn't get through it all, I think, if we tried.
Really couldn't.
But if you're just looking at towards Loud, Les has been playing Viper for almost all of the year. He's barely dipped his toes into anything else. And we're seeing him back on the Cypher role, which he's played tons of in the past as well. But the fact that we're seeing 2E's then transition over to Initiator, I've got my eyes on him. He used to be a duelist. Most people were expecting him to be picking up the duelist until recently Sadak announced that he was going to be running it down on Perma Neon. And listen, if you're talking about Neon maps, Lotus and Sunset, you don't get much better than that for the first two in this series.
And they've been proven even before the buffs.
Absolutely.
Definitely play that particular agent.
Yeah, there's just so many opportunities. And I think good spots as well for Sadak to be the one that entries for the team and makes space for them in a selfless manner.
Yeah.
And then you've got
Over
such
there.
excellent people to follow up. That's where Pancada and Les thrived in the past.
Ooh, a bit of a strange fight occurring, but cleaned up by Pancada.
Yeah, and there you go. Same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Sadak doesn't need the kill necessarily. It just needs to set up these other players on the team who've got good supportive ideas.
Kalazin going to seek to push back this offense out towards the side. Shots going a little bit crazy. Buck wild here from the EG players, but landing directly the targets they wanted. Now Plant stuck by Derek, committed all the way. Getting themselves into the post, but the flash is good.
That should be
paranoia. Derek's isolated, so very little in terms of the chances available to him. They eventually do take him out. So second round there, 3 players surviving with Loud, and talking about a wider stakes as well. You can hone in on players all you want, but both of these teams are 2 and 3 so far over the course of our season.
That's
right
not
now,
great.
this year it's not great. This match right now is a real turning point for both of these teams. It's almost fitting that they're both sitting exactly in terms of the same, match differential standings overall.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the case that both of these squads want more. Both of these organizations have seen the very heights of the game. Both orgs have literally won champions, and yet they find themselves here. Different rosters had to make changes and need this to be the turning point. You're absolutely correct. It's a bonus round for Loud. Do they have something aggressive prepared? You would expect EG to be holding for it, but instead they're walking forward to take a clash at front B.
Yeah, just trying to double up and take this fight already. Shield going to be activated now. A lot of util to slow them down, but barreling forwards and through. Wait, the door's open wide. Stop them in their tracks there. Nice even exchange. So Loud bring it to that 3 versus 3.
Those are 2 incredibly important kills just to halt that momentum.
Sadak, he's going for a little bit more.
I like that though. EG cut noise and Sadak just goes for some information. He's not expecting this re-explore.
Spotting less though. Superman
Last player standing.
has to take risks in this spot. Derek, last one left. Not favored though. Facing up into the double face of Loud. 3 in a row now for them.
Bren, there's some sick part of me that really wants Sadak's stats at the end of this to be better than Aspas's, so that we can run some kind of bonkers.
Just do it a head-to-head.
We've entered a dimensional portal kind of head-to-head stat, where we compare the 2 duelists. Look how nice this one is, though. Still very good coordination between these players. It's almost reminiscent of, in some sense, like NRG adding back in Finesse and Som, players with a lot of experience with the roster, but not recently. That's somewhat similar to what Loud are up to right now.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy to see Pancada back playing once more. Shots getting fired and rattled. Across the board, only the pistols in the hand of the EG players, but almost coming out on top of that fight. Still Superman's low. Oh, what is this? Getting tricky with it, but he just can't quite land a shot. One would have done it.
Brutal.
2 years being low enough.
Apot's worked his way all the way through B. Has found a gap that maybe he can exploit on a rifle round. This kind of thing, weirdly enough, Apoth might find more value in the long term by disguising the fact that he walked through B here.
Yeah.
In order to do that, he'd have to kind of walk all the way back through one of the sides.
Yeah, just so that, Loud don't don't realize there's a gap in the defensive play, right?
Exactly. So sometimes it's better not to even try to maximize the value in a 1v3 here. But if he gets a free kill on less, magic could happen.
Slight anticipation, that he might have been re-swung onto that angle, but no, not happening. So 4 in a row now for Loud. This is a, steady lead. Obviously doing it onto the anti-eco. Now a bit of a buy round for EG.
Sadak with the Neon Operator, round 5, all right.
We're seeing it all here today.
One enemy remaining.
Now that to me doesn't make as much sense, Brent, with the way that they want to play. And it seems like he's dropping it. Not opting for that.
Yeah, just gone for the rifles.
Yeah, and setting up trips over towards A for Loud to play off, while Les himself anchors with Pancada on the C side.
EG being the team as well, that they're struggling to find a lot of value here, but Fault line, undercut. Flies forward, at least gives them access to front C. Loud ready for a refight though again. Look at the proactivity. Off the chance to get the double tap. Refresh! Jorgamo! Sky can't be removed, the raid boss, but finally broken and taken out.
Shot in the back, cowardly maneuver. 3v3 though. And they're lacking that initiation ability to get in onto sites without having the raise, without having that ability to burst through. So EG forced to play things a little more slowly unless they can get all of these big entries. Cutting noise, and last time Loud went for a re-explore. This time, same thing, and they punish.
Yeah. That's a fast thrash. It's going to be used and offloaded just to try and push them back.
Sadak's opening the door.
Aggressive. Sadak opens the door, bit of a distraction play. Okay, overdrive. Popped up, but he can't land anything. It's all gone skew whiff into this round here, but a few stray shots maybe might do it. Into the cage. Blind as a bat, really. Pure instinct is what he was operating off of. Still 2 years.
They're so
30
weak.
seconds left.
In a 1v2, definite chances for him.
There's 33 health. I mean, if they lined up, he could kill them with a single bullet. He's going to have to go through both of these trips. So it's going to give Apoth great information about exactly where Tui's is coming from and the timing involved. But a thrash available, and like I said, barely a soft breeze would knock over Nature and Apoth here.
Yeah. Nature and Apoth as well, just biding their time.
Playing as
Nice
far back as you
slow,
possibly
yeah.
can to avoid thrash.
Full avoidance. Even just holding the util. Nature. He's going for the major win cons here. Thrash. It's an instant cancel. Not sure if that's a fake out or a mistake or what, but still a tap onto the spike now. Fault line. Slight delay. Forced out. Apoth getting a bit of a run on and a move on. Of course, they know he can't quite beat on it. So 2 years. Not quite winnable for him. Time running short.
It is good damage, nevertheless, onto EG. You know, removing a lot of those players. Loud's economy is booming right now. The players are almost max money. Now, just to talk about this for a moment, if you have been playing Valorant in ranked right now, ISOs have been killing you. I'll say that as just a straight up fact. Even if you're playing ISO, you know the terror that is ISO in ranked currently. But at the pro level, there's so much spam into smokes and so much chip damage and good utility. Jorgamo is going to find it a lot more difficult to have those ridiculous snowball rounds. You see, even in that situation where he's able to pick up 2, it's tough for him to get out of that situation and stabilize with his shield.
Yeah.
This time though, ult online, who do you actually want to get for Loud? Surely you're looking for less.
Yeah, if you get less, takes down the entire Cypher kit, so...
Yeah, but he might kill you. It's less.
He might kill you, that's true, but the shield's active now. Doesn't want to opt for using it, just backing away. Jorgamo, what would you like to do with this? I'm waiting for it, man. I want to see the gulag. Pull somebody into it, the 1v1. Just prime and ready with the undercut. A bit of vulnerability now. Spice things up, and you can see with that damage. Goes up and through now.
The shield's offline at this point.
Yeah, it is. They've waited it out. Now it's still with complete control. Look at this Sadak just holding onto the position. The cage might make him think twice about it.
But the fact you don't have shield available and you have the ult, so now you've lost the advantage if you want to go for an ult. It seems very weird here, hesitant from EG. They could have forced the fight if they wanted to.
And Apoph's gone down. Gulag, here we go. Let's go straight into it. A 1v1 is occurring. McCowazin just gets taken out instantly. Almost instantaneously. Superman's already into the fight, and everyone's been ripped to shreds. 2 years. Chance to even it out, maybe. Not quite. Sadak in a 1v3. Plan from Derek.
Spike planted.
No disruption. The post plan is pretty impeccable stuff from EG. Nice little setup.
They still have 2 breach flashes.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that they got in without even having to use those, without choosing to use those.
Nature's just going to be taking contact here. It's basically unlosable. If you are the EG players, the Horn forces the issue for Sadak. He's definitely anticipating the secondary swing from Derek, but eventually landing those shots straight to the cranium. So, second round out for EG. Maybe starting to string and chain together. Semblance of some rounds. Make it nice and even.
They did have to use big ultimates there, and Jorg being able to get that entry by dragging Kawanzin into the ult. It's pretty good. But they're not going to have access to those in the future. Here it is. Instant shot. And Kawanzin perhaps looking to try to take the fight there a bit more aggro because he knew that that shield wasn't active. He got punished for it.
Getting that jump spot, seeing if there's an operator on the other side.
Pretty standard utility being used as well. Again, the full line. Vulnerable. Prowler as well. Heavy committal just to take the C mount control, but it's a pretty clear game plan being cooked up by EG.
Nature 2 away from getting his ult online, but instead the ult going towards Jorgamo. So heavily prioritizing this ISO ult to be able to crack open on the attack side. And that makes sense. You know, you don't have the showstopper to be able to use. So the ISO ult is a really useful addition. Pretty far away this time, though.
Gotta go.
Sada picked one up last time in this exact spot.
It was Apoff. They've made it feel like Apoff is the only solo lurker once more, but the jump spot will see two. Gives the game away. No reinforcements really. Gonna be fast onto the play, slowing them all down with a couple of stuns. Jorgamo looking to gain some ground, potentially for the pivot, but no, they want to end themselves over towards this A site. Sadak still anchoring out towards the back, but he doesn't win his fight out. Util flying forward, just trying to set this one up. And Loud! It's sheer dominance from them. Drawing a line in the sand, and they won't let them press any further into this A site. That is pure domination.
I love how Loud played the defense side there. You noted that there weren't instant rotates. Cowanzine used a Prowler. When they got the confirmation there were two players rubble, Cowanzine walked forwards on C, Prowlered mound to know that it was clear, and Sadak actually turns around and walls up to heaven, which allows these players from Loud to dominate the heaven angles, but then also flood into sight if they need to with that cover. That's really nicely played. Good protocols on defense from Loud, making sure that they don't get hit by a fake rubble take and it's actually going towards C, and also having very good ideas of what Sadak wants to do in order to get help on the site. Love how they played that, and EG's economy tumbling as a result. They're close to an ult. Nature would have that one available. A big breach ult could certainly open things up. But they're struggling.
Yeah, they are struggling. They're heading into an eco round as well. I mean, we can see the money situation. Might be able to get a gun or two on the EG side, but probably going to be using this round to try and build up some ults.
Yeah, and I think the next big opportunity for EG to start something happening is with that ISO and breach ult. So, you know, Loud should have a bit of a freebie here. I feel like using the word freebie when there's an ISO on the other side that could have a hero rifle, though, it's
you never know.
Difficult.
You never know with Jorgamo, especially. I mean, that guy is capable.
Yeah. But I got to say, though, I am impressed with what we're seeing from Loud right now. There was a lot of confusion in my head about why they were going in this direction rather than putting 2Es on Duelist, as he was in the past. For anyone who's unaware, I didn't get to see him while he was playing in Tier 2 before he joined Loud. He was a Duelist player. He used to play Neon, Jet, stuff like that. He wasn't dominating in Brazil, but he was like a good, solid Duelist player, and they crafted him into a more passive smokes player. High-low setup.
Whoa. That's the danger that we were talking about. It was a high-low setup, and Jorgamo almost ends up winning it.
Yeah, I mean, 2Es was doing a bit of whiffing, actually. He's at the top of the scoreboard right now, though, so we'll forgive him that one.
Sadak in a
not cleared.
Yeah, not cleared at all.
What? Hello?
Okay, just plays full patient, waits for it. Prime timing here. And yeah, takes his time with it.
No problems. But yeah, I quite like what Loud have ended up going for. 2Es, like I said, generally a bit more passive while he was playing on smokes. But we're seeing him actually find those opportunities to take fights a little more now because he's on Gecko. It's not a super passive initiator. It's more of a dump your utility and then go in and scale with the team and take fights. And I think that's useful for a guy who just wants to get a bit more aggro than he could when he was playing Harbor. 2Es on Harbor was like very towards the back of the pack, didn't have as much fragging impact, but from what we've seen so far this year, he's certainly capable of it. He was really good to start 2024.
Yeah, it's very proactive. Loud not afraid to try and fight over it. And when EG been taking that C mount control, you see the doors open wide, dump a bit of that initiator util.
But this was the round, Brand, that we were talking about, where ults get back online. Jorg's got his, Nature as well. And Les has moved his positioning. Looking to hard anchor the B side.
Yeah.
They're just hoping that they miss the ISO ult.
Essentially, yeah. Hoping that they just end up pre-firing it. So thinking ahead with the ults they've got.
I like the idea here of Cowanzine just sending a Prowler to make it feel like he's playing on site and then running away.
Backing away.
Yeah, like little shots like this, and then run away.
Backs away.
Yeah, try to bait out this ult.
Makes a lot of sense.
But you're playing on a knife's edge. Obviously, you don't want to get caught.
Might be looking to try and take the fight again. He is right in front of this one with the ult primed and ready. It's what I thought I was going to be missing. Not quite. Dragged into it once more. Another chance of redemption for Kawazin. Can't quite win it though. A shield refresh. Straight back into the fight though. Sadak, he wants to try and really trying to gain that advantage for his team. Space gain. That's an ult being used, I think, by 2 years out into the open. He's going to be falling for it. ZG set up nice and tidy. Sadak, IGL himself though. To do something, a bit of spam blindly firing straight into the smoke. The shots are connecting, but this wrap-around flank, not anticipated. APOP, insurance policy. Sadak on 7 HP, he's got a little bit too much to do. Have to be a miracle. It's not going to happen.
So big ults get big results there for evil geniuses. Able to catch Kawazin. You can see what he was doing. He's trying to get in front of those ultimates. But he just gets dragged in, and this time it's even more unfair. Previously, George just straight up won a 1v1 against him, but this time, even a shield in his face. It is a bit weird, though, that Tui's ripped that ult off in the middle of Waterfall.
Yeah, I mean,
no cover?
I was second-guessing myself. I didn't know if he was ulting or what, but it looked like he was in the animation for it.
He certainly did use the ult. It's gone.
Strange one. Maybe that uncomfortability, you know? Bit of a roll switch.
But also, from Loud's point of view, you're not really that worried about the rest of the rounds in this half, because EG have only won when they've had big ults online.
My ult is ready.
Bring them down.
Derek earns his way up. Again, Jorgamo, he's not hiding his intent, is he? Shield popped off, going to be hearing that sound cue, but again, this battle of attrition, Superman who wins it.
Threw a smoke by the look of things, but may have had a slight angle. Can Sadak punish APOP again?
He's been punishing him consistently. I mean, APOP feeling caught out of position here when he's just trying to lurk and create some of that space. Superman might be popping off for him. Jump spot almost anticipated here by Sadak. He's not giving it up, is he? Wall still. Treasure down for the stun. Has to prop it up, but he can't quite escape. EG might be able to pave their way a path towards the A site. There's a fast flank still occurring. 2 years. Just walking. It's watched for though. Superman is on fire right now.
Very good awareness. I don't think there's anything that Les can do in this spot. They're not even going to bother going into him.
Yeah.
They do lose one on the way out, so, you know, maybe if they just grouped up and overwhelmed him, there wouldn't have been any danger anyway. But they're choosing the safer option. Play that 3v1. Get on site, get the crossfires set up. And quite a nice round. They are punishing these repushes for information that Loud are going for in the mid-round.
Adjustments paying off. Less left to do the most. 1v3. EG's post plan again. It's so many backup policies for them, isn't it? Derek's going to be the one taking that contact. Just jump spotting, backs away now. Nature making sure main is accounted for. As soon as there's a tap onto the spike, or even not, look, shot just lands.
Yeah, lovely.
Onto the cranium. 4 rounds now for EG on their attack side. I've got to say, breath of fresh air, not seeing a raise on the attack side. normally, listen, we'd be talking to death about the showstopper and going for the initiation into the C site with it.
Yeah, the meta is changing. It really is. I would say that Americas is the most resistant region to change.
Yeah.
They like tried and true, tested ideas, refined. And what we've actually seen so far in stage 2 is Clove being played, Neon being played, ISO being played. People are not just adapting to change, but embracing it.
Yeah. Feeling like there's a bit of an A fight.
Yeah, I mean, people just like playing Duelist, I think.
Yeah, they do. Gonna switch up there. I mean, APOP once more dropping onto the extremity. Norfef popped off here.
You can't afford to give Jorgamo a kill. ISO's already snowballing, but he's also one away from the ultimate. So if Jorg gets something, without the shield, admittedly.
Wall up. Any damage coming their way. Gives them access to it. Sadak, what is that, man? It's flying forward. Jorgamo with a kill earned. It's not online, but does he really want to try and use this one? Well, he could just win the round for them if he knows where Les's position is. Isolate the 1v1. Superman could just run up straight onto the body, but they don't believe they know where he is. TP, it's for information. Superman cancels. They don't quite spot him. Les just has to sneak around this one. Avoid all of it, but he all catches it. And I don't know. The deal is up entirely. If Jorgamo even ended up losing it, it's an instant win.
Great round. Love the way they play it. Clearly thinking about those win conditions.
Yeah.
And also, again, Loud choosing the more aggressive of a few options. After Les gets this kill, there are players.
No distraction.
And they just kind of send it there into tree.
Yeah.
Choosing to try to take the fight to Evil Geniuses.
Go, bro. Let's go, man. This kid is fucking broken.
There.
Jogumo is picking up the operator, looking to try to take a fight. There's 4 players, Paranoia in his face, and Sadak running him down.
Can't do anything though. So the weapon's going away, doesn't want to give anything to the opposition. Tucked into the corner for a rainy day. Full A control though with the rubble. That's for Loud, doubled up.
Look at this trip. This trip is so nice as well against what Neon teams will often do, which is to aggressively slide onto the A lobby player. Apoth just defending himself and stopping flanks from coming through with this setup.
Not much really changing in terms of the game plan for EG.
No, but for Loud, the slower these rounds go from Evil Geniuses, the more Loud have been incentivized to go for some kind of aggressive option for either map control or more often information. So if EG call a bit of a pump fake here, I think they might bait Loud into peeking again.
Might even commit for it. Shield actually helps out Jogumo there, really winning that fight. Even with the refresh on top of it, spraying it through. A little bit labored and messy, doesn't quite win it. It's all over the place. B access for EG. Onto that site.
30 seconds left.
Good cancel there, because that almost certainly would have been a mistake to run back into Pancada unless Tuiz has a lot to do.
Certainly does. Does he want to choose and take the timing? He does right as the cam's being pulled out. Fortunate with it, but it is traded. Pancada and Les. Up to them now. So they can turn around the fortunes of this round. Smoke popped up, a few bullets firing. All it takes is the one to bring down Pancada. The secondary player there, Superman, just the slightest of off angles. So a 6-6 finish.
What a recovery.
Overall, great recovery from EG, have to say. But in terms of the way these comps play out, really up in the air, I think, in terms of it. You know, throwing my expectations out of the window. From what we're used to seeing on Lotus, it could still be anyone's game.
Yeah, for sure. I think Loud's composition will be very happy on the attack side, and Jogumo might find it a little more difficult to pick those good timings to take fights, pop the shield, that kind of stuff on the defense. So this is still absolutely anybody's game, but none of that changes the fact that 4 in a row was excellent for EG to close out the half.
Well, earlier we spoke with Pancada about how he found his way back all the way home to the Loud roster. Let's check this one out.
Os rumores sobre a Fúria foram verdade. Tive a negociação que estavam até avançadas, mas eu tive alguns problemas pessoais, problemas de saúde, que acabou que não encaixaram no time. E acabou que deu isso. A Loud apareceu e agora sou Loud. Cara, voltar pra Loud agora foi uma decisão até que difícil, né? Eu tava passando por alguns problemas pessoais, mas acabou que as coisas se encaixaram. A gente teve um time muito bom. E sem dúvidas os meninos ainda são o melhor time do Brasil. Então poder estar representando o Brasil no alto nível e com os melhores, com certeza pesou bastante na decisão.
I'm happy for Pancada, you know, that he's found his way back onto, you know, the roster, the Loud boys, like you said. You know, he thinks they're some of the best Brazilian players, best Brazilian team in the scene itself. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of wasted on the bench, right? You know, it's a difficult decision, I think, for a lot of pro players where, you know, you sit on the bench, you're getting paid still, you have a bit of security in that aspect, but you're not playing. Yeah. You're not getting that game time, and you can fade into irrelevancy pretty quickly in esports. You know, it's a short lifespan.
Yeah, we have actually seen some great players of prior years wither away when they're in that kind of situation. And, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen to people like Demon1 who are currently in that situation right now, but it is great to see one of the former greats returning to his home territory. And honestly, I don't think FURIA, with their win right now over 100 Thieves, are going to be too bothered that they didn't end up with Pancada, because they're looking like they have been revitalized. So perhaps the rejuvenation of the Brazilian scene is here in Stage 2. But I don't want to speak too early, because we are very, very early days in Stage 2 here. Happy early birthday, Jogumo. I mean, you could say that to somebody at any point through the year.
That's true, yeah. It would be an early birthday wish. I mean, it must be running up soon any time.
I would assume so, but I have no idea when it is. I don't know those levels of trivia about every player. You know, the brain isn't It's not capable of packing that much
Not
stuff
scarring a Wikipedia page.
No.
You're on the tracker, though.
I'm on the tracker, GG, but I'm not on the Wikipedia for birthdays. That's absolutely true.
We're getting back into this now. Expectations for the pistol round. Again, like I said, kind of up in the air from what we'd usually expect of Lotus being played with the comp switch-ups and how both of them are really going to be performing. EG with a heavy emphasis, looks like, on fighting over for this A control. Nature was in position to maybe let loose an early stun.
Yeah, it's all kind of fake pressure, though.
It is,
They're making it feel like it's an A fight. And in fact, this is headed towards Nature.
Dizzy and the Prowler all combined up. Free access. Plan out into the open here with a wingman. And a heavy fight to be taken. Look at this, straight ahead. All of the util, but again, it's the bullets rattled away. And who's going to be the winner in this engagement? Even still with a shield dismissed and removed. Jorgamo sits on the sidelines now and leaves it to Superman. It's a 1v3. Damage under Kawazine, but he's got so much more to do. Got to remove a few of these players. Right clicks! Putting in that work, but only 18 health and less. He's quick on it.
It's ridiculous to see how some of these incredible aimers that we have in America are dealing with the ISOs, just double tapping headshots straight into them.
Yeah.
I was amazed watching Aspas do it, and so it seems kind of fitting that we're now watching Loud dismantle Jorgamo in some of these spots too. It does feel difficult for Jorg to be able to take all of the advantages of ISO and actually convert them into this momentum that, as we all know, is possible. We've seen it in ranked, but it looks a lot more difficult in pro play, as you would expect, of course. But that's a great pistol for Loud to be able to pick up. And here, Jorg trying to make something happen again.
Just the one shot.
And he's been alone the last 2 rounds defending on C. I assume this won't always be the defensive setup. Usually Apoth is going to be playing around there in their prior comp. But having said that, Jorgamo's vulnerable could be pretty fantastic for defending C.
Yeah.
You've got 2 of those. Anytime they try to engage, they're going to be taking massive amounts of damage from that.
Bring them down.
You saw it on the first half as well. I mean, EG were using it as part of that conditioning to take C Mound. Like a fault line, a bit of the vulnerable, throwing it out.
Yeah, it's very powerful on defense, but the trade-off in some sense is that it's more difficult to find your shield timings, especially if Loud are going to play slowly and contacty.
Yeah. Jorgamo in the danger zone here. And yeah, there's really no chances there for him. Needed to hit the initial one.
Yeah. And of course, doesn't have the vulnerable in this round, but, you know, just thinking towards the future. If Jorg's got a rifle in that spot and some of the some more abilities to be able to work with, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult for Loud to get through that choke point.
Gives us a bit of breathing room in this round here where it looks like Loud are just, I mean, it's essentially sealed up. EG just aiming to go down to the spike.
Spike's pretty far away, to be honest with you. I think Loud are going to be able to catch to going for it.
Yeah, want to farm up a couple of these eco kills too.
Get him into
these players.
Certainly get him into 2Es would be fantastic as well.
Yeah, either way. Whichever ult is going to be closest. Kawazine is doing the hunting. Will Apoth even go down? Hello, Apoth. Apoth.
He's got it.
Ah, what a blunder! Oh boy. Oh boy.
2,700 credits.
That hurts.
Heading into the anti-bonus round. It's a good job they've drawn up that judge setup.
Yeah, I mean that's the fastest judge purchase I've ever seen.
Yeah. Potter's like, oh, I knew I built that judge setup for a reason.
Oh yeah. Appropriate reactions, man. Appropriate reactions. Okay, into the thick of things. That's a fast punish.
Sadak keeps using weapons that just ruin Jorgamo's shield as well. Whenever Sadak pops his ultimate, that's incredibly good against the ISO shield. Huge amounts of like fast ticks of damage. Stingers being used out there as well. Just ways of melting through and not giving clean, honorable Vandal versus Vandal deals.
Loud feel like they've gotten an easy figure out, I think, towards the defensive setup of VG now with a punish on the Jorgamo.
Yeah, and now Apoth has to retake with a judge. I mean, this is chalked already.
Less Got on walkabouts. Fox in the pen, Sadak seeking to keep them penned into place and position, just for less with the cleanup. 2 years perched up as well into this high ground angle. Spotting the jump through from Apoth. Yeah, it's
sad. It's sad to watch, honestly, there. Apoth doesn't want to keep the gun, so he's just leaping through, hoping desperately that somebody's right in front of him. That one was a freebie.
Yeah, we really did miss the beginning of that one, but I'm curious how the punish even went off. I saw Sadak didn't have a stun at the beginning.
Yeah,
I got to imagine it was utilized in some way. We might see it in the replay now.
I mean, part of the problem with playing against the Neon is that normal peaks that you would take at the beginning of the round are just going to get punished by the pace that Sadak can play at.
Exactly.
The stun catches there onto... It doesn't look like Jogamo's mad out of position. Just jiggle in the corner, looking for a bit of info, maybe a cheeky kill at the very start. That's pretty standard.
Yeah.
It's just allowed to have a good setup and the pace to be able to punish. And unfortunately, these last few rounds, the pistol into the bonus, and especially the little blunder from Apoth may have, well, I suppose, to be honest with you, they weren't winning that round even if Apoth had a Vandal. So it's unfair, I suppose, to put all of the blame in his department. But these last couple of rounds slide in the way of Loud.
Little mistakes that are just adding up.
Yeah, they've set themselves up with a fantastic chance of taking a dead even first half and slamming it home.
Bit of that conditioning. Ankara just going to be holding on to that A rubble.
Bring them down.
Prowler to feign like they might be pressuring forwards into B. Spike is nowhere near to being, you know, committed in any position here. Cowzen even has the ult as well. Big stack though, these EG players. There's some danger here, but the slow play just working out in Lau's favor. Everybody going for these risky maneuvers on EG's side for any sort of win that they can get.
And I like this. They've kept Pancada up towards Rubble the whole time as well, giving them another option in the round. They get the info it was a B push. There's only going to be one person here.
Door, Apoth! Hold on, that's fancy.
Spike down A.
Just running at them with the Bucky.
30 seconds left.
Retrieve the spike.
End of the
All
day,
the avenues are, covered.
It's just going to be a rifle advantage, I think. Unless Pancada gets timing here, but surely not. Lets his ultimate as well. Gives all of the information, and Loud pick up the anti-eco. Get themselves up to a pretty big advantage here. We've got to see a round from EG if they have a hope of winning this map. It's Loud's map pick, of course. But you're looking for a little more on this half. It's just been too easy, basically.
Yeah, I mean,
Loud have not been challenged. This might have been one of the more close rounds. On a tactical timeout as well.
Timeout for EG. I think it's necessary.
I don't think it bodes well, though, particularly because if you're taking the tac timeout now rather than the round before, I think that indicates that Potter perhaps wasn't confident in the adjustments that EG were about to make heading into the rifle round. But, you know, now she gets her opportunity to influence the state of play. And Potter's usually got some really good stuff to throw at the team.
Yeah, the reads are usually on point, right? In terms of wondering what to correct.
I think it's tough, though. I think their setup at the moment, it's not like Loud are going for a ton of fast hits and just walking into trips.
Yeah, that's true.
They're slowing stuff down, and EG's composition doesn't have the most info in the world. You've just got Derek to kind of play around.
I mean, I think they could set up a bit of a bait and switch, maybe with Jorgamo on C. Jump spot, see if they can punish, try and go for a bit of, you know.
I think they're very worried about jump spotting on C. Jump spotting on C is what got Jorgamo killed
for sure, yeah.
On the anti-bonus round.
I think Loud has spotted that, and I think that's what they've been using to get a lot of these round wins, but they have moved it over. I mean, 4 players essentially committed. Nature just in the connector. He's going to be able to send a fault line nice and early. So yeah, it's vulnerable to Prowler. It's all being committed. A heavy util dump along with a bullet spam. So big indicator that EG are fighting heavily for that A control. And Loud just made the call now to go for a hard hit straight into the B side, knowing that it's going to be potentially weaker. Going for the plan instantaneously. Angles are covered. Vulnerable up. Hello, that's a very committed Thrash. Fault line there, sending it flying. No detainment though. Cowzen blinded up. And a raw bullet spam once more, doing the dirty work. That's going to be the night for forwards now. A bit of decay damage kicking in. With the decay, Jorgamo, resetting. Double tap in action. And a lot of damage done to Sadak. He's forced to back away, cowering at the side of him. Jorgamo stepping up to the challenge and more. They've overwhelmed this site now with that retake. Unless nowhere near to try and contest that one with the full defuse.
Jorgamo's been trying to get a round like that happening the entire game. He took over on the retake, chaining those together, one after another, to tear his way through Loud. I like the call from Loud as well there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. That's cool. Punishing the player that was fighting over Blue Room. But yeah, coming out of the tag timeout, going for an instant B hit when you've normally been running slow rounds, change your tempo, throw them off their game. Love the call from Sadak there. But EG able to pull off a really nice retake, and now they have big ults, 4-player stack on A again. And we get to see Loud without pulling something fast out of the strat book. How does the slow play work against Potter's adjustment?
I do like this though from EG. You throw out a vulnerable, it's going to be called by less. They're going to expect that there's going to be a lot of players, but it's an instant rotation, so it's a lot of noise being made. Jorgamo just peeks off of it. Teammate jumping and hopping around the corner and dropping like flies. That's allowed players right now, leaving it just to the three of them. They have that mound control, but they don't have the spike. Slowing it down, just seeing if they can walk into one of these angles. Maybe get a free kill or two. Kawazine?
What?
Yeah, what is that?
You should never be able to pull that off. You've got bullet attack coming through the corner. The Odin should be favored. Sadak's walled his way in.
No way.
Apoth doesn't even really know that he's in.
No way.
He knows there's a chance, but he doesn't know for sure.
It's all about the game. The timings and the head spot's over. Setups dismantled now. Full access to the back of the C site. Jorgamo revealed. How much more eager do you want to get, Sadak? That's the question. Nightfall. No tags, negative information. A lot to work off, though, if you are Sadak. You can back away. That's an ult committed into the gulag. Nature off onto the flank as well. This 1v1 is vitally important, and Jorgamo ends up losing it still.
Revenge
Drop
for
down,
Kawazine.
out into the open. Finally, he wins one. And he knows where the last two players are. He's going to push them back, him and Sadak. Sadak's going to be holding this cross. The position is good from these Loud players. Fault line. No stun there, but it is finally for Sadak. Slow to a crawl. Superman couldn't run anywhere. Nature in a 1v2. What a turnaround this has been in this round for Loud. Not willing to give anything up. The high-low setup. Full patience, full discipline. Waiting for him to walk right into the sight line. So, up to 11. And like I was saying, man, nasty turnaround from Loud.
Yeah, really well done. That was a 3v5 that Sadak basically wins. I'm not going to say on his own, because Kawanzine's pick on B was also bonkers. That is so good.
Yeah.
It looks like from his POV, it barely got slowed by the Odin bullets as well. But Sadak walls in on C, dodges all of the spam, walks into a spot where Apoth is not totally sure that the new duelist of Loud has infiltrated the setup. And Sadak picks him off, top fragging for Loud, 19 kills in 18 rounds.
Bit of a brawl, feigning like it could be that heavy fight and sets up. Sadak doesn't win it. Not with the shield activated. Want us to call now for a fast pivot. All the way away, over towards the seaside, onto Mound. And nobody's playing here.
They have to respect the fact that Apoth could be here. Right? They know that there's a big setup on the other side. In fact, I think they know that all 4 players were over towards A. Now Loud looking to slow the pace down a little bit, though. They realize they don't want to hit into that Cypher setup. Can they hold off EG's lower weaponry? EG are going to want to force the fight.
Just trying to take a time in over the trip.
No map control for the attackers.
It's all over the place. Nature, it's a flash and a peek. Watching for all the EG players, though. That is wallbangable, I believe. So, yeah, Nature's not going to be long for this world. And Superman isolated. Up to 12, Loud. One more round will do it.
Match point.
I don't want to go too hot with this take, but Pancada looks quite good when he's playing smokes.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. Does appear to be a smokes player rather than a sentinel player. Don't know whether anyone ever told sentinel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 12-7 though, the score. Loud doing a great job of pivoting in these spots.
Another hard committal. This round could really just end almost instantaneously. It's on a nice edge. 40 eggs in one basket here for EG. With this committal, it's Superman. Head ripped straight off the shoulders. Door opened up, shield still active for Jorgamo, but nobody's giving him that easy fight he was perhaps hoping for. Opened up again, they can hear the sprinting and the Dodging, moving around, taking a timing. What is that reset from Jorgmo? Still traded.
Look how quick there the spam is to counter and break the shield.
Everybody falling onto EG. 2v4, just to stay into the map.
Shadows traveling.
It's been a masterful showcase by Loud, I think, with this composition.
It really has. The way that they've adjusted the tempo, playing some quick rounds, comfortable, finding avenues, lurking, pivoting around the map, playing slowly, baiting out plays. Remember, this was a 6-6 half, and since then, EG have been held to only 1 round on their defense. And it's not looking like the scoreline's going to get any better in their favor. Loud's might pick a Lotus, soon to be wrapped up.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the util they've got alone should be ending this one. If whole line actually does save the day there for Apoff. Stunned up in position. Not enough though for him to gain that second kill. And Sadek's just toying with his food, man. Skipping, hopping all over the bloody place. Thrash below him. He's just trying to isolate one of them, but he can't do it. 13-7 will be that scoreline. Loud walk away with Lotus.
All the classics back for Loud, but in the most bizarre of ways. Less unkillable, looking absolutely bonkers. The KD was 20-9 for Less. Still the star fragger for Loud, but it's Sadak, I think, that drew the spotlight for me. Also had 20 kills, 300 ACS, running in, finding openings, calling really beautifully on the attack side too.
Oh yeah.
Showcasing that he's got the ability to do it all. I mean, it's the reason why he's winning 70% of his games in Radiant, I guess.
Real masterful showcase from Loud, man. And steadily impressed with his team as well. I mean, and this is a match that is a turning point. We mentioned at the beginning for both of these teams 2-3, but we're going to be stepping away. GP and the Analyst Desk breaking it all down for map number 1. Don't go anywhere, you know, you don't want to miss it.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Cauã pode pegar a primeira kill, strafezinho, segura o dedo, controla o spray.
Making sure that nobody can really take in adjustment. Right!
Smick standing here with Coach STK after an amazing map number 1 against Evil Geniuses. I wanted to ask you about the role swaps that we've seen. Obviously, Sadak is now on Duelist and Tui's on Initiator. I think there were some people who definitely thought maybe it would be Tui's with Pankara coming in as controller. What was the biggest reason to have it done this way?
I think that Tui's is his characteristics are more defensive. Like we can tell them like in soccer he's the center back, you know. So for him to play Duelist will be hard. So I think that Sadak has this play style more aggressive, so make more sense for us to have adapt to Sadak on Duelist and Tui's in a more sports role, like playing Gecko, this kind of stuff.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
Well, it looks like the stocks are high for Brazilian
Fucking suckers with fucking Americans.
Up a map win against EG on their pick
football.
13-7, but this is a fascinating turn of events that we have found ourselves in here, not just because of, you know, the fact that, well, Brazil's having a great day of Valorant, but also like just seeing Sadak play in that role, seeing Loud with so much cohesion as well, especially when we flip to the you know, to the second half there. But I think the conversation really has to start with the surprise picks, right? The Neon, the ISO on each side of the field here. Wyatt, I feel like we kind of saw the limitations of ISO, right, in a lot of these situations, right? Just spam your smokes, crack your shield.
We also saw the benefits of ISO, and especially when you have a skilled duelist as Jojmo on it. He
That is
go
true.
8 for 1 first kills to first deaths, which is a bonkers stat line. They weren't able to capitalize off of it as a team to their detriment, but in moments like that, you can clearly see the value. He was winning the majority of the duels in the kill contract. It just wasn't consistent enough, and part of it, I think, as well, was just the comp. I don't think was ideal for supporting or playing around the ISO.
Yeah, well, I think that is an interesting point there, right? Was the composition something that EG is going to need to have to recook a little bit if they end up in this situation again?
Yeah, I've seen it twice so far. Not feeling the ISO in pro play. I feel like, yeah, while the first kill stats is kind of crazy, it was just very easy in some of these instances for the top players to just cancel it out. With that being said, Sadak on the Neon was
Honestly,
phenomenal.
MIB
I was
also
very surprised with the way that
was good.
I mean, he was more of a, I guess, technical Neon
Yeah.
in the way that he's not zooming all around and stuff like that. He's like specifically going for these timings and making sure he gets good stuns and stuff like that.
Not playing like MW. He was not doing that.
Speed MW up here. Sadak chilling, vibing, and he has IGL from the role too. So it's a very interesting dynamic.
I mean, I talked earlier about how I felt like he was going to be super util heavy, and I feel like he really showed that because he was able to set up his team, even on those retakes or those post plans. He was able to set up each of his team to kind of go into sight and like capitalize on what we saw. Whereas on the other side, when we have that breach that has the same stun, that does the same thing, it didn't really feel like they were able to set up the ISO. And so I feel like that's kind of where in both comps there was like that big difference and why we saw Neon kind of go crazy.
Yeah, well, you know, I want to hear from Coach Potter and see what's going on with the EG camp as we get ready for map number 2.
Smick standing here with Coach Potter after we see Loud win their map pick. 2 really quick questions there. Obviously, it was that second half where you struggled when on the defense half. What do you really think went wrong there? And then lastly, Neon, ISO, obviously we saw Jaw do Jaw things. What was your reason for ISO?
It's really Jaw. I mean, Jaw, whenever there's an opportunity to set him up to have fun and do Jaw things, that's what I'm going to do for sure. It's just the same problems from Split 1 for us. Pistol round and then losing both pistol rounds and both bonuses definitely did not help at all. So coming into map 2, we've got to have a stronger, faster start here.
Sounds good. Best of luck.
Seems like those glaring problems kind of back again. That was a thing that I remember Potter talking about, you know, in stage 1, and it seems like those problems, again, to what she said.
You know she tracks that religiously with how good EG has been in the past with those specific rounds. So to see it fall short once again here, I was kind of scratching my head because it was a very close game in that first half. They got bonused, and then they got bonused again, but then it felt like the entire time Loud was in control, despite all that.
Yeah, they were in control because of those rounds that Potter talked about. But interestingly enough, of the 10 gun rounds played, Loud only won 3 of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is pretty hard to believe given the scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said also like the first kill, first death or something.
for him.
Yeah, and they still on a losing effort there despite such a great result from EG in those categories. Certainly are going to sting, but they're going to need to worry about that later. For now, they got to take their way over to Sunset, see what happens over here. Remember, this is going to be Evil Genius's pick, but we have started to see what this Loud team is cooking, Wyatt, so there could be some unique compositions that we get from this.
We have not seen Loud on this map since they were still playing the Phoenix comps. It's been a while. It's been months.
That's right.
And what I'm really excited about right now with this Loud is that they are finally playing Cypher. They are playing the really good Sentinel that has been meta-defining all year. They threw that to the wayside. Les had played Cypher this year 3 maps, and Viper 23 maps. And it's going to be on the Cypher again, which I'm happy to see. We've got the Neon, which we saw NRG doing yesterday.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You gotta get some sliding, some drifting, Tokyo drift. It's gonna be amazing. I'm so excited for this. I just want to see how this is gonna unfold.
I'm so excited for the Neon versus Neon, but the thing is, I feel like Loud just has that experience of Neon from playing on the map before, so I feel like Sadak is kind of going into it with that fresh mind of like, okay, just went crazy, let's do it again, let's call around it. But now when you have Jog kind of on it, we've seen him go crazy before just in general on the Duelist, but are they going to be able to set him up? We saw the Breach not really being that utilized as much, but I don't know. I'm excited, but we'll see.
Well, it's going to be the last match that we have between these teams. And we went the distance last time we saw them take the stage. Is it going to happen again? Let's find out. Send it back over to your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
We'll certainly see heading into Sunset. Yeah, it's going to be EG's map pick. They made only the one change, right? It's Jogamo over onto the Neon. And, you know, some major adjustments overall, I guess. You know, Rays falling out of favor into the meta. But they have to do it here if they want to try and extend their play in the series overall. And it's an important one. Been mentioning it. 2 and 3 is where both of these teams stand so far in their season. And really, you need a win on the board at this point. We're getting into that middle section. Beyond that point, 5 weeks away from champs. It all really leads to that. And every win counts.
You have to, if you're either of these teams, you have to make your way into Stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah.
You've got to at least get a good enough record, probably somewhere around the 500 mark, to be able to get into playoffs and then prove yourself to have a run towards champions. And that is going to be very difficult for both of these teams. Though, of course, with the talent on the roster, most people would be expecting Loud to do it if only one of the orgs did. But EG surprised last year. EG getting their way into B, a fairly free site. Both of these team compositions are going to be really happy retaking.
Hello. This is going to be broken there. Really fighting over this one, Jogamo. He's not willing to let them get even a foothold in. Double dash going to be used here with a sliding glide, man. This guy is on fire right now.
The movement abilities just fit Jogamo so well.
Yeah.
Good start.
ISO a dash, I'm sure he would have farmed even harder in. But to me, when I think about Jogamo, I think about a player who takes unexpected, aggressive timings, pushes, and tries to turn one advantage into a huge advantage. And I think this Neon is going to be very different to the way that Sadak plays it. I think we're going to get to see the full range of what this agent is capable of, playstyle-wise.
Bit of a contrast between the two. It's an easy orb over towards A. EG just taken up over towards market control. Second wave of things there as well, making sure to try and take that fight. Lesto caught tucked into the corner, won't be able to escape any of those bullets. So EG will be able to get that plant down.
And focusing all of these ult orbs into Nature as well, who's almost halfway to that first ult being online. And the fact that EG are getting a pistol under their belt, getting set up to, run one of their bonus round strategies rather than have to fend off one of Loud's. These are all great starts and exactly what Potter was talking about. It is baffling, absolutely baffling, that Loud only won 3 out of 10 of the like true gun rounds. Those that weren't bonuses, weren't
that is bizarre.
Gun versus a half buy kind of setups. But a lot of those EG had big ultimates for. Or they came towards the end of the first half. Clean execution style finish to the round from Apoth. And 3 of those guns, all that were invested, kept into the bonus. So
what you were saying, right?
Yeah, some really good firepower coming into this. What we watched when we were watching Victor play on this map for NRG, he brought the attack side all the way back into overtime playing against Sentinels, because these tight areas on Sunset, it is so tough to hit a Neon sliding in. And when you've got aim as good as Jorgamo, if he's sliding in front of you, you're probably already dead. I'd like to see them try to put him in position to go for kills like that. Set up for a B split here, maybe on the bonus.
There's a lot of danger here, at least for Louds going up against this bonus round. You know EG are going to be putting in the time into a map like this here, and already you're seeing it, man! Fully accurate, glides forward, does not give a damn about the trips!
So good. His aim is so clean. Sadak's trying to do what he can on the opposite side of the map. Cleans up Apoth. Maybe they don't have to worry about the mid lurk too much. But guess what? Jorgamo's already reflanking in that spot. You'd expect the Neon to still be trying to challenge Market. Backside. Jorg's already there.
He's rapid. He's just playing with the man. Look at him.
He could leave. He could go back in.
He doesn't know what he wants to do.
He's 7-1 already. He can do what he likes.
The decision's made for them. And Louds saving away at his 3 rifles. And Sadak low enough there.
Yeah, they've won some 3v5s so far in this match, but this is not going to be one of them. Trying to get back into the site. Everybody in B main, these kind of post plants are very difficult to break at the best of times. So it's ridiculous, honestly, that you're looking at the stats. If you only looked at the stats page of map 1, and you see, you know, 13 first kills for EG on Lotus, and then you've seen Jorgamo 8-1 in first kill to first death, 300 ACS on the ISO, you would expect that the scoreline would be closer and Jorgamo would have felt like he dominated the game. But he really didn't. They held the ISO down to only having stats impact. Whereas now he's on the Neon, he's unleashing devastation upon Loud. And creating so much space with what he's doing as well.
Important final kill as well, that he managed to wrangle the rifle out of the hands to one Loud player. Only got the 2 to work with in this one, the rest of it a bit weaker with the weaponry. See a standard taker market. EG been doing this with the fault line, the Prowler. It's all going to be accompanying Jorgamo. He's quick to really just evade that one as well, with a one-way and a flash heading his way.
Still got another slide. Can afford to use them on stuff like that. Now, Sadak's just trying to play this in a more standard, you know, reserved manner, where he's taking some space on the opposite side, playing an aggressive angle, giving his team information, not trying to dominate the game with his rifling. That's what I'm talking about when I say that both of these Neons are going to play so differently here on Sunset.
That's just not with a crosshair placement in this one. It's open access over towards the B side. Jorgamo, just don't know which direction this guy's going to be moving in. Slowing it down, just walking. Ult's still out though, stunned up. My God, might be getting ahead of himself here. Up onto the flank with Apoth falling. Creates an opening now for Loud to really capitalize. Do they want to jump onto this one here again? Stun, locking him and rooted to the spot. Jorgamo, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Sadak. South now into the back of the site. And they've got less things to worry about with Apoth, who was cleaned up prior, as we were talking about. Fault line. It's going to be used, the first wave of defense here, to try and push them back and away from this one with a couple of bullets and a raw spam. Might be enough to take away a kill or 2, but it goes in either direction. And who can win out this fight? It's a very difficult retake to even make happen. Cowards in sticking! Pancada! He covers it all though.
Beautifully done there from Loud. Very difficult to crack these B main post plants, but the coordination between Sadak and Pancada was fantastic. Another situation where Sadak does not dominate with the rifling, but sets up another player on his team to have that impact. And yet another round, by the way, where EG get the first kill and end up losing. Felt like they should have been able to get extra kills through the smoke, but that is just the nature of post plants like that. Sometimes things are not going to quite go your way when you're relying on pinging.
Does he see nothing, but full line still set in Sadak. This guy is eager to draw blood. No one willing to stand and fight the guy though. That's a delayed paranoia. Will force out a lot of util on either side once more. 2 years spamming down a few stray bullets. Just catches onto that Quanium man. And they know exactly where Jorgamo is. Sadak, this guy, is galvanizing with his performance. And hopping in the spot. Superman with nowhere to run. That's a flawless finish to that round there. Loud finally getting their feet back underneath them with a second round here overall in the map.
What was that prediction onto Jorgamo?
Yeah.
Perfection from Sadak as he just throws his lightning fingers through over to elbow. Couldn't see him, but just thought that that would be the kind of spot that Jorg would try to fight in, helping the rest of his team. And playing off the thrash there, coordination beautiful from Sadak and 2Es. On the other side of the map, by the way, complete opposite side, no action happening, but less throwing an aggressive cam, looking for information. And this time they've got a cam that spots a main. And again on the other side, playing for info, so really heavy info setup in the outskirts of the map.
What?
What?
Okay.
Wow.
Look at the catch that one. They do. The stun is true. Right onto 2 years.
I don't even know where EG are ending.
I mean, I don't know either. It's all over the place right now with the players just holding down the positioning. At least for Loud, making sure that all the stragglers get caught there. That was all over the place from EG.
It's a bit bizarre. I think they were trying to hope that Loud would rotate to try to help 2Es in that spot, but
You've got to give them time to rotate.
yeah, and Jorgamo and Apop were just ended up away from the fight. Jorg's got caught.
Seemingly just walking straight into the trip. Less play for his life.
Now that is a lovely wall.
Nature with the plan. Nothing to push him back and away from this one, so into the post we go. Fault line's good to slow.
There.
Same with the aftershock, but they know these players' positions now. At least they got it. Stun's good.
I know exactly.
Paranoia even better. Apop has to defend him now. Has to be the bodyguard. Get down, Mr. President, but Nature. Now might be your time to show up and turn up into the fight. Pushing past it. One player left alone. It's him. Isolated. Attack from Pancada. He needs to fight though. Nature, will he be granted it? Will it be given? Not quite anything. Plucked out of the scene there. So Loud making it nice. And even 3-3 up for the scoreline.
It's another round though where EG have a set play, use a breach ult to be able to get a pick. Start things off with a player advantage, and yet, I don't want to say half-baked, I think it was overcooked. They were only committing to a B split with 3 of their players, because Jorgamo was waiting for people on A and Apop was lurking A.
Shameful performance. It's a strange one.
I think if you're going to commit your breach ult like that, you might as well be going for an A split through mid. But I'm not sure whether that was a bad idea, a failed execution of the idea. Difficult to know when that's the first time we've seen EG run that strat.
There. Bring them down.
And the money's not looking too good for EG. Prowler's good. Tizzy even better. Potentially there with the stuns. On either side, just seeking to defend these players who are caught. Really isolated. Popped down into the position. Derek is rattling away. Shot to the Sheriff, but finally brought down to his knees. Plan from Nature, though. That space given. Jorgamo. Oh, not with a crosshair placement. I'm expecting the player was going to be there. Nature obtains the upgrade, but the plan position is not good for him if he wants to play this angle here, unless he gets this kill. But Pancada is sharp. It's on point today with a lot to prove.
And he's looking great. He hasn't been the player that's taken over the game necessarily, but just so solid in his positions. Every time he's asked to do something, he delivers on it. Very stable player, Pancada, and that was exactly how he was when he was up at the top of the scene with Loud. Now on map 1, the frag differential was massive between these two squads. EG only had 2 players that were popping off, and that was Jorgamo and Superman. Superman's down now at the bottom of the scoreboard, only 1 and 5. The other players are turning up a bit more, finding their moments. You just saw a 2K from Derek in that round. You know, they're trying to find their footing. The more supportive elements of the 2 initiators and the Cypher, but they're not really getting that extra firepower coming from another player, and it feels like EG's ideas, once they get the opening kill, are still not working. I mean, the 4v5 win rate from Loud has just been outrageous this match so far. Things that shouldn't be happening.
They can't be letting them get away with it.
Yeah, and it kind of fits a pattern that we've seen from Evil Geniuses all year, that I think a lot of people will be putting down to the fact that it's an inexperienced roster. They have good ideas to set themselves up for wins, but then it crumbles when the pressure is applied to them. Maybe that's just a factor of time to hone those issues out, but time's ticking. 2 and 3, staring down 2 and 4. That's a difficult record to recover if they can't win here on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into the fancy numbers, the projections. A lot of players just seemingly misinterpreting numbers, thinking that they've been eliminated already, but...
I mean, I think that was a joke.
It was a joke from last year with Cryo, yeah. I mean, it tripped a lot of people up, myself included.
Unless Boostio really thinks he was playing against MIBR, in which case that's even more disrespectful.
Yeah. We wait in his retirement eagerly. Jorgamodo. We're close to that status. Nightfall being used to supplement. Not sure if that tagged onto the corner, but the Prowler, well, it just doesn't quite land it. Really just sliding straight to Pancada, not able to gleam anything more out of the round. Still, with him dropped. Side with the op. That's just a contact play to get back up onto the angle. What a committal by 2 years.
Yeah, Loud are finding these opportunities where they feel incentivized to go for the info peak, to go for a play because they're down at a spot. And that's where EG have been finding success, is by adding these pauses, the slower pace into the game like this, and then punishing Loud for going for the stuff like that. Apot's wiggling his way through on the other side of the map, trying to find out where these players are, playing for information. The only disaster here for EG would be if Les is not spotted, but the spike is headed over towards B.
Yeah.
Now, if both of the initiators die, though, on A, that would be bad.
Would be dire. Les. Hello, this guy's catching it. Apov, though, surely. He's going to be hearing Sadak, but Sadak does have the operator. Les is clearing him up, man. You said it could be bad. You got to be worried in this spot.
The time, though, is off massively
no
on
way.
EG's side.
The patience.
He's missed it.
Surely he doesn't get punished
No,
for it. Yeah, okay.
I thought Sadak had full-on run into sight there.
Les knows where one of them is, though. There's the cam. Spike's ticking, though. So goes the chances. Cage doesn't quite cover the spike either, so
is no problem.
Superman going to be aware that nobody's on this one, and already that's going to be the win into the round, so... EG. Do want to keep these guns, I believe. Money's not looking too hot.
Yeah, it would be nice to keep the weaponry. Not completely necessary, but good for them. Only Superman's able to be carried into the next. I think, though, that kind of round is what they need to be going for. Map control at the beginning, trying to take fights. We've seen how good Neon is over towards Elbow. And then slow it down. Do I agree with Derek and Nature hanging around in Elbow for that long? No, I think they should have doubled up and left. But they still had the round secured at that point, basically. So I don't really need to nitpick. Is Kalanzin going to think about ulting into A lobby if Sadak gets pressure?
Oh, that's a lot of util. The half shot mats, I mean, slows Paranoia. It's all use. It's a foul combination once more. And I'm going to send the roll in front on top of it. Superman, it's way ahead of it. Forwards and around. Just tripping them out, I think, with the Prowler in their faces. Jogger now, floating it with the overdrive in his hand. No one in sight. Rapid start and basically finish the round. Still a 2v3 for Loud. They might see if they can maybe get a kill, maybe make a go of things, but it's a hard ask. Reload, Herd, Superman has to reposition. Neurotheft going to be revealing that position. Doubled up now. Side by side through market. The swing needs to be good, and it is. Movement and shot even better from Les. Save needs to be set though for these EG players, and they do take the fights together in kind. Nothing slips. 2 years dropped to just 30. It won't take much to really topple this guy. Cage dropped. Doesn't know where the player is. Only 7 bullets now. An impossibility. Just got to back away. Maybe force them to just stick around. Maybe take a few guns away.
Go, go, go!
EG up to 5.
And despite losing a player over towards B lobby at the very beginning of that round, They just carve their way in through market. Superman with a really nice play as well. Just crossing up loud over there. This is how Nature died at the very beginning of the round.
I mean, that's where our attention was, right?
Yeah.
But this is what was occurring over towards mid and market.
Yeah, and the market pressure just ended up being way too much, and Apoth actually slipped through top mid as well and ended up coming around behind. And I love the idea of doing that. Apoth getting a bit more aggressive on the lurk. Off the back of that distraction is a great idea.
Oh my goodness, I mean, Sadak's ahead of all of it.
I think that's only Jorgamo's second first death all match.
He's been dominating.
I think he's 13-2 right now, if I've been, you know, if we're keeping track correctly. But that is monstrous. Huge to get him out of the round early on for Loud.
That's been that sticking point for Loud to be able to get those rounds on the board. Aftershock should force the fight out into the open. Still, Apoth gets the one. It's good on him before being traded. High ground from Superman. Dodging most of the util going their way, and it's just bullets flying forwards into these smokes. All the angles that they're expecting these players. Less will maybe take a timing. Looking to get ahead of this one. Rolling Thunder just going to be pushing him back into safety. Quick hops. Nice moves all around, and he's being defended. Overzealous by Nature. It's 2v2.
That's a rough mistake there. Asking for way too much. You're in a 3v2 scenario. Play crosses. Make it tough for Loud. They only had a Paranoia to work with. EG cannot let this one fumble.
Already swept through and used. Playing inside the smoke now. Derek. Great kill to find. Pancada is left alone. 1v2. Jump spots. Or from Derek just seeking to buy a bit of time here. Superman is nowhere in sight, but Pancada's surely got to be worried about this one. Setting up a bit of a smoke in the one way. Still Derek's buying that time. He's been such a nuisance and annoyance. No way, Pancada. Absolutely no shot. Ticking. I believe the opportunity slips away.
Touch and go just for a moment. But EG managed to win a round without Jorgamo getting the first kill.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the key.
Jorgamo,
maybe
throw your life away.
It's not like they've been converting many of their 5v4 rounds. But this map's been a bit better. It's again another fairly competitive first half. But EG is starting to pull out into the lead with 3 rounds in a row. Last time Sadak had his ult online, he was destroying people over towards A lobby. They're going to make it feel like the same thing again, but this time he's coming tiles.
Insert and pressure. It's been applied all over the place here. Still in his hands. How has he landed that? Plenty of targets to work with. Just jumps right into the open arms of the EG player, so he's traded him.
He went back in for more.
He did.
What is he thinking?
He's just manic, man. Jorgamo waiting to strike. Slides forward, still at the full accuracy, but Prowler just did not assist him in the slightest. Plenty of players now watching for this one, and it's over just like that. Okay.
These rounds have been so back and forth.
Yeah.
They genuinely have no relevance to who gets the first kill. No, there is no correlation here. It might be a negative correlation. But, you know, Sadak is coming down mid. He does get the opener, gets traded instantly. But then as EG try to use, I don't know, a bit of the information to push forwards, they must know that they're going into a stack there as well. That was where the initiator utility came from to open up Sadak's play.
I don't know, man.
It feels like both teams are just getting pulled into the maw, finding it difficult to slow down the pace with the neon on both sides.
Something to the fights here. It's a week goodbye for the final round of this first half. Nightfall is going to be committed. Thrash used in kind. 2 years. See if we can push this one back, but a stun slows it down. Not going to be able to find anything. Might be able to reclaim the orb, at least for round 2 of things, but potential for a refight. Sadak might even be eager for it. Ult cancel. It's going to be shot in place.
Is ready.
Player disadvantage for EG. That's why they're slowing this one down here. One and done position. What's going to be called? Sadak playing together with him, and the fight to one out. Loud just dominating across the board here. It's a clean, almost sweep from them. Kawazine was left alive, but 6-6 will be where they finish here for the first half of Sunset.
Dead similar to what we saw on Lotus. Lotus, it was 4 rounds in a row from EG, I think it was, towards the end to bring them back into the game. This time it's Loud with a bit of a recovery, but it's so brawly.
Yeah, they just opted into the fights.
Yeah, I like the idea of slowing the round down when you're up a player because it forces Loud to make something happen, but
EG really getting sucked into the game in a way that they couldn't control.
Yeah, well, my brain is being reformatted from the Valorant we've seen so far. So let's send it down to the desk. Maybe they can explain things for us.
Well, good news is I won't be, because Lord knows no one wants that. Thankfully, I have three brilliant minds here to explain what we're seeing here. And I think, though, the talk of the town...
Where?
The Dr. Bear, actually, is one of them.
Okay, gotcha.
And then I'll let you guys fight to the death to figure out who the other two are. All right, well, let's go ahead and do a little check-in with our neons, shall we? Because that definitely seems to be the thing that is dictating, Balla, the pace of this matchup, how things are shaping out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this neon for Jog looks way better than the ISO, and he, in my opinion, has the best movement we've seen out of any neon so far.
Which isn't shocking
in terms of mechanics. No, not shocking at all. But Sonic is still playing so well, and it's crazy to me that this guy is IGLing while playing neon on such a fast-paced map and running down mid half of the rounds.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing like this crazy like.
He's gonna lose his mind.
Yeah, he's losing.
But I have a conniption over
you
there.
While the game was going on, Ball was just like, "What are you doing?" No, but I feel like we're seeing this crazy crossover of like the strategic neon. For the most part, except for like a couple rounds. And then we have Jogamo on like this fast-paced neon, ready to take aggressive space and kind of pushing forward and making sure that the team kind of gets on site all fine. So I feel like we're seeing that crossover, and I agree. I think his movement is insane, but at the other side, like Sadok's util is also insane. Like I feel like they're both playing great.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference in their early engagement kind of style, just based on the fact that Jogamo has like 5 first kills right now, and Sadok has I think only maybe 1 or 2, if I remember correctly, but just taking way less first engagements. And now that the sides are swapped, though, and he'll be on attack, I'm interested to see if Sadok is going to be able to step up to the level Jogamo has in regard to getting entries.
Yeah, I mean, well, we saw what happened in map 1 when they flipped sides there and Lau just ran away with it. Could history repeat itself? Send it back over to Brennan's Sideshow.
We'll see, I mean, much more even now, isn't it? Like 6-6. Don't really, like, you've said it, right? We're keeping up to date with kind of the first kills and the correlation there. But to be honest, just because the first kills, like, you know, the gun rounds are going even and the rounds are even, doesn't mean that, you know, the teams that are getting the first kills are winning those rounds. Could be that both of these teams are losing people and winning the rounds still.
It's very true. I mean, towards the end of that half, though, it was a little more correlated. I'm interested to see what Loud have got cooked up on their attack side, though, because I think Sadok called a really nice game from Duelist on Lotus. That's a rarity. We used to have quite a lot of Duelist IGLs at the very beginning of the game.
Repeat, Sadok, what are you doing there, man? Pulling out the sprint, seeing if you could escape, potentially with the glide, but no.
Trusting heavily in Pancada's paranoia that it was going to push people off the line. And just not quite getting that priority when he wanted it. It's a pretty standard kind of map control play, but this time EG disrespect it. And I think that's what you get from Jogamo. You get a lot of disrespecting of opponent's utility and unconventional timing.
Whew. That shot lands, but EG quick to shore up the defenses. It's a great beginning for the pistol around here. It's slow and steady, but enough to get the job done. Fault line forwards. Derek. A lot of damage returned to him towards the top section of mid. Tap, tap, tap going to Ghost, but again, no casualties. It's Loud are the ones who need to find them.
Jogamo is on the flank here. And I think he's got really nice timing. 2E's is taking it slow. 2 players ready to go.
He knows everything. Inside the smoke as well. So anti-flash being played. 2 years, a bit of spam. He seems to be aware of it. Instinctual, but yeah, from behind. Wrap around, snap around. It's 2 years. Quick 180. There's a lot more to do where that came from. So pistol round win for EG. They're taking the lead now in this map.
But both pistols go the way of Loud on Lotus. Both pistols now going the way of EG here on Sunset. So that's one of the ticks in the box in terms of the things that Potter was trying to pay attention to and reinforce within the team. And just in case you're wondering, Jogamo 8-1 on Lotus in first kills to first death, 6-1 at the moment here on Sunset.
Man.
14-2 total first kill to first death. Utterly, utterly dominant at setting his team up for advantages.
Quick pre-fire for the Dizzy. Around like this. Risk to be taken by Loud. G do have, you know, going for the 3 rifle buy, 2 pistols, keeping it in, seeing if they can get something really healthy and dangerous going for the bonus, but it does open up a bit of a danger zone.
If he gets another first kill here, he's going to be 7-1, which would be quite fitting against the Brazilian team.
Yeah. Almost going down to that spam. defensive setup, though, is pretty concrete, at least for EG's side of things. Les does take away a nice easy kill there onto Superman, but it's evens out. Jorgamo once more going walkabouts. But the kill onto Superman, it's forcing EG to make a call to try and reclear something. They're seemingly unaware of this. And
they've got an open,
open avenue all the way up towards the B side.
Damn.
Oh, he's so fast at this one. He's sprinting right onto him with the spike drop down and the door in your face. They did. They're just, I mean, locked out of position, locked away from any chance of winning the round.
Karanzine usually has the spike. He's playing breach. I think he thought for a moment there that he'd got through with the spike. I believe it was him who just closed the door, locking himself off from the play.
Go, go, go.
EG not going to have a huge amount of weaponry here on the bonus. Not expecting this one to be particularly dangerous. But, you know, if Jorgamo can land a ridiculous kill with the Guardian, then of course it still could be. But this is where Loud have an opportunity to stabilize. It was double bonus rounds that set up Loud so well on Lotus. EG would love for something like that. It just doesn't look likely. 2 sheriffs.
They've given a rifle over to Jorg.
Yeah, that's a nice idea.
Yeah.
If there's anyone that's going to make it happen, it would be him.
Holding down the A main chokehold. Side by side, him and Derek.
If there was ever a round to run a slow default, it would be this one. Prowler detects the trip, breaks it, so now bodies are going to have to stay.
A stun as well. This movement.
Damn.
Jorgamo, good. Almost a hack middle, but no, yeah, it just fades all of it.
Those fucking Neon versus Neon, like,
flicked behind a 180 as he's moving away to stop any
it's so fucking close. I feel like Neon is gonna be the new Eyes.
Right there. This trip's gonna be a bit of a nuisance as well, Apoff.
It's gonna be like
one aftershock
the best movement versus the best movement.
Yeah, okay, so well. Still locked into the corner. The Dizzy a little bit delayed there. Starting not even to play over this, and it hasn't been called correctly. Still, the classic Kawazine is there. Superman even better with that sheriff. Might be golden for it. Cover going out. Smoke dropped. So one way onto the top of the box. Derek ensuring the mid is cleared out before he really commits into this one with a full retake. They do have time on their side to go slow and steady onto the approach, and it would be that bonus round conversion for EG. They'd love for it. Smoke though. It's Pancadas. We'll force them forwards here with the aftershock as well. Out of the way. Superman sticking. Bit of miscommunication in terms of where this has been planted. It's actually in front of the pillar. They're spamming it to the left into the wrong spot. So EG just get a free defusal all the way. Less. Listen, it's
damn.
at the end, but a bonus
They lose the
round win
freaking
for
bonus
EG.
though.
They planted in a different spot.
Yes. That might be a lack of experience from 2Es playing Gecko. It's not a normal spot to plant there. The meta spots to plant are on the corners, kind of on the ramp, where all of your spam is going to land on the diffuser. Instead, he pointed it straight at the pillar. Wingman went over
Damn.
and planted in a spot where you can be on a full half circle. And also, it looked like the pings were off.
I feel like the pings were off, yeah.
But that's just, I mean, it shows you the spike on the minimap.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I don't know.
Shouldn't be missing the pings.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the smokes were in my face. You know, I couldn't quite tell the depth of it, but it looked like they were.
It looked like it was off. Now I said that bonus round was going to be really difficult to convert, and we're dwelling a lot on the the misplay towards the end of Loud because it did look winnable in the post plan. But what are those shots from Superman? 2 sheriff shots to open things up as he's defending the site, flooding in. That's the kind of impact that he was giving you on Lotus. That's the kind of performance you need from some of these other players that aren't Jorgamo, that aren't defending champions from last year, kept together on the roster. You need a bit of that from some of these others to win you around here or there, and EG, they've got that round 15 looking pretty. On the other side of things again, I think the KD was 20-9 from less on Lotus, and it's still looking fearsome here. He's got the hero rifle, and I think that's who you really want to have it in their hands.
It's been performing. But so is Jorgamo. He's relentless right now. in the series, in the map. No clearance into the corner. Apof's going to be covered there. Wolf just to get him out of dodge. And Paranoia to supplement. Jorgamo, he's hunting even further. This guy, man! He can't be stopped!
It's so nice. God, the utility is brilliant. Apoth has pushed down mid. He throws the wall for Apoth to escape. Dashes so that he avoids the utility coming his way. Stuns so he can follow up. Dizzy in his face, doesn't even bother. Uses the second slide.
He's operating on a different level, man.
He's actually, his brain moves faster than the average human.
I'm watching him do it. I can't think that fast. The orders of operations, man, that he's having to do.
It's so nasty good. Get him on the full-time Neon. I mean, the ISO was fun. It was cool, but he's cooking.
Yeah, movement agents, he's cooking.
So Loud had absolutely no chance in that round. Eco and Jorgamo masterclass. So, wait, what is this? He's up again.
He's pushing them in.
He's up again. They just can't get a handle on where he is and what he's doing. It's another first kill to add to the list.
The disrespect is crazy. The wall, though, it's propped up, seeking that engagement. Sadak gliding, and at least there is that follow-up, so it's traded. Loud, not quite with the advantage, but at least it is a 3 versus 3. No backside control. Again, that plant, it's going to be going towards the pillar. Nature, do you really just let this one go straight past, seeking the timing? Dizzy connects. He's missed his opportunity and his chance. He was hoping the player would walk in front of him. He's still alive for the retake, and that's what matters now.
Same plant position, by the way, so that 2Es can play off it in market.
In front of the pillar, with him going down, it's going to be much more difficult to play this post plan. A lot's going to be asked for from Les and Kawazine. Util in their hands. Big tap, Kawazine, fault line, Sprez. That's going to be an aftershock, and it should clear them off, but Apov gets half anyway. It's not way it missed. Just slightly ajar. Again, this map plan positioning EG up to 11.
Well, Loud took a tag timeout to talk about their post-plan setups. You've got to imagine, and that is just another disaster. It's hard to tell exactly where the mistake is there. Is it slightly off in terms of the plant spot when he's throwing in the Gecko, throwing in the Wingman, sorry? Or is it Kawazine who's just missing the aftershock in that position? Either way, disaster.
Yeah.
And yeah, that plant position is, it's good for market, but it isn't as good for the B main post-plant. Loud are getting ruined in this spot. They were dominating post-plant situations on Lotus. That was primarily one of the reasons why they were winning in that map. And here, 2 massive ones have fallen away from them. Couldn't be more important. Round 15, the anti-bonus, and round 17, the next rifle round, both lost in a very similar fashion.
These pivotal rounds that are just escaping them. Forced to take a timeout on Loud's end.
I mean, they took a timeout, I'm pretty sure,
just
straight
a few
after
moments
the other
ago.
one. Yeah, like 2 rounds ago, they took a timeout. And they're making the same mistake, so I can't imagine they've got too much new to discuss with their...
Holy shit. There is 1% of people who are like Leviathan, Sentinel, and then Furia.
I have no idea what these teams are going to be playing on Icebox.
What to expect.
Could be absolutely anything.
In their fucking PKMs.
But Loud desperately need
That's 169 people.
So 2 stingers, one of which is on Sadak, and Sadak has his ult, so it's really not that bad of a buy.
Less danger there, but he's going to...
And a lot of them are fucking Brazilian, of course.
For a way into the site, looking almost for a kill as well. Apov! Pointed directly towards him, he knew where to pre-aim. Still, they did get that site access. Trips dealt with. The player disadvantage, mosh pit. Straight to the corner, no players there.
Jogamo's very, very late to this.
To the back of the site, flash, what a connection! Multitude of targets, Paranoia delayed and even misses. No way to follow up onto this one. Loud in shambles in terms of how they want to play this one, and they can't get a hand to Jorgamo! It is pure filth, man! Josh is levereeling, he's almost pulled the headset off his head.
What am I watching?
Dude, I mean, I don't know.
What am I watching?
I don't know. Forget the tactical shooter label.
They released Valorant 2!
Dude, it's an arena shooter now.
Jorgamo's playing Valorant 2!
Dude, TF2 fans, we are so back.
What is this? He's crossed him up so bad,
That is actually crazy.
He broke the ankle so hard. That is actually filthy. I can't believe it.
The way that he's weaving his movement and then throwing out stuns mid-movement. You remember the previous round where he was getting away from the fault line punish? 180 flicks and throws out the relay ball as he's sliding away.
He's on a different level right now. There's never been a firmer knee on him.
Oh my god.
Aftershock. It's in his face once more with the
Oh my god, the fucking headshot.
shut down onto Sadak.
I mean, nice from Sadak, but it's only a 140.
Yeah.
Brutal. Taken out. And on top of that, Tui's falls. Drops the spike. I mean, this has been a joy to watch. And a pure reflection of what we saw on Lotus.
And he wants more. Look at this guy. The whole team capitalizing. Doesn't matter if he goes down. One left standing. It's Pancada. 12-6. It's all on his shoulders to get the map continued, but in all reality, we are almost certainly heading to Icebox.
Pancada's, I just think, has no hope of converting this, and EG know it. Superman closes things out. And what a performance from
1-1.
and Jorgamo in particular.
The first
Man, would be sad to lose my two fucking pick'ems on fucking FURIA and that is and Loud EG.
Abilities and movement setups together is like nothing I've seen. I mean, this is
Like,
immaculate stuff.
I think the most gambly, like the closest game for this week is like tomorrow's game. G2 Cloud9.
Lotus in terms of first kills to first deaths.
I think FURIA and that is like an insane upset. And if we have EG beating Loud, it's also an upset in my opinion. With how bad EG was, or has been, in like stage 1 and before Master Madrid and stuff, stage 0.
We're all gonna get us nice and ready for it.
Compared to a team that was like very similar, which is G2. Like G2 popped off a lot and EG was like very disappointing. I don't even know if they can go to fucking champions. Wait, EDG is already qualified for champions? China Championship points. EDG. Oh, they have 14 points, and the second team has like 8. And the third has 6.
Making sure that nobody can really take in adjustment.
Welcome back, everyone. And Evil Geniuses have tied things up 1-1 off the back of, well,
Sentinels has 10 points. Sentinels is the number 1 fucking team for America.
Seconds ago, before you intro this, you go, I'm playing Neon on console. And then the stinger hits, and then we get into it. So, I mean, that really just...
Dude, it was
They have 10 points, and that is, they have 9, Dev has 7, G2 and Crew they have 6.
Crazy talented. Look at the movement.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses they have 2 fucking points. Loud, well, they actually have the same amount of points as Loud. Because of the 2 win in fucking stage 1.
We'll see it.
Yeah, because both teams are like 2 and 3.
From here it just gets crazy. Right here he gets another slide kill in tiles while full blind. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, he came around, hit him with the Palpatine fingers.
There's no one that I've seen so far be as good with the slides.
In EMEA it's Fnatic with 10 points, 9 points from stage 1.
So much more predictable. Yeah. And his is so varied, it's constantly throwing people off.
And then it's like Foot and Casey with 8 points.
Defense, which technically shouldn't make sense.
But I feel like Foot has the momentum.
Being super aggressive, like it worked out perfectly. Yeah, like you said, that tiles play
And
was
for
insane.
Pacifics probably, yeah, it's Genji. Genji 13 points, Paper X 12 points. And then it's DRX with 7 points. And Talon Esport and Team Secret with 5 points.
You know, we talked about it before, right? He's the type of player that thrives with those movement agents. One of the best raises in the world.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Guy can do whatever he wants.
Paper X had like 10 points in stage 1, and they have 2 points in stage 2. But Genji had like 3 points in kickoff, 6 points in stage 1, 3 points at Masters 2, and 1 point at stage 2. So they are the more consistent team.
Like standard Valorant, you know, just like across the board.
By far.
Louder still running the double controller. Here comes your
Honestly, they could win Champion too. Like,
yeah, there's no way.
they won't fucking master Shanghai, but they could win fucking champs too.
Everyone is, you know, pretty much on pins and needles wondering what the hell we're going to get on this one.
With the EG at the beginning of this year, they brought out the deadlock on Icebox. They're one of the first teams that, if not the
Yeah, it was complete dog shit though.
Yeah, with Jaw playing.
All I'm going to say is, because I recall at the pre-show, there was a...
It was a fucking Viper, Killjoy, Deadlock, Gecko comp with a jet.
And there was someone really smart, really bald who said that. Who was it? Athena, was it?
Couldn't have been Josh. It wasn't Sideshow. Who was it?
I think it was me. It was this guy. EG defines the meta. I don't know.
I mean, you were
Talking out of
cooking.
my
I'm
butt.
just saying, it was mild. We already knew it was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen. It's like, it's like predicting it when you see it already.
Yeah. Well, listen. All right.
Defining what meta though?
A broken clock could be right.
Like fucking Miniboo has been playing fucking Neon on Sunset, and Heretics is like probably the best fucking team on Sunset.
But yeah, so now we're going into
Since for fucking ever.
I know you were talking about this like during the
Since
break, you were
fucking
mentioning how,
kickoff
like, you know,
almost.
you're seeing people do crazy stuff.
I'm gonna
early on
check.
the map.
This is a map that Neon can work, and we haven't seen it at the pro level because
I'm gonna check because I think they played it in kickoff.
It's insane to try to go for because you don't have those long corridors, you don't
Heretics.
have places, but when you watch people who really know Neon, and I'm sorry, but none of these pro players, even Jogamo, come even close to the type of movement that you see from the pro content creator type people on Neon.
People are doing like funny movements.
Yes, exactly. For clips, they're playing in unrated, whatever. But like the movement you can do on this map, on
Kickoff
top 410
EMEA.
with the ropes, with all these sort of things,
Oh,
is
it's fucking
insane.
game
With the
changer.
jumping through nests, like there are some things that can be done that you will be mind blown by. So if he does it, I'll be mind blown.
Something tells me Jogmo might have watched a few TikToks or something.
They played Sunset against Navi, and Miniboo played Neon in fucking kickoff.
And
on February fucking the 29th, like 4 months ago. Like,
I think we're getting a deadlock. I feel it.
Which EG has done in the past.
Yeah.
So
and he played it again the 1st March against Casey in the final. And they won fucking Sunset 13-9 against Casey. They lost 3-1, that's the only map they won.
I mean, listen, we saw FPX with the Clove on this map at Shanghai, and it was some demonic activity from life.
And we were talking about how we wanted to see ISO with other agents and more synergy to be able to follow through with all those shields. And I feel like with Harbor and Clove, that's going to be awesome to watch.
Ask and you shall receive. All right, guys, both teams need to win to keep their playoff hopes alive. So let's go ahead and send it back over to your casters, Brandon Sideshow, for the call.
Sorry, both of these teams 2 and 3 overall.
I don't like the ISO.
Season this year, a win here.
I think Arbor Close for Double Smoker is okay.
The goal of meeting champs.
I think Sova Killjoy is classic, but if you're gonna go with a comp like that, you want flashes and you want someone to spot for your Sova, and so you want a Yol. I think you don't want the ISO, you want the Yol. Because you can like rotate super fast with his CP, you can like hope with his CP too, and shit like that. You can like hunt the fucking Viper in her pit. I think if you put Jogomo on a Yoru in that team comp is like super strong. And you could also have an Omen instead of a Clove, because I think Omen has more utility, but I don't think Superman is like the best smoker to put on fucking Clove.
To the jeers of the crowd. Another tap from Salak.
Yeah, but they're gonna have to wait for the next wall cycle. And this is now difficult for Loud. They haven't got the plan down. Everybody on EG knows.
Loud, they changed their comp actually. They put Tuis on an Omen and not on the Arbor.
Does he over the supplement? Jogamo. Has he got that one from Shield now? It's activated. Bit more breathing room as well for him to try and take some of these fights.
Good wall from Apoth.
They have Sadak on the Gecko and Less is not on the Viper, he's on the Killjoy, and Tenkara is on the Viper. Yeah, they changed their comp a lot. Not necessarily like with picks, but with how who plays what and how they play it.
Shut it down here and wrap it up nice and pretty here for the first pistol round of Icebox.
I think that's a sick idea though from EG. Throw out the ISO wall.
I think 2 is on Arbor works in their comp, because you have the cove for
they just had the thinnest angle. There it is.
For
if you look at the timer, it was milliseconds away from
to raise your fucking KO and shit, and you have the cove for the wingman plant and shit.
I like it even better. You know, there's ways of refining that, but clearly
either Arbor instead of like Viper or instead of the Omen.
Loud playing the no duelist composition on the other side of things. We know roughly how they're going to want to play this. Both teams though are going to have these smokes from.
I also don't like ISO for EG because you already have a wall that pushes with the Arbor. Like you have a wall to push behind, you know? So you're paying like double. You're paying the utility twice.
You can't reconnect with Less is getting space.
And you have a fucking Clove that doesn't have a lot of strong utility. Like
can't afford to lose any more of these guns.
Especially on a very open map like Icebox.
One pair of footsteps.
I think an Omen, even Brimstone. I think we saw a team in America play Brimstone earlier this year. I think it was 100 Thieves that played fucking Brimstone on Icebox, and I remember not liking it in a double smoke setup.
His raw aim, his crosshair placement, and how calm he is.
But yeah.
There's definite chances for EG, or at least there were, but now...
I really don't like the ISO. I think a Yoru is way better for like EG's team comp.
Damage to the economy of Loud. Only 2 of the rifles getting saved.
See if
But
it makes a difference.
they only came into the round with 3.
An ISO and a Norman instead of the Clove.
We're gonna see EG fighting all over the place. And certainly when you look at the team composition,
Or even
heavy hitters from map 1, Jorgamo and Superman for Evil Genius.
even a kill, and then you have a very close team.
That's your ISO and Clove.
You have like very similar team between the very similar team comps between the two teams, between Loud and EG. But yeah.
Dodging and weaving the initial util. For the high tide, it's going to be just separating them away from the A site. Slow and steady though. Looks like that's the game plan for Loud. No overstepping themselves. Make sure that they watch it with some crossfire angles.
Pulled people away over towards mid. They're looking for information, despite the fact that the turret and the alarm bot are both down, are both active, I should say.
Yeah.
Both been placed in.
EG playing in front of their utilities.
EG go through, break the turret, make it feel like they're in mid, and now they're back
Interesting.
over towards A. Just trying to mess with Sadak's understanding of what the defensive setup is.
Drone not seeing anything here. Left alone over towards the A side. Everybody heading over towards B.
Yeah, Sadak can pick up Alt Orb and then get thrashed with plant.
It's faking.
Doesn't even
want to
go
pick up the orb.
Doesn't even go for the orb.
I'm back with 30 seconds left now. Hasn't
I don't know, man.
Still has the front section of A, so they don't have to hard reclear this. They can save what a util now for the back of the side, but
Less.
slightly ajar there. Less not expecting that somebody, at least that he's going to be visible on that angle. Nade at the floor. Time running short, running away from them almost entirely, but the high ground angles enough to just.
It's over. Spike is down.
From the plant, Sadak has to stick.
They have to cover him.
Has to be guarded, and he will do just that. To the plant tower now. His team helping him out over the shoulder with the shots.
Still gets Thrash online.
He's gonna bring it back.
That line of scrimmage.
Oh, that's very smart.
Great movement.
Pay to bring him back, so you can like
Holding it down. The pre-fire super.
go again.
Maybe he shouldn't be getting away with this one. He's left into the 1v1.
Damn, my bad, man. I said Superman is not like a smoker you should put on clothes, but
Perfect moment, bailing Loud.
never mind, man.
Around that would have seen Loud get up to an enormous advantage.
That's a crazy one to win.
It's a ridiculous 1v3. Small unforced error there from Les. But that's beautiful shooting.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that Superman was putting together map 1, and he cooled down a little bit on Sunset, but it didn't matter because everybody.
I mean, he
was
had
doing
good
well.
shots on his
Jorgamo was
sheriff
dominating.
in Sunset. On Sunset.
But now he's back. Clovalt online, Superman can take really aggressive fights.
It's just that like they are too busy fucking blazing Jorgamo and the Neon.
Looking for this guy to get active. Bit of the util being used though, just posturing them away. Still with a heavy control and hold. Onto away by the EG players with the 4 players committed. Does leave Nature a little bit, wary. You can see this guy is just jiggling into mid because he doesn't have a turret or an alarm bot to watch that angle, so it's all being committed over towards the B side. Mid is a big avenue that's just open right now for Loud. Of course, Loud don't know this. Man, this guy, it's on point. That's an ult that is not going to get value. Superman,
It's just gonna hide, yeah.
I mean, Les is actually still sticking around though. Close to the corner. Middle, misses. Out wide with a pre-fire. Expected. Superman who had to make the play there in that moment. Still, action over towards the B side now. Mid, watch for Les. That adjustment is
Man, I fucking love Loud and nice box. Between like fucking two easy Arbor and fucking Les holding the back. I mean, he's playing Omen now, but when they were playing the fucking Viper Arbor meta, they're fucking Viper Arbor from.
Both of these teams are going to be playing aggressive post-plant positions a decent percentage of the time. Not every single time, but because they're both playing Clove Omen, you can put smokes on the bridge that connects top nest to kitchen, and you can try to fight on site. You can smoke off orange, you can take more space.
Top nest
and in
to
this
kitchen.
Spot, they took space on site and then even threw paranoia into Snowman. it actually gives you so many different ways of playing those post plants rather than just the standard, we are going to plant and then fall back to yellow. It actually makes the map much more interesting.
Akada's job just to contain.
He saw the ball.
Teammates at his back as well. But a risky, you know, eco play by EG. 4 players up the gut, seeing if they get a cheeky kill. Doesn't work out.
Les is playing fairly aggressively as the Sentinel player over towards A. You know, he's not scared of anything. And I think one of the reasons for that is that EG are not running a jet, so he's not really worried about like an early push across the ropes, updraft, into your face, that kind of play. He's just taking space and getting good info for the team. Now everybody comes back into Superman.
He's missed it.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, there was a chance there.
Yeah, but not too much more in the round. Though, of course, Superman can still apply smokes, but that'll only really matter if EG can get a kill or something to make this a bit more even.
Derek not expecting the wall to just drop down in his face.
That's cool.
That is cool. Rebound on the flash. Full blinded up onto Jogamoy. Was not expecting that.
Yeah, a little bank shot. And Nature left to just try to deny his own ult orb, basically. Yeah, not gonna happen. But Kawanzin, he has that KO already.
I'm gonna go A with a KO
Yeah, I
ult.
think the fact that EG are gonna try to look to take fights with the ISO.
It's a good round too, so
is a little strange in some kind
if
of
you
sense,
invest
because they
ult
don't
here
actually
and
have
like
flashes to
you
set
break
those
your enemy's
aggressive fights.
economy,
And so they have to just try to contest areas, dodging utility, and then primarily the double smokes comp is going to want to play for retake.
you can
So
start like
you know, it's got,
heavily
it can
snowballing.
do multiple things.
This
but
is
not
an
as
important
well as
round.
some
Yeah,
other compositions
that's why you see a
at
fucking
doing just
timeout.
one spot. It's a bit more of a compromise comp.
EG forced to take this time out now. I was wondering if we were going to see it into this round or maybe the next, because this is the important one. It's already Lauda getting that momentum behind them. 4-1 currently.
Because they use
purchase port online,
they
so
use the
Kawanzin
Gecko
sitting on that
ultimate
top man.
on fucking
Just essentially
round
win the
3
round almost as
on
well.
the
Give
bonus.
you access to one of the sites.
Right.
So EG, it's their time to shine. It's a full investment.
That Superman like won the only round they won.
Something to work around.
It was the bonus, so
Like I said,
it's
they're running
like
away with it.
Yeah, I think a little bit of
third
pressure on them
round,
dropping off to try to
so
play
he
retake
should be able to get his ult again with all the plants and the orb farming.
both of the sites, which is
He's 3 points away, so 1 orb, 1 plant and 1 kill.
But I'll see what Nature's setup looks like. Right there. I would assume he's not even going for. Normally
They
you'll
could
see
even,
Swarm
like,
on site to try to block that wingman plant. You know, no matter
take-
which site he's playing on, but here I feel like if they
Like they could try on A and then pick up the
utility forwards, but it's a stack on
the
A.
spike back with Omen's ultimate.
I think just early pressure here and then playing around the harbor roll is gonna be
And then
the best chance
rotate
of
towards
success.
B. But they don't have a lurker.
Noise being made. Fights to be taken and one out by the Loud players instantly. So no command. That's a rip now emanating out.
Yeah,
into the
that's
side,
all.
but it's not even necessary. It's over.
Fucking nature you can save, man.
Kawanzin deliberately knocking himself so he can get res back up with full HP.
Not that it really matters.
It doesn't matter at all. No, it really doesn't. It's a 4v1 and Nature left again alone. Was on the opposite
Less
side of the
as
map.
fucking
His team
8k.
had the correct stack, but
Yeah, they
I think
they
this
are
is a
full
trap that
money.
a lot of teams with the Clove can end up falling into. And we certainly saw this, as White was talking about with Life from FPX in Shanghai.
Yeah, just...
Clove is actually not that great at playing aggressively before their ult is online. If you're gonna play that Crossfire in a super aggressive position, you don't actually have the... Oh, wow.
1 HP.
A brutal way for Nature to fall.
Holy
Just trying to keep
shit.
the gun online.
You are right. I mean, yeah, it feels like everything in Clove's kit leans itself to playing more aggressive, but...
Yeah, it's 5-1 and it could be like a fucking 6-0
Yeah, I mean, you
start.
want to play aggressively up close. Like, if you have some flashes available, at least, you know, you look at a concert, Louder player now.
Yeah, and not just the flash to go super aggro, but if you want to play an off angle like that, pick Reyna.
Yeah.
Like, I know that seems a bit silly. Nobody's really playing Reyna at the moment, but it is viable to play Reyna if you want to fight on unusual angles like that on Icebox. And Clove is not Reyna. They are
I don't fucking like EG's fucking setup
All of your Reina mains are now playing Cloven, right? I guess of all
with
yeah.
the Killjoy utility on B like that. Especially on a Nico, like... You just want your info. Yeah, look.
Yeah, they've kind of squandered their best opportunity.
That's what I was saying before the timeout, right? It was the pivotal round.
Ooh.
One that was going to make the most sense for them to try and win.
They know, like, EG is on an eco, so they are safer to take space and to put pressure.
Cube as well.
Not able to get a refresh there.
From NTP, cancel. I don't know about that ultimate.
I mean, I don't like the idea of going mid to A on an anti-eco round. I thought they were running it as a bit of a distraction so that Pancada could slip through, but he's not gone for the more aggressive option. I like Pancada's positioning though once they commit to A. It's not like they have a ton of utility.
Nice shot.
I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, losing these players. Jogamo has ult and a rifle too. Very easily can turn the tide of all of this one, and he snaps him up. It's going to be a 1v1 that's occurring. I believe 2 years is going to be caught in it, and isolates the fights all over the place. 2 years. He does win his out. Jogamo dropping, but
yeah, but Superman is here to pick up the kill.
Getting all at once, so 12 seconds left. Unwinnable now for Loud. Just falls to pieces.
At fucking 50.
And Pancada will be
Ooh.
afforded a few of them, but
They're gonna save two rifles, yeah. And their fucking guns.
needed to happen.
It did for EG, but I think that's a pretty horrible way of playing.
Pancada can die here.
I mean, anti-eco rounds, generally speaking, you want to be setting up some kind of like.
They are one away from like Killjoy ultimate and Viper ultimate.
You
So.
get ready to react into the opposite direction. You don't do something like.
You should see EG and Loud both fight for the orbs.
It's a cute idea to throw in on a rifle round where you need something unusual to happen, but I don't like this game plan from Loud.
Wow.
And they did end up getting punished for it. Keep it simple, Sadak.
Dart's going to be dealt with there towards the back wall. Slow and steady. Just for Loud. You want to keep it simple as well. Not getting ahead of themselves. EG being granted that lifeline though.
And this is keeping it simple. Use the Thrash to clear this area out. Allow Les to come over and pick up the ult orb potentially. Make sure you're holding to punish anyone who's looking to play this aggressively.
Superman has the ult. Has
Oh
the
my
ult.
god.
Not even necessary. Wins out the fight single-handedly. Movement's nice from Pancada, but you're going to see it instantly coming back into the action. Not dead yet. Needs to find a kill though, and everyone's going to be holding their ground just for now. Sliders the Marv angles, but Superman feeling empowered. Just running it down forward. Shield gone out. Less cannot avoid capture.
Damn. Honestly, I take back everything I said about Superman. He can indeed play close.
To get EG started, it was the only round they got out of the first 6.
It's just very gambly.
Also had another blinder there.
That's also one thing I don't like about EG's comp, is like, with ISO close, like, you become very, very gambly. Like,
But just decided to style on him.
So nice stuff from EG. The 2 away from making
you're
it
saying my duelist
5
is
rounds.
fucking better than everybody in your team, and my smoker's the same.
Yeah, just, I mean, exactly predicting that Superman will be playing on the same angle
That
again.
countered out from Derek, from the Sova, from EG's Sova. It's really cool, because that's a very common fucking Gecko flash.
This is where the mind games
Because you can just throw it and pick it up, like, safely. And it just gives you free info.
Banana swarms. TP across from 2 years.
Les is not playing with the squad. They are not prioritizing this lockdown at all.
Way out of there, Dizzy. It's a blind fire from one of them, a pre-fire as well into the back corner. Nature just about avoiding and dodging all the way from the back.
Holy shit.
That kill. It was lit up. It was Jogamo who saves him from that embarrassment. But now the pit dropped down. This will cover most of it. One-way smoke in their face. Don't think that's going to be doing too much good.
No nanoswarms on Spike. Lockdown only just now arriving.
Jogamo forward to it though. Now with the wall, Ape diffusing. Might be able to get half. It's been covered. A dominating position. It's Derek. It's gained all that
Up
ground.
of
Still to
then.
the edges of all of this one. He needs to spot this lockdown. It's tucked right around the corner. It's forced
Yeah,
to
it's
use
over.
form, and Nature He's pushed back
Just save your
to the outer
weapon.
rings of it. The turret to catch him. 1 HP and a dream defusing. No way!
Oh my fucking god, Loud.
Who on earth is Pancata shooting at?
I don't know.
Does he think he's fighting Goliath?
Going up to the skybox.
I mean,
where were the shots going?
Where were the bullets going? Is he trying to give the guy a haircut? What is going on there? What is that spam? It must be to do with the elevation because Pancata's just so much higher up when he's on top of green. That round never ever should be going the way
Yeah.
nature.
You have a fucking Viper pit, you have a fucking Killjoy ultimate, you have a fucking...
Well and good, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, sigh of relief from the EG players. They can barely believe it themselves.
Yeah, they've just been gifted it. Christmas coming.
Like everything.
It's Jorgamo's birthday tomorrow. That was a little gift from Loud.
Yeah.
You open the fucking round with a kill, 3 kills for a smoke, like...
Now, throughout that as well, you're seeing that part of the retake ideas from EG is that they're running a composition that has Cove to potentially get half. You have the ISO wall that can potentially get half as well. There's a lot of ways that they can cheese that first half onto the spike. And then from there, I guess you sometimes get...
win a moment.
Yeah, you sometimes get gifted something like that, but big mistake coming out from Loud. This is 3 in a row from EG. Huge error. That was less committing.
And Loud's economy is not looking good.
The odds for Loud taking a step back. The money's still strong.
It is,
surprising.
Strong?
Making full advantage of it, I suppose, the prior...
I don't know about strong, like, if they lose that round, they have a buy after it, but...
To see if Derek can just get a cheeky kill on someone going up the belt.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But then it's a struggle for the last round.
Combos that we saw pioneered many, many years ago.
I just don't like how EG...
This is the thing.
Yeah, it doesn't have his ult.
You're not playing Reyna.
How EG is...
And they know exactly how to pre-fire it.
Good shit.
Hunter's Fury. It's going to be used. See if you get that connection, but Derek, he's missed all the marks. The target's waiting for him. There's a high tide that rips its way across over towards the A site.
They're spitting so much utility, though.
I mean, at least there was the extra layer of the Hunter's Fury being thrown in there.
Yeah.
But it didn't save them. And smokes, again, still
Use the
available if
Viper
it does
smoke.
end on A. And Loud do keep committing into the spot where they killed Superman early on. Nature's ultimate is excellent for retake, but he's super committed over on B right now. He's not playing passively, so he's got a slow rotate over to A.
30 seconds left.
The smokes are going to bloom and blossom on the Loud side of things.
The wingman. Killed the fucking wingman.
Clue where these players are, yet still they'll be handed to him onto the high ground. 2 years. It's traded. Derek's still holding it towards the back of the line here with only a few seconds.
13 seconds, it's over. Loud are throwing. Holy fucking shit, man.
Shield broken, yeah, it doesn't really matter though, does it, man? That's going to be 5-5. EG, they do even it up.
Yeah, you're seeing...
They're gonna win that half.
Loud or the value rather that the shield has in some of these spots is simply that Loud have to jiggle peek spam to try to remove it before they can take that fight. Sadak really wanted to try to get that spike back, and he had to try to deal with the shield before he could ever commit to taking a fight. Slowed him down. 5-5 now. EG running away with things here towards the end. But Loud ults online. A 4-player stack from EG though.
It's a big committal again. Jorgamo! My god, man. Just takes the fight to him. He was traded in the end, but already these Loud players have
They have a lockdown to play retake.
Movement, I think, going a bit ajar. Shadows traveling. So he was quickly going to be vacuuming up most of it though. Able to get that plan down.
What do you do against a lockdown in this kind of spot?
You just give up?
Gotta fight aggressively. It's the only real shot. Drone tags it though. Lockdown comes through. What do they have?
Go, Wingman, go!
Paranoia. Any sort of play, just seeking to delay.
Yeah, they have to give up the position.
Sadak. It's aggressive, it's risky. The cancel with the
Oh, he's gonna cancel to avoid the lockdown, but yeah.
They were waiting for it.
I think they were ahead of that one. Lovely play from EG. Nature getting involved with his rifle as well. Picks up Pancada.
And they have Jogamo's ultimate. They're gonna play for that ultimate.
Of Evil Genius is there as they find the brawls that they're looking for.
So let's see what, like, how Loud is gonna play to bait the ISO ultimate.
Derek's finding his opportunities to trade out Jogamo and hold nice supportive angles for him. They're actually finding these situations to take team fights and win them. Spots where the inexperience previously has been a big problem. Now they've got their feet under them. It's Loud under pressure.
Yeah. Round 12 now by Xbox.
Every first half has been 6-6.
It's gone down to the final few moments here. Now money is flourishing for EG. Derek's going to be able to pick up that operator. None of us going to be making too much of a difference. No players heading over towards the A site. Instead, all over towards B. This is a very committed position by Nature. He does get his nanoswarms off. Couldn't avoid that one. He's going to be locked himself into that 1v1 Jogamo. Shield's gone, removed, but snappy once more. The movement is nice.
And Superman finds the lurk.
Another mid lurker dead, and Nature, oh, he takes contact, but ends up going down.
Right there. That would make this a little bit more winnable.
You smoke?
Positioning just fully known right now. Are committed, waiting for the wall cycle. Finally, fuel in the tank, so we'll go up. It's trying to get a move on, but it seems to be that hesitancy in their play. They don't really know what moves to make. Wall goes down, facing, tripled up onto the angle. Apoth doesn't give anything away. Plays for his life.
Great information.
Nice shot.
Straight away now.
Good train.
At least with the one.
Above, you saw him.
Kawazine almost given a haircut. Bullets whistling right over. Jogamo was just holding Util in his hands to drone. Timing. Just seeking to take it all down to it. 2 years. Time. What the hell is happening here? They just missed each other's ships in the bloody night. All around.
I told you, EG was gonna win 7-5.
Ending the round with a flourish. 7-5. For the first half of Icebox.
You can just see how Loud is fucking humbling.
Crazy series of rounds. 6 in a row.
He just plays with fucking Killjoy alone on B and 4 people on fucking A. And sometimes there are fucking 2 people mid and shit. Like, their setup is just so fucking weird.
And this time EG finally behind on first kills, but ahead at the half.
It doesn't follow any trends.
And they don't fucking like. Fucking Loud is not like
we'll send it over to the Desto to break it all down so far.
working them up like they used to.
All right.
And it's probably because they changed their lurk. They change who is on the Viper and shit.
Many levels here, and there have been a lot of players that have popped off individually. One guy in particular, Kawazine, you got to give him his flowers here. What an incredible performance we've been seeing from him, and even though it kind of slipped toward the tail end of that first half, you could definitely feel his impact at the beginning of this one.
100%. I think Kawazine is one of the most underrated players really in the game, period. I'm gonna be honest, all of last year flew really under the radar. I think has for this year as well. He hasn't been at the level he was last year, but when you're seeing him play like this, you know, you're reminded of the Kawazine that was at those international lands on deep runs with Loud, putting in serious work.
Yeah, I mean, look at his ACS, 300. Not only was he using his util for his team to be able to fight, he was also using it for himself to push up, be aggressive, and take as much space as he could. And we saw him getting multi-kill after multi-kill. I think it was like 3 rounds in a row. He got a 3K each time. Granted, one of them was an eco, but still, it counts. Like, it counts. He went crazy. Like, he managed to push past, and he also, like, his KO ults, he's able to call them and actually use them towards the executes in such a good way. He still kind of creeps up, gets the first pick, and then on contact uses ult.
Yeah, so. Denying some important util is super big factor. For me, that half came down to that one clutch from Superman, that 1v3 lighting the fire for EG there.
Yeah, because it was looking bad.
Yeah, it was looking really bad. Again, Jogamo wasn't finding super early impact, none of that stuff with the ISO, and all of a sudden we've kind of flipped it, and it's now a 7-5.
The fucking round they won with Superman is their bonus. They then went on to lose fucking 2 more rounds. It's the round after that. The round when fucking Loud is like full stack money and they lose a fucking Thrifty. because like Penkara is fucking pushing in kitchen, and then they get picked up one by one by the fucking sheriff, and they die mid, they die in fucking A and shit, and the spike is down, and fucking Penkara has to save and shit, and he even dies at the end through the smoke by someone who doesn't fucking see him. That's the round that broke fucking Loud. Not the third round. They need the pistol though.
In those spots. Right here. The Smokes duo of 2Es and Pancada. Didn't think we'd be seeing them playing together, but here they are battling over B main.
Sadak.
Oh, what a pre-fire. Just expecting that position, top 410, right?
Yeah, that's a nice one. Nature not really had too many moments with his gun in this round, but in this map so far, but that's a big one to put things on the board for EG.
2Es has been eating a ton of damage, trying to hold on to the back of Yellow over towards B. Big middle of his players. Nature didn't have the right crosshair placement for the job.
Almost got it done anyway.
He did. Just for the adjustment. Less now on 10 HP, and he is... okay. Could have been a bit of a classic moment.
I don't fucking like that fucking cascade by a boss.
Be a bit of a raid boss, isn't he?
Yeah. Got that pace injection, but he's going to be backing away with the rest of his team to make sure that they hold on to this. 2 players allowed. It's Pancada swarming, dropping down now into the site. Derek just tucks his head right round the corner. He's anticipating that nobody will account for him, and he'll be correct with that. Adjustments there as well from all of the guns and the pistols. Doing work there for EG. Up to 8. Setting themselves up now for a really strong beginning.
All of those issues that were plaguing them on map 1. Couldn't win a pistol, getting bonused. That's all, it's gone out the window.
Yeah.
These areas where Loud are able to find success and push that momentum into massive advantages is not the area that they're finding any success anymore. They were able to split pistols at least here on Icebox, but Loud are going to need something massive to get back into this game, I think.
That's not going to see too much there. 2 years. Up and over.
Hello?
Yeah, not too sure what the sound cue is.
I mean, there's a blizzard going on. I know it's Icebox, but the weather doesn't seem that bad.
Pretty sure it'll disappear if Jorgamon goes down. I'm not kidding. We just need. Okay,
oh, there
it did go. It did go.
Cancelled it with the Altor pickup, I think.
Sadak again?
Yeah.
Fuck me, man. Yeah, it's over for Loud. They're tilted as fuck.
The point that I was making earlier with the Harbor and Clove, they can take a lot of map control on B.
I don't really like that.
They may not like the look of this even, EG. Perhaps
that
look
fucking
at
tide.
the map where Nature's playing, but once they get onto site,
like you leave,
the Clove smokes
you leave way too much space here. That you're never gonna take even if you're pushing.
Seen from Les as he was just trying to get that.
I don't know.
Position.
A good pickup.
They do have peace of mind now. Sticking this plan, EG. No real chance for Loud to win out into this one. Or just seeking to delay. But for EG, I mean, man, this team, you can highlight any one of the players as well, but he augurs well. I mean, a lot of parity being met, I think, with almost to the same degree of their run last year. Don't want to call it just yet.
I mean, that's getting...
It's a storyline that we've been following, I'm not going to lie.
Getting a little ahead of ourselves.
But it's matching. I think they were at a similar point last year. They were at 4 and 5.
Yeah, but they made it to Tokyo. And they had already been in the finals.
Okay, well, let's run another international event and give them a chance.
Well, sure. But they've had their opportunities to make it to 2 international events. And they haven't, you know, the last chance is champs now.
Okay. So my narrative has been ripped to pieces.
Well, I think both of these teams, both of these organizations are like, they're on somewhat similar trends to the previous year, but almost like a step down. For example, Loud, they normally have that dip in the middle of the year, where they didn't play particularly well at Copenhagen a couple of years ago. They didn't play that well at Tokyo last year, but they were able to revitalize themselves, get ready, and perform pretty damn well at Champions in both situations, even winning one of them. But this time, they actually failed to even make Shanghai, which was the first time that org has ever missed out on an international event. Right here. Since signing the Brazilian super team led by Argentinian captain Sada. So, you know, both following parallel paths to their history, but just like a chunk lower. And reflected in their regular season record right now, both 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And this one, it matters so much.
Exactly. That's why we've been highlighting the importance of this match.
Turret
Right here,
smoked up.
and now Loud. It's a good opener.
Kalenzin's gonna get stabbed in the back.
Yeah, there's that opener. Finally found. Fighting over at tooth and nail for
B.
the main choke point. Spike's been dropped down on top of it, so have to be a bit of a retrieval job. A lot of noise being made by these EG players. Even a Cove committed by Apoff just to make sure that he can get out scot-free. Reclear being called by Loud, sending that Dizzy forwards. But Superman might have found a timing of his own.
Timing's on timing.
He hears it.
Yeah, the footsteps fantastic there for the timing that he's got.
He doesn't want to commit.
But this is a great spot. I mean, you tuck yourself in here, you're shooting the back of people's heads.
Oh, he's going to be catching.
I don't...
does he get spotted here?
Yeah, I don't
think
like
the
this.
spot's just a little bit awkward, isn't it?
Ooh.
It's gone a little bit skew with, and now he's forced to try and take this fight. Loud.
I don't know what you're gonna smoke if you die here, though.
Banged and dropped.
I think he had the round in the palm of his hand there.
Definitive
and he threw it away.
chances, yeah, for sure. Not able to do it now. Left up to just Nature and Apoff. Jumping up. Damage already been done from these bullets. Loud to make sure that they stick together tightly. Discipline in play. Smoked off onto the spike.
I really don't like Apoph's use of utility. I have to say it. Like the way he walls with his arbor is like
freedom over towards the A side, and Superman had got a
pretty son.
Maybe just overthought it a little bit.
Like I really don't like the walls and like his usage of utility with arbor.
Spotting him as they're rotating from screens to heaven, something like that, but
Like you can see it's someone who doesn't have a feel for the agent. It's not. It doesn't come to him like naturally.
Rifles up in this one, but round 16 is going to be very important. That same idea of the vulnerable into the shock dart hasn't found a pick or really any massive chunk damage throughout the map, but hasn't stopped EG for going for it repeatedly.
Right here.
And it's, for example, denying Sadak, you know, access to ult orb, which would put Thrash online. Although I think it was Kalensin that was going for it.
Some to respect the space. Jorgamo. Oh, wow, what is that? Expecting a jiggle. Paranoia. Flying, the shield's going to be taken off here in a reposition, at least with the TP. But a great first kill. This Jorgamo just leading the charge. Nature feeling the heat. It's really going to be tested now up onto this extremity. Nature survives on just 5 health. Should be dealt with, and yes, this with the mosh pit rebounding. Meanwhile, up onto the other side now. It is a 3v3 still. Sadak is going to have to get a bit of a move on, but he does have that ult earned.
Superman detected by the alarm bot in mid. Les looking to re-clear, spots it. And now they're just going to try to commit to the retake instead.
What is that? I mean, adjustment by 2 years. That's sublime. Even if the crosshair placement wasn't quite there, and they double up for the cleanup over onto Derek. Sticking from 2 years, you have to get a real move on if you're Superman for any chance, but he's just walking all the way. He's been covered. Almost with the denial, but not quite. So Loud.
I don't know.
At least back beneath them.
You.
Money's being built back up.
And they're also punishing the economy on
I guess you just concede down and like try to go for damage if you're Superman here. Like trying to kill the fucking planter. The diffuser is like.
Which you might be thinking, well, why isn't he using one of the best abilities that
Meh.
ISO has? But that makes a global sound. And so other people are going to be ready for swing timings, that kind of stuff. He's trying to be unpredictable, and so he gets the swing before, puts himself at an advantage, and then pops shield to try to carry things forwards. You don't need to copy that kind of stuff in your ranked games, though, because the people you play against are a little stupider. I can guarantee it.
They're not thinking about the same stuff. They're really not. They're just saying, guys, just swing. Pancada, straggler court of Superman, who's just seeking to just hold that one. You're running straight over the Nana swarms Kalensin. Forward approach, perched up. Dealing with any adversaries that might try and make their mark onto that A side. That is lovely finish now, and Loud is just edging, creeping closer to an even scoreline.
Guns back online for Evil Geniuses. Getting close to ultimates on both sides. Could come online in the middle of the round.
What a flip!
Yeah, I mean, okay.
That's nasty.
I think if you lose that round, as EG, you have to
We
time
certainly
out.
could see an attempt to open up this round with Derek. You know, normally, Sovas are going to try to start rounds where they have the Hunter's Fury online by throwing out a drone, seeing if they can get a tag. Maybe a kill here onto Kawansino or less. Instead, Derek. Oh, yeah, he is. He's gone for the drone. Doesn't quite spot anything through the smoke. Oh, he's Fury! He got the tag!
This feels out of range to me. I feel like he's way out of dodge. That's just backed away, even with it.
Good movement. And Jorgamo pops shield. Active for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
It's a long time to try to wait it out.
That's the ult too. I'm going to be going for it though. Just prime in for the vulnerability. Sends it along with the wall. Now, here we go. Good capture. Straight on to Les. And with that shield barely there, and he wins it out almost easy as. Nice little pre-fire off to the side. Attainment onto two players though. Needs to be that cover. Needs to be firing. And Superman is there. Jorgamo right behind him. Trades available. And Nature survives another day. Leaving it to just Pancada to 1v2.
Out in the open. Out in the open.
Just covered by the pillar. And I think, yeah, Molly landing too short. Potentially Nature not taken away. Not even vulnerable, but he does need help. Jorgamo. What's the positioning? Shows back up and they swing from it. Perfect timing.
I was scared there for a moment. I thought Nature was planting on the other side of the pillar. But yeah, choosing that safe position to tuck themselves in. Jorgamo running rampant there, finding another big round to run that ISO success. What a clean shot. Two of the best aimers, not just in this server, but that we have in all of America's going toe-to-toe. That all got ended in less than a second.
A blink of an eye.
Still massive ultimates available for EG. Still stuff that they can make work. Bit of A control, lockdown, tons of opportunities for them to get onto site fairly freely.
A bit of wind in their sails perhaps as well, like you were saying with these ults. Definitely can cook something up. No, I'm not seeing too much, but EG. At least know that nobody's pushed up over towards A now with full control of it. The one way is going to be slowing them down.
Yeah, I don't know whether Nature's really going to want to invest lockdown here because Kawanzin's going to have a lineup for it.
Wants to play here from Superman. We can see it. Just through the X-ray. There's lots of players now going to be swarming. His position is no way. He stays alive here. Just didn't adjust. Not with the aim.
Oh my fucking god!
So many players going to be seeking you out. Lockdown.
Holy shit!
They're all the way in their spawn, man. Jorgamo, he's hunting them down. Entertainment. At least onto the one. And EG needed to make a play in that moment. 3 versus 3.
Holy fucking shit.
Down to a crawl. Now it's up to Loud. Got to get a move on. Rapid pace needs to be taken. Dart. It's going to be pre-fired off towards the back wall. You can already hear it ticking. Underhanded flash is good and aware of it. Loud with all the kills in the world.
Good round. Very important round for Loud.
A 9-1 for them. And I'm not letting EG get away with it.
In rounds like this, in tense situations like that retake, Loud have had the advantage by just being able to bulldoze their way through and win straight up duels. But this sent me. What on earth is Superman up to? But it did kind of play Jorgamo in.
Hard committal.
Yeah, Jorgamo getting 2 off the back of all of that chaos, almost making things worthwhile. What is going on out here? Bonkers Valorant. And Loud getting a great retake off. Like I said, barreling their way into backside and just trying to take fights. There was a flash peek over through Maze, but the others just swinging out through rafters and winning duels.
EG now forced to at least feel like they have to take that timeout. They have had a steady string of rounds, honestly, just been chaining them together aside from, excuse me, at least only just a one. It's Loud who've been stringing them together.
Yeah,
maybe good timing for the timeout, but
it kind of felt like EG had a good idea of what they wanted to do, but it was mainly just off the back of, you know, the pistol and the follow-up. They've been close to getting things across the line, but they haven't quite been able to in this half. After they got, I think it was 6 in a row to finish out their defense. It's been quite streaky, this game. You know, one team gets into the groove of things, and then it takes a while for the other to figure out what's up. And EG's economy is not in a good spot, so
Jorg is going to have to try to make magic happen with the Vandal.
He's been asked to step up from his team. Numerous points now over the course of this series, and he's definitely delivered. See if he can do it now when they really need it most. The wall doesn't really dodge and avoid most of that damage. In fact, spraying him through. Nature dropped down to half HP. Up top, though, that
1 for 1, though.
Jorgamo with that rifle.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of that, really, because you just allowed Jorg to get up to an ult and shield online.
Potential game changer. Here it is. Let it rip. Lays it down. Holding for the angle. Bit of a pre-fire. Up versus left.
My god, like.
Just Rang was the beast that is that rifle. To claim that kill.
Good job, Jorgamo had the shield.
Exactly. Made all the difference in the world, but still, he oversteps himself there. Seeing if he can push the advantage even further. Pancada
Superman.
swats him down.
Big timing.
This is a difference maker with Superman. Off to the side here. Has to be that reposition of Pancada. He's left alone.
He's alone. Spike is in the middle of nowhere.
Fantastic from the initiator there. Catching the play with the spike in one of the worst positions over towards danger.
What the fuck is he
Double
doing?
tap is never real.
No.
Just a bit of a fumble on the input there from Superman.
Screams of it being a bit of a
30
fake. And look at the
seconds
position. Kawazi making sure that he doubles up. Love the decision making there.
So 10 to 10. Another round, honestly, where Jorgamo plays things as well as he possibly can to let AG back into things.
I don't know about
Just
that.
wasn't quite there. And now, most of the big ults have been invested for EG. Neutralized. So the economy gets evened out, but ult economy in favor of Loud, and I think that's going to be very difficult for EG to get through. The defending team has Thrash and Lockdown, and those are just amazing for stopping a sight from happening if you wanted to use Thrash like that, or enabling a flood defend, or even going for a set retake. There's so many ways of making it work. This utility designed to put pressure onto a player that's playing aggro, as Pancada is.
Almost there with a punish. EG forward. Jorgamo pick up the orb again.
Yeah, please. My ears.
Please. He's running it down now. Alongside the team. He's trying to take that one fight. Dizzy up and over. Knife dropped down to the floor. Superman also dropping down to the floor.
Nice shot. Nice fucking shot.
Does pick up 2 years.
He's been doing a good job, actually, of giving EG opportunities in the round. He's opened up A again. He's been able to find less in some of these spots. This time finds twos. The ultimate.
They have an ultimate, yeah, with the orb and the plant.
Just make sure nobody oversteps that mark and starts pushing into spawn.
Jorgamo is miles away, man. He really is. And few whiff bullets might make the difference here for Sadak, but now he does have the ult.
So you little Omi.
Got to get a move on here. Time working against you and your team.
But even if
clears it through.
Even if he can just get in position to break the lockdown, he's got a good spot. Nah, he's not going to have the
I
time.
don't think so. He's going to be pushed out of space and position, at least with a Hunter's Fury. That's a tap. Forced it out of range now, but the knife's going to be broken, but that's a wingman. It's going to be broken there. One last pulse there from the Hunter's Fury. Sticking now, that's Sadak committing all the way onto half. There needs to be a kill coming through at any point. And time now, and it is finally there. Half on the board. Maybe a chance for Kawazim, but he's got too much to account.
We saw him.
Too much to deal with. And it's EG up to 11. It's been back and forth, back and forth. Elements of streakiness on Icebox itself, don't get me wrong, but finally EG at least getting the rounds that matter.
How did the wingman end up going down there in that spot?
I think it must have been some additional spam or something, because it was like one burst of the Hunter's Fury, right? And then...
Yeah, it feels like in that kind of spot.
Drop down.
When the Hunter's Fury isn't used to break the lockdown, you kind of want to bait that out. And then the idea is that you commit wingman as like the second wave so that it's on the spike as you can press forward. But, you know, small details being missed. It's neither here nor there. EG up to 11 and Loud have just got to focus on the next round. Try to put something together. That was their opportunity to set the advantage with the ultimates. Squandered. Fight happening over towards B, but it's Nature versus 2Es again on the A side that could open things up. That's how the previous round went so well for Evil Genius.
Vulnerable in the shock tart. No damage done. All the emphasis placed. Oh, they all just spotting it. Which gives away the position. Not that's going to be mattering too much with EG still.
Over there.
Semi-committed over towards B.
I feel like we've seen very few flash dizzy combo reclears into areas from Loud. Their composition does allow it, despite the fact they don't have a duelist.
Yeah.
If Sadok wanted to get aggressive off the back of the dizzy and a flash, you know, he could. Pancada picks the time in 30 seconds.
Yeah, this
to
is
try
beautiful.
to commit into this. It's gonna be difficult.
Good luck. The decay damage is going to be ripping him to shreds shortly, but he can't quite get these
Oh, my
players out of
fucking
position.
gun.
In through mid, underhanded with the flash, but still no kill. And it's all falling to pieces. EG! They worked their way to a magical win here, up to 12.
Fucking Loud, man.
And a final stepping stone as all that stands between them and stealing away this series.
Loud is like fucking liquid in EMA. Like, they have good players, they had like good thinking and shit, but like sometimes everything is just against them for some fucking reason. And they just fucking crumble on the fucking easiest round.
This one's been brilliant.
Yeah. What a treat it's been.
The depth of ideas is so nice, but I really thought Lauda got the better end of that one. As Superman has had some fantastic moments here. Map
On this
1
map.
and map 3.
Oh, yeah.
But I think, you know, a bit of an unsung hero, Derek, who hasn't had as much to
Another
say,
OT?
except here on Icebox, and he's finding really good timings to back people up. I think that the spacing has been the thing that's impressed me the most. He's so tight behind the people taking duels. Even if Jorgamo doesn't get value out of his fight, Derek's right there to be able to trade somebody out, or holding an angle to punish a Loud player who's getting a bit too aggro. And that, I think, is where you get the best out of a supportive player like Derek.
He's been on point with the trades.
He has. And I think that's put a lot of pressure on this Loud squad. 2 chances for EG to close out. And Derek 1 away from ult.
I think he just used it.
Yeah, it was almost, what, two rounds ago?
Yeah, not too sure. Turns it back though, up to 12. And like we've been saying, one more round will do it. It's Loud. Left to simmer in the timeout of their own choosing. Maybe they can make something of the round. Still stand a chance. Comes down to these little differences. Jump spot of Jorgamo. Not too much revealed. Pre-fire onto the corner of the drone, even with that tag on Pancada, will be pushing him out of the picture. And a re-clear's called by Loud. They are heavily committed. Lots of players up into mid. They've been doing this prior. Anti-flash played. Variety of players. EG are ready for it, but still Loud. They persevere. TP on top of the ball.
Twiz?
Twiz!
Let's go Twiz.
Jorgamo left reeling. Not expecting that type of angle. And why would you?
Oh, that's a really bold play from Loud there. Nature's trying to make the timing happen. On the other side, caught by Les.
Yeah.
Beautiful angle from Les.
Takes one to the temple. Loud. Staying alive in the series.
And what a round to pull out. EG were ready for that play through mid. They were holding an anti-flash position, like you mentioned. But as they swung in to punish the mid push, Loud hit their shots better. And were already posted on the angle, ready to punish. Ended up backfiring there, EG. But they've still got another opportunity to close out Icebox. That angle that Les is holding is so good. We've seen plenty of other Killjoys running that spot. Good for punishing aggressive lurks onto the site. And Nature has been trying to open the spot up for his team. Sadak. Whoa! Tuiz dropped. Thrash online, but it cost Tuiz his life.
And this is it, isn't it? Right here. The round that matters the most. Drone forwards, 2 players caught in an unfortunate position as a molly, and the nade committed along with the Hunter's Fury. And the Loud players, Kawazin, you cannot withstand it. The heat is being turned up, maximum temperatures. And it's EG, you can taste victory. They're barely there on the precipice of all of it. Such an important series. Both of these teams, 2 and 3, as we've been mentioning, and with every
Yeah, he's over.
it's more and more likely. Evil geniuses. A match win, hard earned all the way. Unless faced with an impossible position, cannot do it. EG winning this fated matchup once more versus this Loud Orb.
Damn. I'm so fucking disappointed in Loud.
Fantastic ideas. Amazing individual performances. And dispelling the inexperience that has previously stopped them from closing out matches that cost all of that effort. They're good ideas.
It's like the fucking Liquid versus Vitality, and then fucking Gentlemaids versus Giants.
And capitalized beautifully.
It's like both teams can win and should win. Like they are better. Like Loud is a better team than EG. Fucking 100 Thieves is a better team than fucking FURIA. But somehow they managed to both lose.
And who knows where this roster could potentially ascend to. Oh yeah. There's still, for teams in this group, there's still quite a few matches left to play. The record, it's not excellent at 3-3, but it's certainly better than Loud's at 2-4, and still,
exactly,
you know, plenty of other opportunities as they look to play against MIBR, FURIA, Lev, 100 Thieves, other teams in this group.
Oh, and then we have the Giga Week, of course. Week 2 is the fucking Giga Week.
But with this win, they made it just a little bit more likely.
Yeah, for sure. I think these are the two teams that are kind of you're looking at with the potential to
EG FURIA, I think EG. Sen Crew, I would say Crew. With how well they played. Loud MIBR Loud. Leviathan and Red Thieves.
I mean, sneaky good. I don't know if sleepy.
That's a tough one.
They were sleepy last stage. This group really was sleepy.
Based on how they played against FURIA, I would say Leviathan, but like it's like a fucking 51-49, you know.
And they've taken the break and used it well.
I think if there was anybody that I would call the MVP of this match, though, I know that Jordan.
If Leviathan bind, I think it's Leviathan. I'm gonna, even though Breeze is not in the pool, I think it's Leviathan. Energy G2. G2.
I mean, it is beautiful to see. Anyway, let's send it out.
Sen Cloud9. We haven't seen Cloud9 and G2.
Thank you very much, Bren, and congratulations to Derek.
I have to see how informed they are, like how in shape, what's their shape right now.
First and foremost, congratulations, of course, and a happy early birthday to Jaw as well with this victory. Did you not know it's his birthday tomorrow? I knew. You looked a little surprised. This was all planned. But going to the games, obviously.
I would say Cloud9 still. Lev, EG, I would say Lev. Loud FURIA, I say Loud. MIBR 100 Thieves, I say 100 Thieves. And Energy Crew, I say Crew.
Yeah, I mean, I think we started super slow on first
for the
map.
Giga Week, but we have to see like G2, C9.
Taking like a month and a half break.
If C9's if it goes like 2-1 for G2 and Cloud9's like a lot of good stuff, I think Cloud9 beats Sentinels.
Made it close.
But if Cloud beats a fucking 2-0 for G2, I think Sentinels could beat Cloud9.
From both teams, but specifically, definitely for you guys.
And obviously, if Cloud9 beats G2,
then themselves as well. In the preparation for this match, how much did you have to take that into account as well?
Probably wins against Sentinels.
With all of these new patch changes?
So we noticed that Sadak was playing a lot of Neon in ranked. Matter of fact, I played against it, and he was looking nice. I think going into it, we're like, yeah, he's probably gonna play some Neon. But yeah, I mean, we treated like any other team, just prepped as much as we could without a lot of footage. But yeah.
Well, it definitely looked great with this win here. And now, last question, you're going to be facing FURIA next. FURIA, I think, surprised everyone when they not only beat 100 Thieves, but did so 2-0. Yeah. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I was in the back watching that. Boosty, it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good, Boosty. But
he's retiring.
Well, I'll get the revenge.
Sounds good. For now, congratulations once again, Derek. And we are gonna head to the desk as we have Jaw ready and standing by.
Thank you so much for that, Smix. That's right. We're joined by the one and only Jogamo here today.
Thank you,
Thank
you guys for having me.
That was some wild stuff. You that one, the sunset, you running back and forth like Sonic the Hedgehog, zooming everywhere. I was tripping. But in any case, though, What was going on with EG during the break? You know, you guys were on the precipice of being able to make it to Shanghai. You didn't, you know, like, well, actually it was playoffs, I believe, right?
Yeah, playoffs.
Yeah, so thank you, Bala. Always there for backing me up. But yeah, you guys were on the precipice of being able to make playoffs. And, you know, I know that you guys felt like you were in a really strong spot coming out of stage one. So what was the EG camp kind of working on during that time frame?
Outside
Yeah,
of
so the EG
stage
camp, like,
one.
we think we took like a few days off, maybe 3-4 days off. And, you know, we said, hey, we got to go right back into practice. We left off
I don't know, man.
beating NRG and Sentinels, and we're like, guys, this is where we could be. We just got to bring it to the next
Yeah,
stage.
Energy and Sentinels
bring it
were
today,
last
you know,
of
show
their
our teammates,
fucking group.
we didn't
Like,
lose any of that confidence. That's like the biggest
Like
thing that we've
what?
been working on, just our confidence, practicing, trying these new comps, of course, you know, and
Yeah.
just kind of having fun with all of it. Because at the end of the day, we're playing a game. We want to have fun. We want to make sure that we're all confident playing the game that we love, of course. So that's what we've been practicing, you know?
Okay.
That's nice. Yeah, speaking of new comps, actually, was ISO a big choice specifically against Loud or just in general? Have you been feeling the ISO gameplay?
I mean, I enjoyed ISO before the buff, but people stepped on
okay.
it. So, like,
I see how it is.
Hipster over here.
So, like, coach was like, if we made playoffs, we would have played ISO, like the old patch of it. But
okay.
since we didn't make it, you know, we gotta make do. You know, the new patches makes
Yeah.
him crazy as well.
Sure, man.
Now he's getting nerfed, so might not see him. Might see him again. Like, depends on me, right? I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, you were going to play in pre
I think you're always way better in their comp.
Don't play ISO. Just give me that neon
What do you
every day, bro. That was so good.
That last map. What do you mean?
Okay. Hands down, I mean, you were 21-3 overall. But I'm sorry, that's sunset, man. Like, I'm just seeing people, you break people's ankles, like, God.
Yeah, I remember just breaking Les's ankles. I was flanking, I was like, guys, I think I know where he's at. I started jumping around, doing circles, and he's like, oh, he's right there. Boom,
Do you feel like that movement gives you just so much more freedom now? Like,
I'm a movement player. I'm not a full aim god or anything like that. I can shoot, sure, yeah, but my movement, I think people underestimate it a lot. So
I feel like there's so much more room to grow. Like you're by far the best we've seen so far in terms of neon movement.
I appreciate
I think hands down. But I feel like you're gonna get better. I saw you like jumping on some boxes and stuff, trying to go for the slide.
Oh yeah, I was trying to hit the fun trick shots. You know, like, I'm trying to have fun. You know, I don't know.
Is the peak much higher?
I think now since there's double slide, people don't understand how neon actually fully works. Back then it was one slide, pop the ult, get the second slide. Now I can get 4 or 5 slides around. You know, if you're on fire, you getting 4 or 5 slides. And I'm like, what are you doing, bro?
I didn't even know that was possible.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing instead?
You were like freaking sliding backwards. You're like seeing the animation just like trip out. It was absolutely nuts. But let's talk about this matchup though against Loud, because y'all had no idea coming into it like what you were going to be getting out of the Loud camp.
Yeah.
But you know that each match has a lot of weight to it, especially right now. Was there a little bit of that concern coming into this one against Loud?
I think after we won our last 2 matches, we kind of were just like, guys, we're here to play, and we have only one goal left. Like before it was Shanghai, now it's like we got to make it the champs. Like that's our end goal, right? Same thing was like last year. Like guys, we didn't know if we were gonna make playoffs last year, but same thing. Like we're like, hey, we're gonna make it. If we make it, give it our all. Why not? So that's our goal right now. Hit the playoffs. Well, we have 2 goals: hit playoffs, hit champs, and then see how the run goes from there. So
yeah, no, I respect that, man.
Yeah, when it comes specifically to Loud and how they played today, like were you guys expecting that? Because I feel like it was really back and forth. But we also heard that Loud and you guys were like the most creative in the off season. So were you guys like kind of expecting the way they played today, or how did you prep kind of for it?
I mean, we didn't expect Sadhawk on Neon, so we're just like, oh, okay. And
ain't nobody expect that.
I was like, okay. He looks good on it, to be honest. Like I think he knows what he needs to do for his team to like, you know, be the bigger person and take that entry role that no one else could probably do on the team yet. I'm not sure though, right?
Yeah.
And then Tui's on Gecko. Like it's nice to see a change. Like he was a good controller, so like to see him like flex to other roles, I think that's hard for other players to like do in this level of franchise as well. So
yeah, no, for
it's
sure.
nice to see them like trying to be the best at what they can do. So.
Yeah, like use the tools, do what you can. I mean, basically, it's what you guys are doing right now as well, right? Everyone, you know, at this point in the season, this is it, right? It's go time.
Yep.
So, I mean, well, speaking of go time here, actually, this takes us over to our Twitch chat question. This was from Mr. Morg, said, what message do you have for Boostio following his impending retirement?
You gotta wake up, man. Come on, man. We gotta win, man. We gotta make the chance, man. And then you can retire.
Then you can retire, right?
Make the chance, man.
Dude is always getting himself in trouble. I'm sorry, the China beef, now this, like, oh God.
Yeah, do you see that? Do you see him make those kinds of outlandish comments? You're like, yeah, I'm glad he ain't on my team anymore, bro.
Oh my God, yeah.
I don't want to deal with that right now.
He's like, I'm literally not gonna answer that.
I'm not gonna answer that. Yeah. I love my boy, but I can't say
Oh, no, I know you love him.
I can't say nothing.
Still pain in the neck, though. You know what I mean? Of course, you know him. All right, we do have another question here. This one's a little nicer. We have, what does Giacomo want for your birthday? Because it's tomorrow, right?
Wait, it's tomorrow? Wait.
Is it? I don't know. Damn. I forget my birthday all the time.
It's the 24th, and then the 25th is my birthday. So
Oh.
hey.
Oh, wait, is your birthday coming up soon,
Actually,
too?
he Googled it in the break.
Called out, brother.
That's great. I'm going to sleep.
Athena with no chill whatsoever. What do you want for your birthday, Giacomo?
I'm not picky, man. Just, hey, can I get some Prime subs? Like, that's it. Like, I'm good, man. Like,
Hook your boy up with some Prime subs. You know, I'll tell you what. Next time you stream, I'll come in, I'll drop 10 gifted. 20 gifted. 20 gifted.
Just a Prime, man.
I got just a Prime, or just a Prime. You fine with just a Prime? Oh, man. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for that question, Ghost Dog. Appreciate you. But let's go ahead and take a look at our standings, where we are right now in the competition. Just some minor updates as players move up and down. EG is going to be sitting at 7th with their victory with a 3-3 scoreline there, but they net themselves another championship point. They're right behind 100 Thieves, because, you know, that happened today. And FURIA managed to pick up that massive win. Did you get a chance to watch any of that FURIA 100 Thieves game? What'd you make of it?
Look intense on the
yeah.
I think it was an Icebox.
Yeah.
Very intense. And then Haven, I thought, like, 100 Thieves were going to come back a little bit, but I don't know why they were thrown, I guess. Like, they just started throwing. I thought they would, like, close it out. Like, they're a good team to close it out, so it's kind of, like, different to see from Shanghai to now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, the pressure's definitely on, right? All these teams wanting to make it to playoffs, make it to champs, of course. You see the matchup there. You got Cloud9 versus G2 Esports on Giacomo's birthday, of all things. Oh, my goodness gracious. A prediction for that one, Jog. Who do you think's going to walk out with the dub?
G2. Okay, they left Shanghai pretty well, I think, for where they placed, but I don't know. I scrim Oxy almost every other day, so, like.
Yeah, oh, so you got an intel.
He's a beast, so, like, I don't know. You guys a beast.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying.
I know. I saw your prediction. I saw your prediction, so, like, I'm going to rock with him. Like, I think he looks crazy, so I think 2-1 C9. They might throw one map. They might just throw one map. So.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see what happens. It's going to be exciting one way or another. You got one match tomorrow, but that's going to do it for us here today. So thank you so much, Dog, for your time. Always appreciate you, brother. And that will do it. So we'll catch you tomorrow, same time, same place, C9 versus G2 for the last match of Week 1. We'll see you then.
Getting spicy. Getting spicy.
Spicy.
Thank you.
100 Thieves are looking to continue the momentum after Stage 1 and a top 4 finish out of Masters Shanghai. But their first stop is a team that has nothing to lose and everything to gain. It's going to be FURIA versus 100 Thieves to start things off here at Day 2.
4-on-4 now as Snakebite is about to ring down. Nosworth gets the pick on 2 Busio as well, and the hold is so far so good. Leaving Austin on loan, you see him picking up the arc, but the protocols are really good for FURIA. Even if Asna falls, but Asna will get 2 before Big Daddy 3! It's going on the 12! At least thankfully for FURIA, they have the heal to come up for one of the players. Khalil have to fight towards the B site once again.
Khalil
lands 2 shots.
Oh my God!
Just before he got dizzied. Khalil inside the orb. That's 2 kills, chasing for the 3rd, and he is not missing with this rifle today. And as I say that, he at least will get it with the classic. And FURIA, against all odds, will take the map of Icebox. Shanji stuck in the corner. That's 2 in his name. And now it's defused at halfway, and as he swings outside of this look, Shanji, once again, waiting for him. You're trying to dance across, but you're denied right away. But there's a push-up from Sewers, and the kills are coming out from Khalil somehow, from Sewers as well. A ping out from the Hunter's Fury. Atop is Khalil with the kill, and a second one onto Busio, 3 in the round. Spike is out of reach. Khalil is there.
Oh my gosh.
Swinging out for the 4K. FURIA comes out with magic somehow and get the upset against 100 Thieves.
It's a matchup where both teams are in a very interesting position because neither can afford to lose and both need to get these dubs.
Yeah, definitely happy to see Pancada back playing once more. Shots getting fired and rattled.
flying forward, just trying to set this one up, and Loud, that is pure domination. Just has to sneak around this one. Avoid all of it, but he all catches it.
I think I'm gonna call it. Today tomorrow we only have one best of 3. We have G2 Cloud9.
Oh no, that's fancy. 13-7 will be that scoreline. Loud.
I think I'll
walk away with Lotus.
update my PKM
This is going to be broken there. Really fighting over this one, Jorgamo. It's not willing to let them
after
get even a foothold in.
I've posted a temporary PKM.
This guy is on fire right now. Spamming down a few stray bullets. Just catches onto that
But yeah,
man. And I know exactly what
same
Jorgamo
for
is.
you.
This guy
I'll go back and I'll
galvanizing with
like
his performance.
look back at everything before
He's hunting even further. This
before we start on the
He can't be
25th.
stopped.
And what a performance from EG and Jorgamo in particular.
Holding it down, the pre-fire Superman. Maybe he shouldn't be getting away with this one. He's left it to the 1v1. Superman.
BG can get a kill or
But
something
yeah,
to make this bit
it's gonna be it for today.
The walls just dropped down in his face.
That's cool.
Barely there, and he wins it out almost easy as. Nice little pre-fire off to the side. Attainment onto 2 players though. Needs to be that cover. Needs to be firing. And Superman is there. Jorgamo right behind him. Trades. Maybe a chance for Kawazin, but he's got too much to account for. Too much to deal with. And it's EG winning this fated matchup once more versus this Loud org.
Anyways, it was fun, and see you tomorrow. For Cloud9 G2. I'll probably live because the fucking season ends soon, so I'll probably live before. Right? What time is it? Yeah, I'll probably live before and then end the stream with the best of 3. And grind for the end of the fucking act. Anyways, see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
What are we supposed to do after all that we've been through? When everything that felt so right is wrong. Now that the love is gone, there is nothing left to prove. Now you still deny this simple truth. Can't find the reason to keep holding on. Now that the love is gone, there is nothing left to prove. Now you still deny this simple truth. Can't find the reason to keep holding on. Now that the love is gone, love is so hard inside. Feel so hard inside. Got to find the reason. What are we supposed to do after all that we've been through? When everything that felt so right is wrong. Now that